to order. We'll start with the land acknowledgement, please. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also acknowledge the enduring presence of all First Nation, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Miigwech. At this point, I'd like to do approval of the agenda, but before we do that, I'd like to ask the committee's indulgence of reordering the agenda because we have a bit of a complicated meeting this evening with a very large number of delegations. So my idea is this, and please bear with me, but I've done quite a bit of thinking about it, and I'm hoping that people will support. My ideal is to start, we'll do delegations, followed by item 6.2, which is the program area review for Avondale. Then we will move to 6.1, the Human Rights Annual Report. Then 7.1, the motion on Islamophobia. Then we will go to 6.4, which is the Caring and Safe Schools Annual Report, followed by a very brief 5.1, which is the OBSPA Director's Report, then item 6.5, which is the CSBA Conference, and then we will go back to 6.3, which is the planning for the renewal of the multi-year strategic plan. There's two things that I wish folks to know about this. It is possible with the motion that we have before us tonight on Islamophobia that it may interfere in the break fast time. So we may need to lay it on the table at that point just so that we can accommodate community members who are maybe listening, but also trustees on our board who will need to break fast. And so we will sort of carry on with the meeting and then we'll come back to that. And then anything we don't finish tonight, the intention will be to have a special TPC after the special board on Monday evening, not special board, after the special FPEC on Monday evening, because trustees will already have that in their calendar. And so the idea is to have a hard stop at 6:30 for that, and then we'll have a short break, and then we'll finish up anything we don't get to tonight. But I'm very hopeful that we will be able to move through all of this evening as efficiently as possible, while also taking care to do justice to all of this. So if I could have a mover and a seconder for that very lengthy introduction to the approval of the agenda. Trustee King and Trustee Pay, thank you very much. All in favor? Any opposed?
Laskin, aye.
Aye.
Trustee Laskin, are you in favor or opposed?
I said aye in favor.
Okay, sorry,
Thank
I didn't
you.
hear properly. Okay. Any opposed? All right, so we will continue on. Are there any declarations of possible conflict of interest from trustees? Okay, not hearing any. We will move on. And next up, we have our delegations. And I'm just going to look for the list of delegations. Just give us one moment. And welcome Trustees McLean and Trustee DeDuvidis. I can pull it up. Just one moment. We're just going to pause for a second.
Through the chair, Trustee Nunziata is also present.
Thank you, Trustee Nunziata. We're noting that you're here.
And Sir Skellaraja.
Thank you, Trustee Sirskandaraja. Anyone else? Okay. So the first delegation we have is regarding item 6.2, the program area review for Avondale EA School, Avondale Public School, Bayview Middle School, Crestview Public School, Elkhorn, Finch, Hollywood, McKee, and Woodbine. First up, we have Cherry Louie, co-chair of the Parent Council from Avondale Elementary Alternative School, and she's here with us in person. Welcome. I hope I've pronounced your name correctly.
It is Cherie Louie.
Cherie Louie. Okay, welcome. So the way this works is that you have 5 minutes, and then trustees are allowed 3 minutes maximum of questions of clarification only. So please go ahead.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Planning and Priorities Committee, trustees, and everyone with us today. Thank you for your time. My name is Cherie Louie, and I am Parent Council Co-Chair at Avondale Elementary Alternative School. I am here today to advocate on behalf of our school community. Before I begin, I would like to assume that everyone has had a chance to review the agenda and the 7 attachments so that we are all up to date. I want to start off by saying that it is never an easy process for anyone to have to move your school, whether it affects 140 students or 300 and more. We are all still heavily impacted. Our program has been with our community for over 40 years. More recently, from 2016 to 2019, we endured 3 years outside of 171 Avondale while our new school was being built. We happily returned in April 2019 to a beautiful new school, only to have COVID hit the following year. We are now finally getting back to our pre-COVID programming, field trips and community events, and the healing process has started. Unfortunately, this school year, we are told there is no longer room for us to stay at 171 Avondale, and we need to be relocated. That is a lot of events in the last 7 years for one school community to live through, and now we are being asked to take on yet another challenge. Bayview Middle School sits at the top of the list of options that were presented to us. We are very familiar with Bayview as we had stayed as guests for 3 years during the construction of our new school. While it was appreciated that Bayview was able to accommodate us, it was not without its challenges, and today those are some of the reasons that concerns our community as we are asked to return to Bayview more permanently. How can we remove some of this anxiety and make this relocation a more welcoming and positive experience for Avondale Alternative and Bayview Middle School for that matter? First off, who are we at Avondale Elementary Alternative School? We are a unique, small school community, JK to 8, with multi-age classroom that provides many opportunities for experiential learning and whole school cooperative learning experiences. We also have a very high level of parent and community engagement that supports all of this programming. During the PART meetings, our parent council tried our best to communicate the needs of our school program if we were to move to Bayview Middle. We tried to understand what was being offered if we were to agree to the relocation. We toured the school and we didn't find the answers to our questions. We tried to understand how our JK to 8 alternative program that frequently moves and gathers in smaller groups and as a whole school group for their learning activities could fit in a middle school environment on a rotary timetable. What we did establish in the PART meeting is that there were a lot of missing pieces to make this relocation a success at Bayview, including input at the staff and student level and a budget to cover all improvements to Bayview Middle School to receive Avondale EA School. The list of needs communicated in the PART meetings, however, did not make its way to the final report. So please find the list in Avondale EA's dissenting report on page 2. I won't read out the list to you because you now have it in your hands. But what I would like to draw your attention to now is Appendix C of today's agenda, which is indoor and outdoor improvements to Bayview Middle School to receive Avondale EA School with estimated costs. These estimated costs only cover a few items from our list of needs, and it is far from being complete. In fact, it is missing more of the essential items that would be integral to our daily routine at Bayview Middle School. How did we come up with our list of needs, you ask? We gathered information from our parent community. We looked at what we have now versus what is available at Bayview, and we also consulted Mount View Alternative Elementary. I found it very interesting during the PART process that TDSB did not make their own reference to the recent relocation of Mount View Alternative Elementary JK to 8 School to Runnymede Collegiate Secondary School in 2018. Therefore, we took it upon ourselves to do the research and bring it to PART. The Mount View case scenario has many similarities to the program area review that we are dealing with today. Why not use that example as a model and use its learnings to make our move more well-prepared, thought out, and a smoother transition for everyone? I personally went to visit Mount View Alternative in February for their admissions open house.
Cherry, your time is up.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, but thank you for your delegation. I'll just see if there's any questions from
Okay.
trustees. I would just also tell you that if you wish to submit it in writing, anything else you have, trustees, it can be distributed to trustees.
Okay, sure. Then I'll just end by saying thank you for your time and attention on behalf of Parent Council.
Okay, sure. Please go ahead, Trustee Pei.
I do understand that you didn't have a chance to finish your delegation. I just want to ask you, what's your basic concern in terms of in moving to Bayview?
I've been through the part process, and I feel like we have listened, and we have also tried to express from our point of view our needs. I don't feel that we have been heard. The final report was missing a lot of elements that we had to submit through a dissenting report. And the list is what our children need to continue their alternative school program style of learning. And we're hoping that we can come to the table and work together to make this a smoother transition for our school.
So, through you, Madam Chair, is that possible we can ask staff answer Shari's concern?
Not during delegations. There will be a time for a staff report, though, so you can always ask staff questions at that point.
Okay, all right. So, Shari, I do understand that you have great concern, for the K-8 school move to middle school. Which part of a concern regarding facility?
We are hoping that because we work so close-knit together that within the walls of Bayview Middle, we could carve out a home to call our own so that we could still have autonomy in our program and not lose sight of our mission and our vision for our school. If those spaces could be defined besides the 6 classrooms that were offered, we were hoping to have a common space because we are always gathering together as a whole unit, and to have some dedication to our program. So when looking at the case of Mount View, they were awarded like a 0.5 VP and an admin assistant. People that understood the program were able to facilitate it and make the day-to-day a lot easier for a separate program existing within another school.
Okay, Trustee Pei, I
Okay.
would just let you know that we have another trustee who has a question. And we
Sure,
only have
thank you,
7
thank you.
seconds left.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Trustee King. Oh, is it per trustee? I'm sorry, just 1 second. Let me just double check that it's per trustee. Oh, I see. Okay. Trustee Pei, do you want to go ahead? If you remember, it's for clarification only.
Madam Chair, I'm new trustee, so I want to understand the procedure here. Because we have all the party meetings and with the Parents Council. Parents, Shari, I think, is certainly have her point of view that is a lot of the concerns not being addressed in this coming report. So I just wondering, is that possible for us to have another meeting with the party team to make sure, all the concern being addressed? Because we're coming to meeting to vote, next meeting. I just don't feel very comfortable moving this item forward if there's not the concern being addressed.
Trustee Pei, I
Yeah.
would just remind you that it's for questions of clarification for the delegate at this moment. So when this item is on the floor, you can ask staff questions at that point. Trustee King, are you finished?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Trustee Pei. Go ahead, Trustee King.
Thank you through you, Chair, and thank you, Shari, for coming and sharing your concerns. Because you just didn't get to finish, I just wanted to clarify what some of the consultation process did look like, both with staff and then also with Mount View Alternative, which is in the ward that I represent. So you mentioned a couple of times that you tried to share some concerns, express some needs. Was there an actual consultation between school council and school administration and system staff?
From my point of view as like a parent council co-chair, during the PAR process, we tried to involve our staff at our program so that we could get their feedback and how they felt and what they needed at the school as well. So we were told that that piece comes later down the road. I don't know if that's now or it's still later when this motion is approved, but those pieces are all still missing. So it's almost like we are saying, okay, we're going to move because you've explained to us that there is no room. And then you've listed a bunch of options, and the first one is Bayview. Okay, so if Bayview is the house that we're supposed to move into, what does that house look like? What are we giving? We're leaving a lot behind, but we are not getting any insight on what we are getting. So is our school going to fall apart? Mount View lost 50% of their students and all teachers except for 2 during their move. And it took them 4 years to rebuild their community. I do not want to see that for Alternative. And I think TDSB should be responsible in looking at past scenarios, especially this one that's so similar to ours, and help this move forward in a more efficient and positive way for everyone involved, because this date of movement has been pushed out another year. If you can imagine what our school feels like now, we've been divided in half already, even though we haven't even left the building. We are public and we are Alternative. We have separate councils. Our accounting has been divided. We move in such a way that council does their own events for public, and then we do our own for Alternative, but there's no talking in the middle anymore. So that togetherness all of a sudden has been broken, and we've lost our community. And now we need to stay together for 1 more year. Well, how is that going to be possible? Unless we open the lines of communications more from up here to the staff and down to the families and the students, because people are getting hurt. And the children are not being brought up to speed on what's going on. There is a divide, and it's very unfortunate. We see signs at school for events that are exclusive to public. We're supposed to be in this today, this age, being all about inclusivity. We're
Okay,
not
time is up, please. So I'm sorry, your time is up, Trustee King.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other speakers at this point. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up we have Helen Shumilova, who's a parent from Avondale Elementary. Welcome. So you have 5 minutes to speak, and then trustees can ask questions of clarification only. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. I just want to say I agree with everything Cherie said. We're very affected in Avondale, so I hope you're taking really seriously. I do want to address another issue. My name is Helen Shumilova. We're parents of 3 kids in Avondale Alternative. Our home school is Avondale, as we live in Harrison Garden. We are concerned a lot about the lack of 5-year plan and how would you fit all the students in the area in our school. Numbers and real action steps, including building a new school, that we desperately need. Our condo building, not like other condo buildings, notices are posted and more people will be living in the neighborhood and will need more space in the school. So population projection does not seem to reflect that real growth, even showing decrease. This is a huge red flag. How is it even possible? I don't know. The committee was already very wrong about estimated numbers for Avondale when we were rebuilding the school, and we hope it will be better this time. They plan to build a 2-story school, as most of you probably know, for Avondale, then realized it's not enough, and they added the 3rd level, and our kids went to Bayview School with buses for longer than originally planned. Population can be possibly decreased. More families arrive every day. Our building had almost no kids 7-8 years ago, and now it's full of kids. Most of the families, small families, actually in condos. And construction coming up, it's absolutely impossible the population will go down in many, many years to come. And I hope this will be addressed and fixed in the paper shared. And regardless the lack of planning for kids in Avondale, there seems to be no plan nor communication at all except the move of Avondale alternative, which does not solve a problem. We're 140 alternative students, and important to know that 50 plus students live in the area and considering moving to Avondale as we don't want to commute. So what difference would it make almost in 1,000 student school? And at the current rate, we're already overpopulated. We can walk to school, stepping on each other's feet. And we understand, we need to understand at the end a full plan before we can talk about any move that has a huge impact on any family. And I hope you really understand that, especially students that finally found a permanent home after years of constructions. So I'm asking you, if you're planning a new school within the next 5 years, hopefully, is there any other plans that concrete and specific? Are you separating middle and elementary school? We're talking 320 kids that are grade 6 and 8. Is that a possibility? I don't know, but there seems to be no plan. So I want to thank you so much for taking the time to listen to our concerns, and we hope to really see more communication, planning to solve overpopulation problem before we move any alternative Avondale and before any other changes will be made, as the most important is to have a full plan, a big picture, a big solution, important solution, before you make small changes that affect families a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Helen. Just looking to see if we have any questions, but I'm not. Oh, Trustee Pei, please go ahead.
Hi, Helen. Thank you for delegating today. My question is, you sound like there's going to be a lot of impact on the alternative families when the board consider moving alternative to Bayview. So what's the big impact on the family as you see?
The biggest impact?
Yeah.
So it's the whole lifestyle change, right? The whole walking to school, having a community, having their friends. We live in the actual area. Our friends are both in Avondale and Avondale Alternative. We have everything within walking distance. As you understand, that's a lifetime change being driving to school to start with, right? So it's a huge impact. We have 3 kids. We have no grandparents here specifically for us. It's already such a struggle. We're lucky that at least they go to the same location within walking distance and we can have neighbors that can help us. Once it becomes driving, it's a whole another issue. So this is just a simple like day-to-day operation of one small families. And you can imagine now talking about 100, 150 families that you're moving without a plan. If you tell me, okay, it will solve Avondale problem, which Avondale is also my school. So I'm trying to look at both sides. But I think it's really important to understand any family, if it's 1, 2, 100, or 300, will be impacted. And the people that live in the area, because we love this area, we want to attend the school. So how is that we need to solve a bigger problem, right? I hope you are addressing a population concern that is just enormous. And I mean, when we were walking to school, it was possible. We enjoyed it when it was 600, 700 students. Right now, it's getting to 1,000. It's impossible. We leave school earlier to be able to get to school because there are just so many people walking to school. So we need to address that issue, hopefully also with the community center, if I can mention that. We're really lacking that in that area. But the school itself also needs to, like, you need to have another school, or in that area, I know there is Oakburn consideration, but we just don't fit in that school. And there doesn't seem to be a full plan in a way to address that. You're only addressing Avondale Alternative, which really doesn't even move a needle when we look at 1,000 people. And it's going to increase every year.
So when you're talking about like, we almost think it's like the board don't have long-term plan. So what's your rationale for that?
Sorry?
What's your rationale that the board doesn't have long-term plan for Avondale?
Well, the only thing we see, and that's why I'm asking the board here to please show us the numbers and planning in terms of what first of all, the numbers, right? They're very important that you are addressing the numbers of people that are coming to the area.
I'm sorry, we're out of time.
Okay.
Thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Miguel Cortez, who's also a parent at Avondale Elementary. And is this one virtual? This one's online. Okay. So Miguel, if you are there, you would press *6 to unmute. Do we have the delegate on the line?
Hello, good afternoon. It's Miguel Cortez. Can you confirm if I have successfully unmuted?
Yes, we hear you. So you have 5 minutes, and I will let you know when your time is up. And then trustees are allowed to ask questions of clarification only.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, and thank you for the space. I probably won't need the entire 5 minutes. I just wanted to echo sort of the same messaging that we've been expressing in the previous meetings, in the previous spaces around the hardship that families and especially children are facing due to the uncertainty of the entire situation. You know, we look back and we think it's a relatively new school, and just after a few short years of opening, due to lack of lack of planning, we're all living in this uncertainty, and we think, how did we get to this point? At least my children are both struggling because they don't know where they're going to be studying, maybe this year or next year. There's no clarity as to what the roadmap, what the action plan is going to be. And not just the children, but also us as parents. In my case, I invested in a property to be close to the school. This was only done last year, and now it turns out that because of lack of planning, we're not going to be close to the school anymore. So there's just a lot of hardship, a lot of uncertainty for the children and for the families. All of this within the context of post-pandemic and all the hardship and all the struggle that kids and families went through during the pandemic. And most recently now, and I cannot confirm this, but most recently I've started to hear some stories about, you know, other kids in the public school mocking the kids at the alternative school and just sort of, you know, making fun of them or mocking them that they won't be there anymore. So that's obviously not contributing to the entire situation. So I think at this point, I guess the request would be, you know, clarity, have things clear, and have sufficient time for any changes if there are to be any changes implemented. My request would be to keep the alternative school at the current location, at current Avondale address. I believe there are alternatives. For example, at the Oakburn Center, if there was to be an adequate investment at that location, and then the existing community would not have to be split apart. So I would hope that that's seriously taken into account and examined as a feasible solution. And I guess my last point would be, if there is no other solution and the alternative solution is to move, then my request would be to maintain the same facilities and the same access to infrastructure and facilities that the kids currently have right now, just to minimize the disruption of the change. And number one, most importantly, and I would bold this request, would be EDP. In my case, if there is no EDP at the new location being Bayview, I would probably have to take my kids out of the alternative and take them back to Avondale Public. So I would absolutely highlight EDP. And then there are other requests, for example, having adequate ventilation, adequate installations for washrooms. I've heard that there are severe deficiencies in this regard. Having an adequate playground, gyms, labs. We've been told that there would be a budget for all of this, but we have not seen a budget. We don't know if there will actually be a budget for these revamps, these renovations at Bayview. So we've been told a lot of things, but we're not seeing anything. And we would absolutely need time to adjust. So just returning to my original point, EDP would be the absolute most desired or the most relevant or the most important request, at least for my family. So that's really, I think I did that in 4 minutes, and that was pretty much the message that I wanted to convey. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Miguel. Are there any questions from trustees? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much for coming. Next up, we have number 5, Yogesh Kumar from Competitive Kids STEM Project, and this is regarding the Science and STEM report, which we had at PSSC last week and will be going to board next week. So please have a seat, and you have 5 minutes to speak, and then trustees will be able to ask you questions of clarification. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay? So as Ms. Rachel said, my name is Yogesh Kumar. I'm a parent in TDSP. I also represent a nonprofit organization, which is Competitive Kids STEM. I also work at Mark Garneau as a co-chair, and I'm also the executive at one of the ID firms. So I have a number of roles that I play, and I switch between those roles. And one of the things that I want to bring to everybody's attention, then, my son really likes basketball. Watches basketball all the time. He's really enjoy watching it. He gets really passionate about game when he's like sitting on the sofa. He really, really enjoys the game. And he thinks he should be in the school team for the basketball. Now, the school has some, criteria to identify, you need to go and then participate in the activities. You need to prove that he is good enough to participate in the team. And then the school will allow him to go to that team. But that's, and he says that that's not equity, right? So like a lot of equity that TDSB has, the kids should get equal opportunity. I mean, until they are in the team, how would they know they are good enough, right? They need to be trained to be good enough. He's in the high school, but he thinks he should be in the team. Now, my question to all of you, then is his expectation right? Should he be in the high school team without doing any kind of, check on him whether he's good enough or not? I mean, anybody wants to say, what do you think he should be in the team? Because he thinks he is good. He enjoys watching it, even if he doesn't play that much. Should he be in that team? Right? I mean, I'm sure you guys won't be able to answer it here, but you know your answer, what the answer is going to be. And most likely answer should be no, right? He shouldn't be because he's not ready to be part of that team. Now, the same thing when we have kids going to these specialized program, and I got a lot of requests from many parents that they say, Yogesh, you're going.
Pardon me, Mr. Kumar. My understanding was that you were speaking about the robotics STEM.
I have that too, but I'm bringing it to
No, so you have to speak about what you intended to speak about, and what was communicated to us was that it was about the STEM and robotics program, not about a lottery.
No, what I'm trying to bring is to you guys is of course these things are connected. Maybe for a school board these things are disconnected. For me as a parent, these are connected things. Now, bringing it to the STEM, right? So what happens in the school system that yes, the kids should be good at something, right? So we want to provide them the opportunity. We wanted to provide them the opportunity so that they can good at sport, they can good at the STEM. So what we have done, right, as a nonprofit organization, that we have prepared a set of 6 contests that comes with a variety of training that's free for every school, every kid in Canada. And I have some flyers if I can leave if you guys wanted to have a look at those ones. And in fact, more than 1,000 students from TDS, we have already signed up for those ones. There can be a lot more students who can sign up, who can benefit from those programs as well, right? So that they are prepared to enjoy whatever specialized program they want to go to. So this opportunity is like for the students, not means like we used to have only math, computing, and debate since last year. But now we have also photography, we have creative writing and art. There are all these contests that a lot of parents and students are interested. Now to make these things competitive, because we cannot track every student, we cannot really make them participate in these things. What we do is we're saying that if school sign up, they can proctor their student. And that's what the help we need. Like once the student participate, what we are also committing that 10% student, at least 10% of the students from a school will win, because all schools are different in a way. So a specialized school may have a very expert kind of kids, but it doesn't mean the other schools should not win. So we are creating a model where there will be an overall award, but there should be an award for the school level too. So we have these 6 beautiful contests, and I mean, there's a huge demand for those ones. And I wanted to use this as an opportunity to talk about this, and wanted to say that this is the way, and connecting back to the theme that we want to prepare a student so they can be prepared to handle the STEM when they come to high school, when they want to do it. So we want to generate their interest. We want to give them the opportunity to excel in the STEM area. If you guys have any question, you're welcome to ask. I'm done from my side.
I'm not seeing any questions. Oh, Trustee Shen, Vice Chair Shen, please go ahead.
So you, just to be clear, you were talking about a program that your not-for-profit offers for students. And you talked quite a bit about interest during your presentation in the last 2 minutes. So if somebody is interested, they would be able to come to your program, or if somebody has to be screened before they come to your program?
So if they're interested, then their school can, they just need to fill a spreadsheet, send it to us. Here, the student, we don't need any personal information about the student except for their name, so that we can create the account, and then they can participate in these contests. If they're interested, we are saying that they can come, but they won't be competitive because we won't be able to proctor them.
Thank you.
If they come through the school, then we give them awards as well.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair.
Okay, I would just advise everybody in the room that we can't be promoting a business or a partnership. If this is about a partnership opportunity, I would encourage you to reach out to the partnership office, and we can certainly connect you to that. But that's not what delegations are for, just to be clear. Trustee Pei, please go ahead.
Yeah, is Yogesh, I just have a question regarding the program so what ages or what grade student really can get into the program? How you can make sure those students get the program, they can be really fitting to the contest? Because as I understand, you need a certain knowledge to be competitive, right?
Right, there are two parts. They're from grade 1 to grade 12 students. They're all welcome to participate in this contest. And we have been giving them the free training program if they sign up. We have been running it for last 10 weeks where when they sign up, they can participate in the contest. And this is not a promotional opportunity. I have been filling these partnership. As soon as I press the send button, they reject it. So this is my way of kind of reaching out. What do I do? If you tell me the process, I can follow it. I can follow this, fill that application of partnership 10 more times. But as soon as I press the send button, it rejects it.
So Yogesh, I know you have my email because I'm your trustee for Mark Garneau. So I would encourage you, why don't you send me an email and I can provide you with information on partnership opportunities. Does that sound like a plan? And we can certainly connect further on this, but I don't think this is the forum because what we thought you were delegating on was the STEM report that was going to board. So this seems slightly different from that.
But that's not what I wrote in my email. I wrote in the email what I'm talking about. So I'm not sure where they're disconnected, but
Okay.
I was clear about what I'm going to discuss.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Anything further, Trustee Pei, or are you good?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much for coming.
Thank you.
It's good to see you. Okay, next up we have item number 7. So we have a series of delegations on item 7.1 tonight, which is the addressing Islamophobia motion. First up, we have delegate number 6, which is Yusuf Ahmed, who's a TDSB student, and this is a virtual delegation. So Yusuf, can you hear us? You need to press *6 to unmute. Oh, there's no delegate. Okay. Do we have number 7? No. Okay. No online so far. Okay. Do we have Mohammed Masood Alam from Canadian Community Services Organization? Marie Egan? Okay, so I'm just going to clarify with governance staff. We don't have anybody in the room. I'm wondering if there's been a...
If everyone confirmed that they will come, but I have no one in my waiting room.
Okay, and did they confirm that they were going to be speaking?
Yes, with their phone number.
Okay, so let's see. Do we have Ismail Ugar? Oh.
I have Nazira Sheikh here, number 10. I can let them in.
Oh, Okay, well, let's start with that one.
Sorry, through the chair, I just want to let you all know that right now it's the afternoon prayer. So there may be a few of them that are coming in a little bit later than expected. So just give it a few minutes here. I'm sure some of them will start coming.
Okay, well, we'll go through the list of who we have here and we'll circle back as we can. So I understand that we haven't, can we just confirm from governance staff who we do have here?
Yes, I have Yusuf now.
Oh, you have Yusuf now. Okay, wonderful. Yusuf, I'm hoping that you can hear us. You will have 5 minutes to speak to trustees, and then they have the opportunity to ask you questions of clarification. So I'm hoping that you can hear us, and you would press *6 to unmute. And we have a timer on the screen. I'm not sure if you can see that, but even if you can't, I will let you know when your time is up. Yusuf, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi. Okay, so welcome to the meeting. The way this works is you have 5 minutes to speak, and we'll let you know when your time is up. If you have a timer, if you can see what's on the screen, you know, that would work too. And after you're done, if you could just stay on the line for a moment in case we have questions of clarification from trustees.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
So thank you guys for having me. So I'm going to start right away because of the timer. Muslims have suffered alarming increases in hate crimes over the past few years. During Ramadan, the holiest month for Muslims, hate crimes have reached unprecedented levels just this year.
Yusuf, sorry to interrupt you. Would you mind speaking a little bit louder if possible? We're having a little bit of trouble hearing you in the boardroom.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Muslims have suffered alarming increases in hate crimes over the past few years. During Ramadan, the holiest month for Muslims, hate crimes have reached unprecedented levels just this year. Sadly, Islamophobia still exists. It is important that schools understand Islamophobia and fight against it. Members of the community do not feel safe going anywhere as they do not know what will happen. We begin to see differences in our community when students feel safe and are assured that their teachers and staff understand and respect their religion. Anti-Muslim hate and Islamophobia is an issue that exists within the education system. As a 16-year-old black male and a visible Muslim, I have experienced discrimination due to my religion and the color of my skin. I, Yusuf Ahmed, have experienced numerous challenges as a black Muslim student in TDSB school and have had to work harder than other kids to achieve where I am now. After a fairly recent incident when a student called me the N-word during chemistry class, it had a significant impact on me and caused a severe wake-up call for me to defend myself and speak up for my rights. People instinctively categorize us Muslims as terrorists and criticize us for our faith. Due to a tragic event that occurred just a little over 20 years ago, today, many Muslim students are often made fun of at school for having bombs in their bags and being terrorists as jokes, even though it is not funny. Every day, I hear Muslims being attacked and bullied in school halls simply for believing in their beliefs. As a student who have been told many terrorist jokes directly to my face in front of my teachers and staff, I've never felt protected by my school. My worries as a Muslim 16-year-old should be centered around what I want to do after high school and finding my career. I shouldn't be afraid of what to do in a day at school based off of my religion and race every day. In my opinion, TDSB schools are not a safe place for Muslim students, and I'm here to urge the trustees to take action and consider passing the anti-Islamophobia motion. If not, Muslim students in TDSB will continue to feel unsafe at school. This is an urgent need for such a difficult thing to deal with in a TDSB school, and surely other Muslim students would appreciate more support and action. There have been people who have endured far worse systemic or interpersonal situations than mine. I decided to attend this event because of this. in hope that it might help change the future for me and other Muslim students in the future by sharing my experiences with TDSB. With the Toronto District Board having a significant population of Muslim students and staff, we strongly urge the Toronto District School Board of Trustees to consider passing the motion addressing Islamophobia presented by Trustees Linden Hassan and Trustees Nathan Sean. We are hoping that the strategy is the first step to a brighter present and a stronger relationship between Muslim students and TDSB, and the beginning of a better, safer environment for all Muslim students. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. I'm just checking to see if we have any questions from trustees.
Okay.
Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to apologize to Yusuf if he has experienced hate in his school, and assure him that we do have a process in place when this is reported to an adult in the building. We have a hate portal where these incidents are meant to be reported so that education can happen to the whole school community, so that students of all identities can feel safe in their schools. So I simply wanted to let him know that and tell him I'm very sorry for what he has experienced, and I hope it will get better with education. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Vice Chair Shen, please go ahead.
Wanted to thank the delegate for taking the time during Ramadan after school to join. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you for coming, Yusuf. Next up, I'm just going to check who we have in the room. The next one. Okay, so we have Elul Aden, and I apologize if I have said your name incorrectly, and please feel free to correct me.
Hello, yeah, that's me.
Can I ask you to speak up as loud as possible? It's a little bit hard to hear you in the boardroom.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you hear me right now?
Yes, that's much better. Wonderful. So the way this works is you have 5 minutes to speak, and then trustees are allowed to ask questions of clarification. Please go ahead.
Okay. It has become alarmingly common for Muslim students in Canada to be victimized by hate crimes in the past few years. According to a report by the National Council of Canadian Muslims, nearly 2/3 of Canadian Muslims have experienced discrimination or bias since 9/11. Islamophobia is still prevalent, as evidenced by the murder of a Muslim family in London, Ontario in June 2021, and the shooting of the Quebec City Mosque in 2017. Anti-Muslim hate and Islamophobia is issues that exist within the education system. As an immigrant 16-year-old Muslim girl, I have seen others experience Islamophobia in school environments. For instance, in middle school, one of my friends, a hijabi, was frequently asked to remove her hijab before participating in gym class. She confided in me about the shame she experienced and how she felt insecure about wearing her hijab and her cultural identity following these experiences. Even after the matter was reported to the principal, our gym teacher's attitude did not change, which further continued to make the discriminatory attitudes towards Muslim students at our school worse, as it seemed like our school did not care about the issue, which made students, especially my friends, feel like they weren't seen or heard. My experience is not unique. There have been many people who have endured far worse at the systemic and interpersonal level than I have seen. It is vital for school officials to take an active stance against Islamophobia and create a welcoming and inclusive learning environment for all students to ensure students have a positive experience at school with their peers and teachers. With the Toronto District School Board having a significant population of Muslim students and staff, we strongly urge the Toronto District School Board of Trustees to consider passing the motion addressing Islamophobia presented by Trustee Libin Hassan and Trustee Nathan Sean. We are hoping that this strategy is the first step to making a difference for many Muslim students, creating a safe and welcoming environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to check if there are questions.
Okay.
I'm not seeing any. So thank you very much for coming and sharing your experience with us. It really helps us to understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Next up, we have Asiya Khan from the National Council of Canadian Muslims. Welcome. Please press *6 to unmute. We're hoping you can hear us.
Hello.
Hi. So, Asia, you have 5 minutes to speak, and then trustees have the ability to ask questions of clarification only. So there is a timer, and I'll let you know when 5 minutes is up. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. So as was shared, my name is Afia Khan. I'm the Director of Education Programs with the National Council of Canadian Muslims, the NCCM. The NCCM is a civil liberties and human rights organization that focuses on combating Islamophobia and racism through public and legal advocacy and, of course, education. I'm here today to express my support for the motion brought forward by Trustee Shan and Hassan on addressing Islamophobia. As many of you are already aware, NCCM has a productive relationship with the TDSB to support anti-racist and anti-Islamophobia initiatives and advocating for Muslim students and community members when they face hate and discrimination. So it's in the spirit of our productive ongoing relationship that I take a few minutes to address each of you today. This strategy is vital during a time of rising Islamophobia. As many of you have already heard through previous delegates, as Muslims engage in Ramadan, there have been a series of mosque attacks. Just today, early findings of Senate committee study indicated that Islamophobia is widespread in Canada. 2021, there was a truck attack that killed 4 members of the same Muslim family in London, Ontario. And as we kind of think through all of these instances, it's important for us to be reminded of the landscape in which we operate. Canada has become a leader among G7 countries in Islamophobia-related fatalities in the recent past. In the aftermath of the London attack, Muslim communities came together to share what was needed in order to systemically root out forms of hate, specifically Islamophobia. And at the top of some of those recommendations was an aim for school boards in Canada to adopt an anti-Islamophobia strategy. So that report is available online, and I encourage folks to have a look at it. And in the aftermath of that, we had the Peel District School Board on September 30th, 2021, pass a motion calling for an adoption of a board-wide anti-Islamophobia strategy. Earlier this year, in January, the Peel District School Board set an example by becoming the first school board in Canada to adopt such a strategy. This sends an important message to the community that Islamophobia is being taken seriously. And as we hear kind of what's happening in our communities, it'd be naive for us to assume that Islamophobia does not exist in our schools or in our hallways or in our classrooms. We recognize that TDSB is a leader in equity education. According to the 2017 TDSB census, about 19% of the student population identifies as Muslim. And so sustained anti-Islamophobia work is necessary. Systemic work is necessary to ensure all students and staff feel safe and welcome. At NCCM, we get a number of calls on a daily basis from parents, community members, as well as students and staff. And when we think about some of the mechanisms that are in place, such as the hate portal, many parents that have shared with us instances of Islamophobia, many of them don't know that they could even use these mechanisms to report. And so until some of these systemic mechanisms translate into, real life change for Muslim students, staff, and families, we have continued work to do. And it's important for us to note the ways in which this trauma flows through our communities, right? And so we have families, we have parents who experience trauma, as well as students in many ways. And I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about that because I know we had students who had shared the various ways, right? Bullying, alienation, the lack of understanding and support for Muslim students, their accommodations, and just the general sense that Islamophobia has become normalized in certain spaces. And so in thinking through all of these different pieces, a lot of work is happening, and we acknowledge that, but we need to understand that a systemic response is required. A specific, targeted, transparent strategy with budgetary allocations is needed to systemically address Islamophobia. Currently, the work is happening in a piecemeal fashion, and so the community needs to see action that is coherent and is systemic. It's a major step in the right direction for TDSB and in their commitment to equity and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Dawson, I know you had a question for clarification.
Hi, Asiya. Thank you so much for your delegation and also for speaking with me earlier today. I just wanted to let you know that I've been listening intently to you and to the students who spoke previously. And the recurring theme really seems to be that we do need to do a better job of educating families around mechanisms like the Human Rights Reporting Portal. So that is something that I just wanted to let you know I hear that, I acknowledge that, and it'll be something that will hopefully come up in conversation later tonight. So thank you very much for your delegation and for bringing all of these issues to our attention.
Sure. Thank you, Trustee Dawson.
Okay, next up we have Vice Chair Shen. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Asya, for joining today and for the work NCCM is doing, not just with Toronto District School Board, but across the province and across the country. I wanted to ask you, I know in your remarks you made a few comments where you said we need a sustained strategy, we need a systemic strategy to look at systemic issues. Do you get the sense that is missing right now, or is that something you're currently involved in? What is your level of involvement currently is, and what type of interventions are you involved in as an organization with TDSP and other boards?
Thank you for the question. So currently we are involved in a series of learning partnerships. So we are delivering workshops and trainings to students and members of the community through SEBSA, through the equity team. And, it's been incredible to see kind of the excitement around these sessions, and they're important. But like I shared, Islamophobia is dynamic. And so while we need kind of learning, there's also so many other layers and areas that require attention in order for us to actually root out hate and Islamophobia systemically, right? Such as the pieces around, parent engagement, thinking about staff, human resources, what that means, how do we ensure that our students see themselves in the curriculum in ways that are affirming. There are so many different areas. And so a sustained strategy that's systemic, that looks at all of this, and of course acknowledges kind of the work that is being done, but the work that still needs to happen is needed in order for communities to actually feel like they're valued and what we're sharing today is actually honored.
Thank you, Asya. I have one more question. I know you are heavily involved as an organization in the Peel District School Board strategy. Can you tell us a little bit about what kind of impact the strategy has had so far and what kind of hope it has brought to the community?
I think, a lot of these strategies don't happen overnight, right? Communities, on families, parents, students come together and they're on the ground advocating for change and for years and years, right? And so for many, right, these strategies come at a time where it's kind of like the breaking point, right? There's urgency, there's a need for things to change. And so at the Peel District School Board, having the strategy in place was really a way for families to, ensure that hope is operationalized, right? We talk a lot about hope in education and in equity work, but what does hope actually look like? How do we operationalize hope, right? And this strategy is a way for us to do that. We hear from community, they know what they want, they know what they need. And so in putting together the strategy, NCCM was part of the writing team, we were part of the community consultations, and it required ongoing consultation with community. We had to ensure that there were intersectional voices.
Thank you very much, Asiya. The time is up for the trustees' questions. So we'll just see if we have any other questions. Okay, I'm not seeing any, but thank you very much for coming and sharing your experience of working with us and how you think we need to go forward. Next up, we have Ramsha Tariq, TDSB alumni member. Ramsha, I'm hoping that you can hear me, and if you haven't already, you would press *6 to unmute.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Wonderful. So you have 5 minutes to speak, and then if there are questions of clarification from trustees, we just ask you to hold on the line for a minute once you finish, just to check, and we'll look after that. But please go ahead at the 5 minute mark.
Great.
You have 5 minutes, okay? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for having me. So, in recent years, the incidence of hate crimes against Muslims in Canada have...
Ramsha, sorry to interrupt, but can I just ask you to speak as loud as possible? It's a little hard to hear you in the boardroom, and there seems to be some background noise.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is it better now?
Much better. Please go ahead.
Okay. Let me also just turn off my speaker. Okay. In recent years, the incidence of hate crimes against Muslims in Canada has risen drastically. According to Statistics Canada, the number of hate crimes reported by police in Canada rose from 2,646 incidents in 2020 to 3,360 in 2021, a 27% increase. Hate crimes against Muslims continue to be a problem in Canada despite efforts to address them. Hate-motivated attacks on Muslims, such as the one last Monday at the mosque in Markham, are evidence of the ongoing prevalence of Islamophobia in Canada. The education system is not immune to the problem of anti-Muslim hate and Islamophobia, which are issues that can be found within it. I, Ramsha Tariq, a 22-year-old South Asian hijabi Muslim female living in Canada, and a former TDSB student, have experienced unwanted and invasive comments about my religion, as well as remarks about my commitment to my faith. Upon asking for a space to pray, I would be met with comments such as, "Can't you just do that at home? And I don't know, maybe ask someone else." It made me feel guilty for practicing my faith, all because I wanted to offer an obligatory prayer that I had no control over. As a previous Muslim student of TDSB, I felt unsafe and unwelcome due to the lack of accommodation and understanding regarding Islam. Although the City of Toronto has a reputation for being a welcoming and diverse city in all of Canada, the TDSB has failed in some aspects to demonstrate that understanding and welcomeness to its past and current students. The 16-year-old me felt ashamed of who I was because I couldn't pray, teachers didn't understand my religious boundaries, and made me feel guilty for asking for religious accommodations. Currently, there are many students in the TDSB who are experiencing what I went through not more than a few years ago. Sadly, what I've gone through, almost every Muslim has gone through, and some have experienced much worse. It is for this reason I have joined the Coalition for Racial Equity and Education project. I have taken it upon myself to stand up for my former self, as well as future and current students who have faced similar experiences of Islamophobia. No Muslim student should ever be placed in a situation where they feel embarrassed for being their authentic self. Given the significant number of Muslim students and staff in the Toronto District School Board, we urge the Board of Trustees to seriously consider adopting the Addressing Islamophobia motion, which was presented by Trustees Leban Hassan and Nita Anshan. By doing so, the Board can take an important step towards promoting diversity and fostering a sense of social unity within the school community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ramsha. I'm just looking to see if we have any questions. Okay. No questions. So thank you very much for coming and sharing your experiences with us. Next up, we have number 10, Nazra Sheikh, member of Mark Garneau Collegiate Institute School Council, also online tonight. Welcome, Nazra. Please press *6 to unmute.
Sarah?
Welcome,
Hi,
Nazra. We can hear you now.
I'm
Yes, we can.
Sarah.
So just try to speak as loud as possible because it's a little hard to hear us or to hear in the boardroom tonight.
Absolutely.
So you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead and stay on the line afterwards because there could be questions of clarification.
For sure. Okay, thank you. Good evening, honorable trustees, distinguished guests, and members of the TDSB. Ramadan Mubarak. My name is Nazra Sheikh, and I'm a parent of 2 children, one who currently attends Gateway Public School and another who recently graduated from Mark Garneau Collegiate Institute. I've been involved as a TDSB as a volunteer since 2008, serving as a school council chair at various levels and as a PAC rep for Don Valley East from 2016 to 2023. I also had the privilege of serving as a co-chair for the TDSB's Islamic Heritage Month Planning Committee for 5 years, from 2017 to 2022. Today, I'm here to share with you the impact of Islamophobia on TDSB students, families, and educators. I want to highlight why a motion specifically addressing Islamophobia is not only necessary, but long overdue. As a co-chair of Islamic Heritage Month, I witnessed numerous instances of hate directed towards our initiative, from hate-filled comments on our social media pages to newspaper articles and YouTube videos spreading Islamophobic rhetoric, and even protests by right-wing extremists at our community events. Our senior team lead, Executive Superintendent Jim Sparopoulos, was well aware of each and every one of these instances of hate. Despite these challenges, our committee remained committed to helping TDSB students, educators, and families reflect, celebrate, and learn about Islamic heritage. We dedicated countless hours curating culturally relevant educational resources for our schools. Unfortunately, incidents of Islamophobia in our school are often underreported. I recall an incident where our IHM resource guidebook for educators was attacked due to the inclusion of the definition of Islamophobia in a morning announcement. The irony is not lost on me today. Looking back, this incident and all others should have been documented and reported as Islamophobic incidents. Based on my experience, I can only imagine the number of underreported and unreported incidents of Islamophobia in our school board. What measures are being taken to address the underreporting of Islamophobia and to ensure the safety and well-being of Muslim students and staff in their education journey? How effective are the current tools, such as the Human Rights Department's hate portal, in addressing Islamophobia? According to Stats Canada, police-reported anti-crime hate crimes have increased by 71% between 2020 and 2021. How can we believe that only 3.1% of hate incidents in the TDSB are Islamophobic? Clearly, the data collection tools of the TDSB are failing. The increase in anti-Muslim hate crimes is a crisis that demands action. I can bear witness that the board has not taken any substantive action to address Islamophobia, specifically and directly, for 15 years and counting. In fact, it took the board 7 years to finally vet and approve Nasiha, a much-needed professional mental health resource that provides a youth helpline for immediate, anonymous, and confidential support over the phone or via text. As a board committed to equity, inclusion, and combating systemic discrimination, it's our responsibility to take action against Islamophobia. It is time for us to respond with a comprehensive strategy that specifically addresses Islamophobia with urgency and stands alone, without being diluted in a catch-all approach. The 2016 TDSB student census indicated that 1 out of 5 students self-identified as Muslim. We know that this number is on the rise, with roughly 1/4 of TDSB students currently identifying as Muslim. In some communities like mine, Muslim students represent over 80% of the student body. Why do administrators scramble and cobble together accommodation plans for Muslim students when effective strategies could be implemented across the board from the onset, ensuring inclusivity for all? The motion addressing Islamophobia can serve as a catalyst for similar motions that address the specific needs of other marginalized groups. While there may be commonalities, there are always unique aspects that speak to the lived realities of Muslim families in Toronto. It's high time that the TDSB recognizes this and takes action. As a board, we have a duty to create a safe and inclusive environment for all our students, regardless of their background or beliefs. By committing to a system-wide strategy to address Islamophobia, we're taking a proactive stance in combating discrimination and fostering inclusivity. Let's work together to make our schools and communities safe spaces for all, and send a strong message that Islamophobia has no place in our education system. I urge all trustees to support the motion brought forward by Trustees Shan and Hassan. Muslim students, educators, and families are closely monitoring this motion and the accompanying vote. Let us stand united against Islamophobia, more inclusive and equitable education system. Thank you, Chair Noslin, and the entire committee for your time and careful consideration.
Thank you, Nazra. We have a question from Trustee Dawson. Please go ahead.
Absolutely.
Hi, Naz. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, Alexa, how are you?
Good. Thank you very much for your delegation. I just wanted to ask a question of clarification around the underreporting of Islamophobic incidents that you have noted. And can you clarify why you believe that is and what may be needed to increase the reporting of incidents?
I'm not sure. Okay, so my background is in epidemiology, so I'm not sure it's like, oh, how do we increase reporting? Because that just doesn't mean that that gives a true reflection of, you know, what the incidences are around Islamophobia. What I do know from my personal experience is that when I faced all of these challenges as the co-chair for Islamic Heritage Month, we didn't report any single one of them. I have screenshots of every single hateful comment. There's documentation online that you can, Google and find that, really slander our initiatives. And like that back then, I know in 2017, 2018, the hate portal didn't exist. I believe it came about in 2020. And to my knowledge, just as a student spoke tonight, nobody's really reporting. Nobody knows that they can report. Even, searching for accommodations and things like that. Like it's a lack of knowledge and lack of awareness. And I think a lot of the work that's going to be done through this motion once it passes is that we will be able to promote and be able to encourage people. And, even the fear of reprisal, educators may not want to come forward, or students may not want to come forward because they may fear what's going to happen if they do report. So all of those things play into this. And I think that we've already heard from some of the students today that they didn't report these incidences. I'm telling you that I didn't report. My committee didn't report. My executive superintendent didn't report. And he's the human rights, executive. So we know that it's definitely underreported. It's just a matter of now, let's make a plan and let's figure out, what's going on. How are we going to better support our kids and the educators and everybody, the families that are all, involved in this, these types of heinous crimes and actions, I guess.
Thank you so much.
Does that answer your question?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, it did. And thank you so much, and also for all of the hard work and volunteering you do at the TDSB. It's greatly appreciated.
Okay, next up we have Vice Chair Shen with a question.
Thank you, Nesra, for your delegation, and thanks for the comments. I wanted to, and thanks for serving as a member, as an active member of the Islamic Heritage Month. I want to go back to that thing when you mentioned that it has been pretty challenging being in leadership role within Islamic Heritage Month. I understand it's about 20% of the population that Heritage Month caters to, potentially more. Can you tell me about what you meant by it is being challenging in terms of your responsibility with that committee and whether you were taking on work that could have been done by the board?
Absolutely. No, I mean, I think we all volunteer. There's, on the committee, there's parent volunteers, there's educators, there's administrators, there's community volunteers. And we kind of all step into the roles and things that we do. One of the things that I actually was responsible for was handling some of the social media. So, when we make posts or when we, share our initiatives or things online, it's a public space. You put things on Twitter, you put things on the internet, and people will respond and comment, some appropriately and some very inappropriately. We took it upon ourselves to kind of just, shoulder those inappropriate comments and file them away and keep them kind of as incentive and motivation to do the work that we do. Highlighting and naming hate mongers is not something that I enjoy doing. I don't think any group or, Heritage Month would probably enjoy doing that, but it's part of it. It's part and parcel. I think it's part of what you do if you're in a leadership position and you kind of share it with your co-chairs and your executive and say, okay, we saw this, somebody wrote this, or this is a comment, or they're planning a protest at our event. Like, what are we going to do? Is there going to be a police presence? Is there going to be security? There's just other things that kind of factor into being in a heritage, committee where Islamophobia is front and center. So yeah, it is quite challenging. I don't know if it's not going to be me, it's going to be somebody else. So it doesn't matter who it is. Nobody should have to deal with that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming, Nazar. I don't see any other questions from trustees. Next up.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Next up, we have Elizabeth Bristol, who's a TDSB teacher. Good evening, Elizabeth. Please press star
Hello,
six.
can you hear me?
Welcome. So Elizabeth, the way this works is you have 5 minutes to speak, at which point that will be followed by questions from trustees for clarification, if there are any. I will give you a notice at the 5-minute mark. Okay, please go ahead and try to speak loudly so we can hear you. Thank you. Elizabeth, are you still here with us? Oh, okay. So we will move on to the next delegate and we will come back if she comes back on. So we have Waji Hunisa, and I apologize if I have incorrectly pronounced your name. Please feel free to correct me. From Macklin Public School and Brimwood Public School. I'm hoping that you can hear us. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hi there.
Hi. So the way this works, welcome. You will have 5 minutes to present, and then at that time, I will let you know when your time is up. And then if there are questions from trustees for clarification, they may ask them. So just hold on the line for a minute once you've finished, just in case. Please go ahead.
Hey. Good evening, Chairperson, trustees, other delegates and attendees. Sorry, I have a sore throat. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Waji Hanissa, and I'm a mother of 3 children. 2 of my children attend TDSP elementary schools. As you may know, this is the month of Ramadan, a very holy month for us Muslims. I was very delighted when my youngest daughter told me that she had decided to wear a hijab to school for this special month. We were really joyous that she felt confident in expressing her faith at her school. However, this joy was short-lived and quickly turned to concerns when we received a phone call from her principal one evening. Her classmate had called her a bomber. We were shocked beyond belief that this Islamophobic remark came from a grade 5 student, someone who is at the budding stage of developing their view about different communities. Sadly, it is already tainted with Islamophobia at such a tender age. About a week later, I was studying at Goldhawk Toronto Public Library. I was approached by a man who said to me in a very intimidating voice, "Break your fast." I was shocked into silence, and in that moment, he wandered off to approach other Muslim students who were also in the library. He asked them, "Are you Muslim?" And when they replied yes, he said, "What are you guys doing here?" He started spewing swear words and Islamophobic comments like, "If you're fasting, then I'm going to piss in your mouth, and that the gates of hell have opened, and all you Muslims have come out." I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm just a little overwhelmed here. That night, I lay awake in my bed with the events of the morning on repeat on my mind. The next day, before I could even properly process what had happened to me, I found out that my husband's place of work, the local mosque, had been attacked by an individual who had entered the mosque and attempted to run over worshippers as they peacefully left for their morning prayers. Thankfully, the security at the mosque acted fast and averted what could have been another fatality similar to that of London's. Islamophobia is underreported. I hesitated to report this incident at the library to the Toronto police myself, but after some good advice, I did, and I'm glad I did. I can guarantee that Muslims are not reporting incidents of Islamophobia. We've been told for too long to stay silent and put up with it. It'll take time for many Muslims to unlearn this. and the TDSB can be part of this unlearning process. Unfortunately, the 3 acts of Islamophobia and hate my family have experienced in the last 2 weeks are just a few of the many documented examples. Who knows how many more undocumented examples there are? I know that TDSB has an equity, anti-racism, and anti-oppression policy that is working to combat racism and hate. But we need more than that for the kind of hate Muslims are met with. Islamophobia has a specific language of hate, specific acts of violence, and specific barriers in the systems and society that we live in. We have to teach our youth to identify, name, and disrupt these specific type of hate directed towards Muslims. Addressing Islamophobia and the particular needs of Muslim students requires a specific strategy, a policy, and a motion. A blanket anti-hate, anti-racism policy is not enough. I implore you to vote for the proposed motion to address this and put an end to this once and for all. It's been more than 2 weeks, but I remain scared and shaken. Hate-filled and demeaning remarks are etched in my mind, and I haven't found the courage to go back to the library, a place I often visit with my children. Our sense of security has been shattered, to say the least, and we're wondering if we can ever go back to feeling safe again. This is the last place that I wanted to be today, speaking publicly about my experiences. I'm terrified that it could possibly bring on more hateful, violent acts directed towards my family, but I had to be here to do the right thing so that our children would not have to live under this cloud of hate and fear. Let's set up an environment now so a child doesn't call a fellow classmate a bomber today and in a few years end up at a mosque with hateful intentions. I request you all to also do the right thing today. Vote in favor of the proposed motion for Islamophobia to be addressed in a way that is actionable and accountable. Thank you, everyone. And I apologize for the disruption. I'm kind of just overwhelmed with all that's been happening.
Thank you very much for your very moving sharing with us today. And please don't feel you have to apologize. I'm not seeing any questions. Oh, my apologies. We have Trustee Rajagulasingham who would like to ask you a question of clarification, followed by Trustee Hassan.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Waji Khansia. I also want to just say how you showed so much courage by coming in today and sharing your experiences. I can't imagine having to experience it personally myself, but also family members. And you showed so much courage, and please don't apologize for feeling overwhelmed because what you're going through is not easy. I do have a question of clarification, and if you don't feel comfortable or safe to answer, then you don't need to. But you mentioned that you also hesitated when it came to disclosing what happened to you at the library. Can you share what your hesitation? Can you clarify what your hesitation was? And why it may not be easy to disclose instances of Islamophobia.
Do you mean to say why I hesitated to call the police?
Yes, please, yes.
So initially my reaction was, is this like a big of a thing to be calling the police for? And I didn't know that you could call the police for such things. But later on, I learned from one of my cousin brothers, he's a cop with the York region, and he said that, yes, these incidents have to be reported to the police. So I wasn't sure if I was to directly call the police or I was to approach the library for help. I approached the library for help and they called the security. That's one of the things that I also wanted to bring to light, is that libraries should have a protocol themselves. Such places of, like public places should have a protocol in place where such an individual comes in and harasses people. They already should know what they're supposed to do. I'm kind of I'm kind of in shock that the library didn't know, and they were actually looking towards us for answers, like what they were looking for cues from us to know what we would like to do. So I would really like for policies to be there, for people to know that, okay, if such an incident takes place, they should call the police themselves. Because for people who are undergoing such kind of harassment, they're in no position to think straight and, you know, call for help themselves. So it would be really helpful if authorities or the management knows what to do in such situations.
Thank you, Ms. Anissa. And I agree with you. I don't think we should be relying on communities that are impacted, that it may be traumatic and triggering to relive these experiences. So we thank you for your emotional labor and thank you for coming in today. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Rajagulasingham. Next up, we have Trustee Hassan, followed by Vice Chair Shan.
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to thank you, Waju Hanisa, for coming forward and being so courageous to share your story of your lived experience as a Muslim woman in Toronto. And unfortunately, this story that you explain right now it's something that we see quite too often. As someone who has a mother and an older sister who came to this country as refugee Muslims, they have very much similar stories to what you've shared. And today, Waju Hunisa, we hope that this strategy that Trustee Shan and I are hoping to implement will allow us to see less situations of such acts of hate, especially in our school system. So once again, I just wanted to thank you, Waju Hunisa, for coming forward and being so courageous. And I'm wishing you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Please go ahead, Vice Chair Shan.
Thank you, Wajih Hanisa, for sharing and for your courage. I wanted to ask a question about the incident that happened in the school. What kind of support, if you're able to, can you clarify as to how the school responded and what type of support they provided?
I would like to say that I'm very thankful and appreciative of the school. They got back to us immediately when the incident happened, the same evening itself, and the principal was very supportive. She offered us support, and she said that if there's anything that we would like to do, like how would we like to approach the situation, would we like to like they actually wanted to know how we would go about. And I think they at least had a protocol. The principal knew what needs to be done. She also arranged a meeting with my husband as a way for them to know how they would like us for us to proceed with this and bring a resolution to this. So I believe my husband had a meeting at the school with the principal and a few other members in this regards. So we're thankful and grateful that such measures are there for family members who've been under harassment of this sort.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you so much for having me.
We're just going to go back to make sure we have Elizabeth Bristol. Elizabeth, are you there? Please press *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So the way this works is you have 5 minutes, and at that point, we will move on to questions of clarification if there are any from trustees. So please go ahead.
My name is Elizabeth Bristol. I'm a central staff member with the TDSB, and I've been with the board for 25 years. During my time in the system, I've been witness to a multitude of Islamophobic events. My identity as a white person gives me a privilege in spaces that many others don't receive. Here are a few examples of what I've heard and seen. Many staff saying people wearing hijabs, and they're referring to staff and parents specifically, are oppressed and abused. Teachers feel students are neglecting their education because they're attending Friday prayers, and they say things like, "You're away Friday afternoon, what do you expect?" to the student. The term terrorist is thrown around and never addressed and unpacked by the adults in the building, becoming very normalized. Students go out of the school system for 2 to 3 years to complete the memorization of the Quran. This is a significant achievement for Muslims, and not all do it. Teachers are often upset that they're expected to fill the gaps in the children's learning when they return to the schools, and they blame the children and their families. There's no attempt to connect with the community and gain a deeper understanding of the process and how it could be supported. In fact, some teachers even refer to these spaces as cells radicalizing young Muslim boys. Last year, while working in a public school, I noticed when a Muslim staff member was in hearing range, certain staff members would loudly say, "We have a homophobic staff member." It was evident that they were referring to the hijab-wearing staff member, and efforts were made to isolate her. I approached her and asked if she was having a difficult time this year, and she told me yes. We had a discussion, and she asked what she could do. I told her about the Human Rights Office, and I told her she could talk to the principal as well. It was clear she was struggling in that space and had little support. She was facing discrimination and being falsely accused of homophobia. It continued into this school year, and that staff member is now on leave. And another instance, I was working in a space where some Muslim hijab-wearing female students left a classroom as they had permission from their guardians to not attend health education classes. They left the school, but returned to get something. They were stopped by a teacher who told them to go back to class. They tried to explain that they were not taking part in the health education class, but the teacher spoke over them and said, "Don't you understand English?" and then spoke to them in French. The students said, "We don't understand French, we speak Arabic." But the teacher continued to speak to them in French, and then finally in English said, "Well, you're in Canada, it's English and French." This teacher, holding a position of authority, belittled these young students. It was evident that the teacher disliked them leaving the health education class, and that it aligned with their Islamic value system. However, the teacher didn't like that and chose to exercise their authority. I've been able to hear the stories of my Muslim colleagues as well. One hijab-wearing colleague was teaching her class when the principal came in. While in discussion, another teacher came in and saw a class full of children, his principal and his colleague. He decided to shout, "Terrorists." My colleague was in shock, turned to her principal, who left. Nothing was done, nothing was addressed. The students sat in confusion. As a coach, a visible Muslim colleague expressed she is always being acknowledged as the lunchroom supervisor or EA. Not once has she been asked if she is an admin in the building, a teacher, or an SO. That's because there's an intrinsic message within the board that Muslims are not leaders. And we see this because there are no Muslim leaders sitting at the big tables making policy decisions. I'd like to end by saying that this anti-Islamophobia strategy is not a want, but a need. To those choosing not to endorse it, you are choosing to allow the violence and harm to continue to staff and students and their families.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I'm just looking around the room to see if there are any questions. I'm not seeing any, so we will move on. Thank you for coming and sharing your experiences with us. Next up, we have Riaz Sufi from Cornell Junior Public School and Cedar Brae Collegiate Institute. Riaz, can you hear us?
Yes, hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 5 minutes, so please go ahead at the 5-minute mark. I will let you know, and then we will see if there are any questions of clarification from trustees.
Sounds good. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. So my name is Riaz Sufi, and I have a child that attends Cornell Junior Public School and a niece in Cedarbrae Collegiate Institute. Both of these schools have a very large Muslim student population. I would like to urge trustees to support the motion addressing Islamophobia, as I believe that an important part of education should be to promote empathy and understanding through cultural and religious literacy. However, the needs and lived realities of today's Muslim students living in Toronto are complex. A broad strategy of anti-hate, anti-racism is not enough. We need to get into the weeds. If we don't, then this type of ignorance will just continue to breed hate, and the hate, as you've already heard, could lead to some potential violence. So I'd like to share a couple of personal experiences to shed light on why I think a specific strategy addressing the needs of Muslim students is absolutely critical. Firstly, my son's currently in grade 6, and we're very fortunate that he is in one of the most sought after elementary schools in Scarborough. As he has been growing older, he learned about these incidents of religious hatred, and he started questioning why anyone would attack people of faith who are supposed to be centered around a belief in a merciful God and who are supposed to be emulating the beautiful character of a prophet of God. He felt confused. He felt very worried. But after a librarian in a school organized the first ever Islamic Heritage Month assembly while he was in grade 3, things changed drastically. He was very relieved, and he was actually very proud of his Muslim identity, and he felt much more confident about himself. So the teacher that organized the assembly was a Muslim, and she did an absolutely fantastic job. Unfortunately, she endured significant challenges to make the event happen, and she's no longer with the school as she was surplused. But since then, the spirit of Islamic Heritage Month in the school has largely been diminished. Students like my son, they don't really feel like there's anyone in the school that truly values their identity. So I'd like to ask, what is the TDSB doing to build the capacity of Muslim educators? Why aren't there more Muslim identifying administrators and members of the senior team? Moving on to my niece. So my niece was in high school. She joined the Cedarbrae Collegiate Muslim Student Association, or MSA, this year. And they had no Muslim identifying teacher as a staff representative. So the MSA executive asked the teacher who isn't Muslim if she would be willing to do it, and she agreed. This year, the MSA held the first ever event addressing social pressures specifically that Muslim students are facing in the school's large auditorium. Booking this auditorium was unfortunately a lengthy and difficult process because staff were hesitant about a religious speaker and the idea of students observing religious practices and religious talk at a school. Eventually, the auditorium booking was approved. And the event, it was a huge success. There was over 150 students attending, and even the staff advisor and the principal, they thanked the MSA for organizing one of the most productive student-led events at the school ever. Unfortunately, however, the students still say that they have a hard time having the prayer room unlocked whenever they need it. And recently, when students wanted to have Muslim spirit announcements during Ramadan, again, staff said they felt uncomfortable allowing it because schools are supposed to be secular, and the school administration didn't have the knowledge or understanding of Islam to vet their announcements. So this clearly illustrates that there needs to be more education about Muslims in Islam for TDSB administrators, especially. My niece's example also shows the specific needs that are unique to Muslim students. Thus, a motion addressing Islamophobia and the specific needs of Muslim students is absolutely necessary. So I would like to urge all the trustees, let's move beyond general strategies with little impact, and let's move to specific, pragmatic ways to address Islamophobia and the needs of almost a quarter of the TDSB student population. So please support this motion so that Muslim students have a sense of belonging in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Riaz. I'm not seeing any questions of clarification. So thank you very much for coming and sharing your experience about your experience and your niece's experience. Thank you. Next up, we have Samia Hassan and Samaha Qureshi from the Council of Agencies Serving South Asians.
Hi there, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, we can. So the way this works, I think you've deputed before, but so you probably know, but you have 5 minutes. At the 5-minute mark, I'll let you know your time is up, and then there may be questions of clarification from trustees. Please go ahead.
Sounds good. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak here today. As mentioned, my name is Samia Hassan. I am the Executive Director of the Council of Agencies Serving South Asians. CASA is an umbrella organization with over 120 member agencies across Ontario. We serve South Asian communities and organizations that serve South Asians. I am speaking to you today from the traditional unceded, unsurrendered territories of the Mississaugas of the Credit, of the Anishinaabe Nation, the Haudenosaunee, and the Allied Nations. Since the Quebec Mosque and Christchurch massacres in 2017 and 2019, CASA has been actively engaged in anti-Islamophobia work in combating all forms of hate crimes, hate speech, and hate incidents on a national scale. I'm also a graduate of the TDSB system and attended various schools, including Roywood Public School, Bellevue Junior Public School, J.S. Woodsworth Senior Public School, Woburn Collegiate Institute, and Lester B. Pearson Collegiate Institute. So I've gone through my fair share of lived experience in TDSB schools. You can't see me, but I am a visibly Muslim South Asian woman and have been since grade 4. I am speaking to all TDSB trustees today while encompassing various identities that I carry. As a leader of CASA, as a graduate of TDSB, as a strong proponent and advocate of anti-Islamophobia work, as a hijabi Muslim woman, and as a parent of 2 young children. CASA, along with trustee Nathan Chan, were also very actively involved in the passing of the motion at the Peel School Board in 2021 to establish an anti-Islamophobia strategy, which was developed with the support of NCCM, as you heard earlier, and launched earlier this year. It became the first school board in the history of Canada and perhaps North America to take this bold step to create a system-wide strategy to tackle Islamophobia from its roots. Roots that we already heard that formulate their foundation in early years in human life, especially through education that we receive as children and youth. And we've also heard Islamophobia has a unique history, a unique impact. In fact, some research akin the impact of hate crimes to that of sexual assault and manifestations in school boards. It needs a dedicated strategy in order to remove its roots from the system. We have heard from youth about their experiences of Islamophobia in schools. Muslim students who face Islamophobia from staff, students, and the curriculum are not able to be their true, authentic self. They're forced to hide their identities and often made to feel ashamed of their faith. This has a huge toll on their mental health, on their physical health, and their sense of belonging. I can tell you from firsthand experience that this happened to me, the young version of me, throughout the 10+ years of my life in the PTSD system. As a parent, I don't want my children and others to feel this way. Schools are supposed to be a space where they feel absolutely safe. Through a dedicated strategy, it also signals to the Muslim students and parents and communities that they matter. The school board hears their concerns and are invested in their well-being. We are asking for a strategy that not only includes training, but a review of hiring practices, a curriculum review, culturally responsive mental health support for Muslim students, educators, and families, mechanisms to engage Muslim communities in the strategy, development and implementation, and accountability measures that includes indicators of success. As trustees of the TDSB, you have a heavy load to carry on your shoulders tonight. You are trusted by the residents in your ward to make decisions and create education policies and strategies in the best interest of the students who attend your schools. You are trusted to not let politics get in the way of supporting some of the most vulnerable and marginalized students and families that come to your school. You are trusted to not brush this off as something not needed because it is already mentioned in certain policies. You are trusted to not refer this motion back to staff as was done back in 2021, and yet nothing came out of it. You are trusted to not dismiss this as something that is already being done through TDSB's partnership with NCCM for learning workshops. And we've already heard from Asia that we need to do more. This is a month of Ramadan when Muslims around the world engage in peaceful acts of worship, support those who are less privileged, support communities, and engage in congregations. Just in this month alone, we have seen a spike in the incidence of Islamophobia and anti-Muslim hate crimes and hate speech. I'm sure you're all aware of the incidents in the place of worship as well. Our community members are constantly being targeted, and some of them have even lost their lives. We need urgent action now, and I, along with the 200+ residents, including 50+ organizations who signed our petition, which you all have received, are hoping that trustees here today will take the responsible and high road in favor of passing the motion that was put forward by Trustee Shad and Trustee Hassan. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Smaha for final thoughts.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for having us here today. I'm Smaha Qureshi, the project coordinator for the Coalition for Equity in Education project with CASA. After working with Muslim youth and hearing their stories, it is clear that they never feel safe at school. There is a lack of understanding among staff and teachers at TDSB with the experience of severity of Islamophobia students face. Today, we heard some youth tell us about how they fear what their day will look like in school more because of their faith in their career or grades. Muslim students are getting bullied at TDSB schools on a daily basis, schools that trustees are responsible for. If our youth don't feel safe, how can we as a society grow if those who teach them don't make them feel safe? Muslim students and staff are asking you TDSB trustees to take a stand with them and help them feel safe and more comfortable at schools. As William F. Jeffries once said, safety and
Thank you very much. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you are over your time. So at this point, I will turn to questions of clarification if there are any. I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much. And of course, if you have a written delegation, I know you didn't have time to finish, you can of course feel free to share it with us via the delegate address, and it will be shared with trustees. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to to delegate number 15, Mohammed Masood Alam from the Canadian Community Services Organization.
No, the next one will be the 19th.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, we don't have Masood with us yet. So we're going to move on to delegate 9. Which one is 9? Is that Salma Syed from Don Mills Middle School? Is that just asking governance to clarify?
Yes, Salma Syed.
Okay. Salma Syed from Don Mills Middle School and Don Mills Collegiate. Are you on the line?
Hi. Yes,
Hi.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So the way this works is you have 5 minutes, at which point I will let you know your time is up, and then we will just see if there are any questions of clarification from trustees. So please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everybody. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Salma Syed. I have had 3 children go through the TDSB, 2 of whom are still in the system at Don Mills Middle School and Don Mills Collegiate, respectively. Over the years, my children have experienced various microaggressions by school staff and teachers, such as judging them for fasting or wearing the hijab. But the most disturbing incident happened this year when my daughter's teacher was investigated for some troublesome allegations of language she used towards a few Muslim students in the class. No communication was sent out from the administration of the school to the families of the class regarding the incident. And it was only when I actively reached out to the principal and vice principal to inquire about the issue that I was told that the teacher had been removed from the class and an investigation was being conducted per TDSB protocols and procedures. I just thought to myself, if the aggression was so serious as to remove a teacher from the classroom, I would imagine it would be serious enough to communicate to the parents about the incident. We received empty reassurances that all students of all religious and cultural backgrounds were accepted at the school. My daughter and the other students were shocked when they were told that the teacher would reintegrate into the classroom after March break. Again, I emailed the principal and vice principal specifically asking what measures were put in place to support the children and how the administrative staff planned to communicate with the families in the class regarding next steps with this teacher's return. The response I received was disappointing. Once again, empty reassurances were made regarding the safety and well-being of the students and staff as top priority, but without giving any specific plans. They also made it clear that communicating with the families regarding such an incident was not part of the procedure. Really? I thought to myself, communication and transparency is not part of the procedure? Surprising, because in the past, I have received emails for sensitive topics that were discussed in class regarding Black racism and LGBTQ+ issues that may have caused concern among the students. Why then were the families of my child's class not notified of the Islamophobic language used in the class? As a parent, this highlights the inexperience of the staff on how to deal with Islamophobia. staff are not properly versed on the topic and need training to bring them up to par with the education and training they have received for anti-Black racism and LGBTQ+ awareness and acceptance. Just saying that the safety of the students and staff is a priority and voicing inclusion and diversity is not enough. This incident and how it was dealt with has seeded a concern in my mind for the safety of my Muslim child in the school. Islamophobic and anti-Muslim attacks have surged over the past few years, with Stats Canada reporting a 71% increase in hate crimes targeting Muslims in 2021 compared with previous years. And I know other callers have also made a point to talk about the spate of attacks in recent months within the GTA, like the woman in the hijab who was threatened with a knife on the TTC on March 9th, and most recently the man who ripped the Quran and attempted to run over Muslim congregants at the Markham Mosque on April 9th. So knowing all this, how can the TDSB trustees turn a blind eye to the Muslim experience and the ongoing rise in Islamophobic and anti-Muslim attacks? How can they pretend that just stating the TDSB is diverse and inclusive of all peoples and cultures and religions is enough, when clearly my children's personal experiences negate that? Building anti-Islamophobic education in the TDSB is essential for promoting inclusivity and preventing discrimination and bullying. Similar to the work that's been done for anti-Black racism, the TDSB needs to develop policies and initiatives that address Islamophobia and help to create a safe and supportive environment for Muslim staff and students, many of whom, might I add, are also Black. The last TDSB census showed that 20% of the student population was Muslim. Why is the largest school board in Canada with such a significant Muslim student population struggling to respond to Islamophobia? Why are the Muslim student voices being ignored? Why are the experiences of the Muslim students at the TDSB less important than any non-Muslim student? I leave you with this one question. How will the TDSB dismantle Islamophobia without policies and procedures in place? Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your experiences. I'm not seeing any questions at the moment, so I will thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us, and we will move on to our next delegate.
Mary Yegan.
Pardon me?
Delegate number 16.
Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry. I couldn't figure out where their voice was coming from. Okay, so next up we have Marie Egan, who's a TDSB parent. Can you hear us, Marie? Please press *6 to unmute. Okay, we're not hearing Marie at this moment, so perhaps...
Hello?
Oh, hello. Wonderful. Good evening, Marie. Welcome. You have 5 minutes to speak, and at that point, I will let you know that your time is over, and then there may possibly be questions of clarification from trustees. So please go ahead.
I just wanted to know if you can hear me all right.
We can hear you very clearly. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Ramadan Mubarak. I'm speaking to you as a Muslim parent of 2 Muslim children who have attended 3 TDSB schools in 3 different wards, including 2 optional attendance schools for over 5 years now. For over 15 years now. Our children speak Arabic, English, and French and have intersectional identities with Ukrainian, Norwegian, and Arab heritage with extensive family in the region of the Middle East. As early as junior kindergarten and throughout all grades through high school, both our son and daughter have faced forms of Islamophobia, and I will share several of these with you now. Junior kindergarten, age of 4, our eldest is told by their teachers to share with their parents that their performances will be a surprise for their families. We arrived at the school on our Eid day in December to be surprised indeed by a junior kindergarten child singing Christian hymns in a public school quote Christmas show on our holiest day of Eid. We were very surprised as we had returned with our children from years living in the U.S. to Toronto to engage in a diverse, inclusive education system and experience. And this was our welcome to TDSB. Later, the principal said he was unaware of Eid and why hadn't we mentioned Eid sooner, blamed the family, and said that he had, quote, spoken with the lead teacher, blamed the teacher. There was no apology, no promises of diversity, and no acknowledgement of Eid. The impact of this earliest experience of the erasure of our Islamic identity in junior kindergarten caused us to consider pulling our eldest out of the TDSB altogether, but we chose to stay, realizing that we would have to engage and show our child that there are ways of solving problems with challenging situations. In all the years that our children have attended TDSB, over 15 years, there has never been communication to our school parent body about the duty to accommodate for Ramadan and Eid from any TDSB administrator and nor any TDSB teacher. This is in 3 schools in 3 wards, elementary, middle, and high school over a period of 15 years. In grade 2, our eldest presented to our class about Ramadan and Eid in social studies, and she was very proud to do so. In grades 3 and 4, all of a sudden she was tapped by all the primary and junior teachers to do her presentation to many other classes. Meanwhile, she was missing instruction in her own class. By grade 4, she asked, "Mom, why am I the only one who has to teach everybody in my school about Islam, Ramadan, and Eid?" In grade 4, our son had a class book study, the book called We All Fall Down by Eric Walters, a very important book about 9/11. This was a class book study. As 9/11 is an important topic, there was no communication about this from the school that at all grade 4 classes were studying this book. Our son was one of 2 Muslim boys in his class, in his grade, and many grade 4s repeatedly escalated calling him assassin daily in the playground and in the classroom. When he reported these Islamophobic name-calling incidences to staff and to us, the only response we received was, "Oh, well, we can't monitor every conversation on the playground, and not even in small groups in class." And the principal said much the same. Unless we, quote, report a name, there's nothing that the school could do. On Remembrance Day in grade 6, student comments made in class discussion about war included, "I'm glad we don't have to deal with Muslim terrorists in Canada, and I worry about Muslim terrorists in other countries." Our daughter was so shocked by this direct, blatant Islamophobic remark that she froze during class instructional time. After we processed for a few days, we approached the teacher about how this could have been addressed, and the reply was, quote, "I don't do politics in class. Although Islam is a religion and part of our identity, being Muslim is not about politics. It's our personal identity and it's a religion." Grade 7, 8, and 9 girls' gym, our daughter faced many Islamophobic comments about her modest clothing and her fasting, saying, although she was participating fully, "You must be forced to wear those long pants and long sleeves. Why are you doing this? You know you have a choice. Your parents must be forcing you. They must be." Teachers and administrators can interrupt Islamophobia. In grade 10 English, our son during Ramadan just 2 years ago, the final unit assignment was to listen to many hours of podcasts over weeks about a Muslim teenage boy who was wrongfully convicted of murdering his girlfriend. Our son completed this classwork under duress because he did not want to ask his teacher for an alternate assignment as he had completed over half the work and, quote, didn't want to complain. But it was heartbreaking to see how he struggled with this gruesome, intrusive material as assigned schoolwork for evaluation during the blessed month of Ramadan, which is to be a spiritually uplifting time of prayers and reflection. I'm going to skip down. As parents, we have not been made aware by TDSB about how to report incidences of Islamophobia, and wondering why, how TDSB can be proactive to prevent Islamic phobic events instead of waiting and having to report them to a hate portal. This important motion
Marie?
is and yes, thank you.
Marie, your time is up. If you still have,
Thank you.
I know we didn't have time to finish. You can always email to the delegate address your remarks, and it can be shared with trustees.
Thank you.
I'm just going to, there are some questions, or at least one trustee who has questions of clarification. Please go ahead, Trustee Earhart.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a clarifying question to allow some time to allow the delegate to continue. Thank you. I believe we now have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
Egan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Islamophobic events have occurred at all grade levels for our children, at the personal level, at the curriculum level, and at the system level, showing an ongoing lack of awareness across
Trustee Earhart,
the system.
Trustee Earhart, I don't think that's, I think that's a deviation from our procedure. I totally understand the intent and the kindness of that, but I think we have to treat all our delegates under the same procedure.
I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm sorry. I'll apologize. I'm not aware of the procedure. I totally understand. I just wanted to make sure the delegate could continue. We hear you and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. And please feel free to, as I said, email the rest of your entire delegation if you so wish. And I do understand.
Thank you.
I do understand the trustees' desire to hear everything you have to say. We just have to make sure we are treating every delegate by the same rules. Okay, so.
I understand.
Okay, we are going to move to delegate number 15, which is Mohammed Masood Kalam from Canadian Community Services Organization. Good evening. Masood, are you there? Please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, good evening. This is Masood Alam here.
Good evening. So the way this works is you have 5 minutes. At the 5-minute mark, I will let you know that your time is up, and then there may be questions of clarification from trustees. So please go ahead and you can begin.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Masood Alam. I'm a parent of a child in grade 10 at Margano Collegiate Institute. It's my third child studying here. My two other kids have already graduated, and one is already married. So I have living in this neighborhood for more than 20 years, working with the community. So I have seen it's a hub of all newcomers. Mostly newcomers are living into this community from diversified communities. However, at times I have seen among kids the irrational fear of aversion to or discrimination against Islam, or people who practice Islam, especially in schools, when other kids think that these people are different. And it started almost 20 years back when kids were discriminated based on racial discrimination or on the basis of their religion. I'll give you more examples on this. But before this, I would say that out of almost 1.9 billion Muslims living in the world, almost 1.8 million are living in Canada, almost 5% of Muslims altogether of the total population of Canada. In Ontario, almost 1 million Muslims are living in Ontario out of 1.8 million Muslims in Canada. So most of the kids are attending schools which are public schools, and there are faith-based schools also. I'm not talking about the faith-based schools here, only those schools which are public schools like TDSB or another school boards. At times, especially Muslim girls are being discriminated or having a fear of wearing dresses, which is especially those who are wearing hijab. I'm not talking about niqab. So if any girls, especially young girls, they want to practice their religion by representing their hijab, they are being discriminated on the basis of their dress, or I'm not talking about color of their skin. As an example, when my daughter, he is a mother of two kids, one is age 6. So when my daughter herself was in grade 7, studying in one of the schools, and at the same time she was attending evening school in the nearby mosque, and she was told by her Islamic teacher at school to offer 5 times prayers at all times, which she was practicing. When she was offering prayers during her break time or after school, on the school stage behind the curtain, I received a complaint from the school stop your child to offer prayers in the school. It's not a place of worship here. So that time, my child was very scared offering prayer in the school, saying that her teacher and other kids were making fun of her, praying her duty, offering her Islamic or religious duty to offer prayers in the school. So this was the first sign of discrimination or racial discrimination or Islamophobia, which my second child faced within her school. So this is at the school level. At the kids level, we heard a lot of discrimination in the neighborhood, in the city, when kids are wearing hijab or based on their dress or their practice of religion, they were being discriminated in the school. So this is the initial form of Islamophobia. It is there in the society. I'm not blaming the TDSB for this, but this is there in the community, at schools, and the schools, other kids who are from different faiths. So this is what we have seen, and in past 20 years, it's on a rise. There are many incidents where girls were either going to the school or returning from the school, and they were being discriminated by other kids, or even their hijabs were pulled in certain instances in the community. So there is what we believe, there is no place of any discrimination based on their religion or based on Islam.
Pardon me, Masood. Your 5 minutes is up, but you are welcome to email us at the delegates' email address, the rest, your delegation, and we can share that with trustees. At this point, I'm not seeing any questions of clarification from trustees. So I do want to thank you for coming this evening and sharing the experiences that your children have had and your experience. Thank you very much.
My email address is malam.
Masood. Pardon me. If you could email, if you wish, you can email a transcript of what you had written to the delegation address where you did where you applied to do the delegation, or you can send it to me. It's Rachel Chernislin. I'm your trustee. So I think you have my email address.
Rachel, I have it.
You can always share it with me, and I can share it with trustees too. That's another way to go about it. Okay?
Thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
So it looks like we're at this. So next up, we have Asim Siddiqui, who's a parent at Broadacres Public School. No? Okay, my apologies. We are at Saeed Moed Benazir, TDSB parent. Saeed, can you hear us? Please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, loud and clear. So if you could please start your delegation. You have 5 minutes. I will let you know when your time is up. And at that point, if there are questions from trustees for clarification, we'll go with those. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. And it's an honor and pleasure to be here to present my views on this motion. I, as a parent, strongly urge the TDSB to pass this motion against Islamophobia. We have seen in the past, TDSB has taken small steps previously by supporting, for example, the Islamic Heritage Month in 2017 in coordination with the NCCM. So I think this is the continuity of that work where, right now the need is to pass this motion in order to promote equitable and inclusive schooling in our communities. The anti-Islamophobia motion, as someone has rightly said a few minutes back, is not just a want, but a need of the hour for everyone. We have seen in the past that, how there have been instances of Islamophobia in not even in TDSB, but overall across our country. So, and also of hate speech and hate mongering. So I think supporting this motion and passing this motion will be a progressive and pragmatic step forward. I strongly urge the TDSB trustees to be pragmatic in our approach, and I should be a proponent of promoting unity in diversity in our schools. So as a parent, I would want my children and each and every child, irrespective of their faith, to be assured that their child is safe and protected and can practice their faith without any fear of discrimination and prejudice in the form of being judged. This motion, therefore, will go a long way in addressing issues that makes hate crimes and hate speeches as well. I get a lot of stories from my friends about how their children, have been stressed at times in terms of Islamophobia, especially now in the holy month of Ramadan. Like, one example which comes to my mind, which I always hear from in our community, is how some students, are stressed out because, when they have to take a few days off because of the, days of specific days of Ramadan, which holds some significant religious importance, because they think that the teachers might not understand the importance of those days, because absolutely they are not aware of it. So we can't blame them specifically, but they feel stressed that they might miss out on things because of that. So I also would like to basically in terms of personal experiences highlight a very important incident which I think most of you are aware. A few years back, when we have seen in the past that a simple and noble initiative from the Valley Park Middle School principal to accommodate the students for Friday congregational prayer at the school was castigated and bullied by some individuals and specific strange organizations, inviting unwanted and unwarranted media attention, where students were even to the point becoming fearful that if they have the right and liberty to practice their faith and beliefs. This initiative, if we all remember, was taken by the school to cut down the travel time of students who go for the obligatory Friday prayers, and was also deemed safe for younger students to attend the service at school, which the school management have started, to providing to the students. And the prayer service was allowed as a way to stop losing almost to the point of 400 students going to the prayer service and losing some valuable time of class. So which was the reason behind this initiative being started. But it was so much vilified and castigated by some people and hate mongers and hate organizations that, the students, I remember at that time, I'm completely fearful at that, living in a fear that will they be able to even practice that faith freely and without any obstruction. So these are incidents like this and many others which we need to address. And I think this motion will go a long way, in addressing those issues. The Peel Regional School Board has already set the tone for this and have given us the way by passing this motion. And I think it's high time the TDSB also pass this motion and shows the way and promote this university in diversity for everybody. There have been numerous incidents of students who castigated for wearing hijab at school, or being bullied for wearing the hijab at schools, or the boys being bullied for wearing the religious dress, which is the thobe at school at times. So I have seen many children in my community, which is being a predominantly Muslim community, that they were stopped wearing the religious dress which they usually wear on a Friday, because of the reason when I asked them, it was specifically told which was they being bullied and looked upon by other students. And this coming from predominantly Muslim student population goes a long way to say what would happen in other schools. So I strongly urge the TDSB to carry forward the great work they have done so far in promoting the university in diversity in the school system, and to carry forward this and strongly request the trustees to unanimously pass this motion against Islamophobia, and which will be the real boon for the parents, for the students, for the community, and for the general public in general, and for everybody.
Saeed,
so that's all I would like to
end
this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've hit the 5-minute mark, but I think you were wrapping up. I'm just looking around the room and online. I'm not seeing any questions of clarification. So thank you very much. Oh, no. Thank you very much for sharing your experience with us this evening.
Thank you for allowing. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. Bye.
It's not a point of, not for clarification, just point of privilege. I'm wondering as we go on if we can get the closed captioning back on the screen for the remaining delegates.
Oh, I didn't realize it came off.
Okay, we can't?
We're just having some challenges with our closed captioning at the moment. We will see if we can get that fixed, and we'll figure out. There may be an explanation, but we'll continue on as just to keep moving. Next up, we have Washim Ahmed from Lawyers for Humanity and Pro Bono Law Ontario Education Law Panel. Washim, can you hear us? Please press *6 to unmute.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please try to speak as loud as possible. It seems a little far away, but yes, we can hear you. So the way this works is you will have 5 minutes to speak. At the 5-minute mark, I'll let you know that your time is up. And then if there are any questions from trustees of clarification, we'll move to those. Please go ahead.
Am I going to speak now or at 7:10? I was told that I'll be speaking at 7:10.
Right now would be great. The order has changed a little bit just based on when people came into the meeting. So please go ahead.
Okay, no, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you everybody for it's a privilege to be here and sharing my thoughts. And I would request the TDSP to vote in favor of this motion, because as a lawyer and as a community organizer, I've been dealing with Islamophobia for a long time. I personally faced Islamophobia many times in the past in my life, and I think it's very important that in order to build a safe space in the school and promote equality and diversity, we need to take affirmative steps and actions in combating challenges like Islamophobia, which is real and occurring on day-to-day life in many students who are attending TDSP. I would like to share a couple things. I have, as part of my role as a education law panel lawyer with the Pro Bono Law Ontario, I from time to time advise many families or that are dealing with various education related issues, disciplinary actions at the school, or some kids are getting into certain some parents are getting into certain issues, facing certain issues with the school. I have been over the years consulted by many families across GTA, particularly one family I would like to mention from, not from the TDSP, but from another school board within the GTA. The person reached out to me seeking my help on a Children Aid Society related matter, that they received a call from Children Aid Society who would like to speak and interview them because of the allegations made by the school that they were not feeding their children, they're not giving them food. That was a big concern, and Children Aid Society was trying to intervene on the basis of neglect. And exactly it was a year ago, I remember, last year actually in 2022, this family just moved to Newmarket in that area, and the person was, and their daughter was the only person at the school who was a Muslim wearing hijab in that particular school. And this was simply a misunderstanding, because they were trying to teach their daughter of fasting, how to fast, and the importance of Ramadan, and they're trying to give them some basic training on fasting and denying them food for a certain part of the day. And the school board did not understand it and made a call to the Children Aid Society. I was approached, and the family had to go through a lot of trouble dealing with this issue. And this is just a pure misunderstanding, but it is a form of Islamophobia where, despite being advised, both the school and the Children Aid Society did not really take any until lawyers were engaged, active steps to actually fix that situation. I have had many other clients that I represent that are refugees. They're just coming and attending the TDSB schools. I represent many of these families as a lawyer, and I have seen the difficulty in many children and many families in adjusting with the new life in Canada. But one of the particular problems I've seen in them is the fact that they're very uncomfortable seeking religious accommodation. So there are times when they have Eid or Ramadan or other important religious events, and the child at the same time has a deadline or homework or certain, or even just skipping the school. They're not uncomfortable. They're very worried. They don't feel comfortable speaking and talking to their teachers, seeking some absence or extensions for certain deadlines for certain assignments. And although they will be granted, it's not that they will not be granted, but they don't feel comfortable enough. They don't feel welcome. They don't feel that they have the school would be understanding enough to give them those religious accommodations. I think the TDSB can do a lot more in educating the people and creating that safe, comfortable space for everyone where they can feel the comfort to seek the religious accommodations they need. Especially Muslims, we have many religious festivals and many religious occasions where we need a specific type of accommodation.
Pardon me, Washim, your
Yes.
time is up, but you are welcome to email your delegation to the email address you used when you applied to delegate, and it will be shared with trustees. At this point, I'm just looking around the room to see if there's any questions. I'm not seeing any. So thank you very much for coming this evening to speak with us and sharing your experiences. Next up, we have Asim Siddiqui. Press *6 to unmute if you haven't already. And can you hear us, Asim?
Can you hear me?
Yes, if you could speak as loud as possible into the phone, just so that we can hear you in the boardroom well. You will have 5 minutes to speak. At the 5-minute mark, I will let you know that your time is up. And then if there are any questions from trustees for clarification, we'll move on to that. Please go ahead.
Sure. Can you guys hear me right okay now?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Okay. So my name is Asim Siddiqui, and I'm a parent of a junior kindergarten TDSB student at Broadacres Public School. As a former TDSB student myself, I have experienced many moments of Islamophobia. I have a genuine fear of having my daughter attend, but also hope that the board can address and remove the systemic Islamophobia so it is a safe place for her. This year, parents were asked to complete the elementary census with their children, but for many Muslim communities, parents may not have had access to technology, the time to do this, and an understanding of the census questions themselves. The reason I'm bringing this up is that data drives policy and decisions. However, if the data is flawed, is it fair for it to be a deciding factor? According to the 2017 TDSB census, 20% of high school students at that time were identified as Muslims. With such a large portion of the students' population identifying as Muslims, it would only make sense for resources to be placed affirming their identities and combating Islamophobia. Yet there is currently limited access to resources, professional development, and general integration of recognizing and addressing Islamophobia for staff and students. This is apparent because according to the Race Bias Hate Portal data, only 2% of the hate-related incidents were Islamophobic. The data does not add up. The board needs to do better. Instead, the story I see is that staff and administration do not identify Islamophobic events, and it is heavily underreported. If staff can identify what Islamophobia is, how can they address it? Another concern is that the RBH portal does have the principal's discretion involved. The principal can make a decision on whether an incident was hate-related or not. If a principal doesn't recognize that throwing around words like terrorist is Islamophobic and not just kids joking around, then how can the data be true? And what's more concerning is that the data is used to determine funding models. This is part of why we need a strategy and a plan to address Islamophobia, to prevent its ongoing growth and to create safety for our Muslim student population. Thankfully, blueprints already exist for anti-Islamophobia strategies. The first is the National Council of Canadian Muslims, NCCM, recommendations at the National Summit on Islamophobia in July 2021. They suggested ministries of education should work with school boards in consultation with local Muslim communities to develop anti-Islamophobic strategies that are responsive to local context and speak to broader issues of Islamophobia. Such strategies should be based on quantitative and qualitative data on student voice, representation, and staffing. Another blueprint is the Peel District School Boards affirming Muslim identities and dismantling Islamophobia. It was developed in consultation with the community, with Muslims identifying staff and students. It consists of 6 pillars ranging from responsive hiring to support for the mental health and well-being of Muslim students and staff, and doing work that intentionally disrupts Islamophobia. For those arguing that TDSB's combating hate and racism strategy is enough, it is not. As shared by those before me, Islamophobia is growing and needs to be addressed. For those saying we're already doing so much, emails with duty to accommodate isn't enough. 1 month of IHM, Islamic History Month, isn't enough. There are huge gaps of learning and understanding which are too often downloaded onto the few Muslim identifying staff who do heavy work that the entire school takes credit for. And for those arguing that this will lead to other communities asking for their own motions, that's incredible. That the addressing Islamophobia motion can be a start of an anti-hate, anti-racist strategy that is truly robust and impactful. It can be the catalyst for the TDSB to consult more with marginalized communities and come with specific measures that speak to the lived reality in Toronto today. I urge you not to be afraid of the addressing Islamophobia motion, leading to other communities asking for their own motion. I urge you to vote for the anti-Islamophobia strategy. On a side note, the TDSB put out 235 jobs with the deadline to apply on Eid, the biggest Muslim celebration in the calendar year, further showcasing the lack of understanding. Just with that, I want to summarize the key points being that with Islamophobia, there's the current census data and the problems with how the data is collected around Islamophobia and the bias in reporting through the RBH portal with the discretion of the principals and their lack of understanding might lead to poor representation in that data. The need for a policy to address this and the blueprints that exist, whether it's shared by the NCCM or the Peel region, that have a foundation for us to be a launching pad to use. So those are the key messages I want to call out.
Awesome. Unfortunately, your 5 minutes is up. You are more than welcome, though, if you wish, to send us a copy of your delegation to the email address you used in the to apply to delegate, and it can be shared with trustees. At this point, I'm not seeing any questions of clarification, so thank you very much for coming this evening and sharing your experience with us. It is much appreciated.
Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Good night. Thank you. Next up, we have Rabia Kokar, who is an educator. Please press *6 to unmute if you haven't already. Are you able to hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I hope I've pronounced your name appropriately. If not, please feel free to correct me.
Thank you. You have.
Okay, so the way this works is you have 5 minutes to speak. At the 5-minute mark, I will let you know that your time is up. And at that point, if there are any questions of clarification from trustees, we'll proceed with that. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, TDSB trustees and respected members of the community. It's a pleasure to be here today alongside so many different stakeholders working hard towards equitable and sustainable change for all students. My name is Rabia Kokar, and I'm speaking here today from my own perspective and lived experiences through my positionalities as a former student, educator, and PhD student. TDSB has made great strides in centering and being committed to anti-racism work on an ongoing basis at different levels in the school board. As a doctoral student and emerging researcher studying anti-Islamophobia education, I know that anti-racism is a great place to start our conversation around creating more equitable learning environments for all students. It's a broad and dynamic umbrella term that creates opportunities for various stakeholders to have specific critical conversations to help empower students and the broader community to become critically conscious. Islamophobia continues to rise in our local and global communities. School is not separate from the socio-political context, and so Islamophobia must also continue to be addressed in this important community space in systemic ways. The proposed anti-Islamophobia motion will help us work towards eliminating Islamophobia by continuing to create space to name, define, and address this specific issue through a multifaceted framework, addressing various stakeholders. It will provide clarity and accountability to continue doing this important work in a comprehensive way. This motion will also continue to support Muslim students, families, and other community members by fostering identity-affirming spaces. I thank you for the opportunity to share today about the importance of this motion.
Thank you very much, Rabia. So I'm just looking around the room. I'm not seeing any questions and also not seeing any online. So I would just express our appreciation for you coming this evening to speak to us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Next up, we have Mustafa Adnan. Nope. Am I wrong? I'm sorry. We are just changing the order slightly. Next up, we have Sauda Balbukher, and I am apologizing in advance because I feel like I may not have said your name correctly. Please feel free to correct me. If you could press *6 to unmute. Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, hi.
Hi, is this Sauda?
Yes.
Good
Soda
e-
Babulker.
Pardon me?
Soda Babulker.
Sauda Balbukher. Okay. Pardon me? I think I'm getting a
Yeah.
correction from one of my colleagues. Soda. Okay. Still wrong? No. Okay. I'm doing my best, but I apologize if I haven't gotten it quite right. So the way
okay,
this works is you have 5 minutes to speak, and at the 5-minute mark, I will let you know that your time is up, and then there's an opportunity for trustees to ask questions of clarifications if there are any. So please go ahead, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Soda Babulker, as you guys know, and I attend a school in TDSB. I hadn't had many Islamophobic encounters during my life, but these are some of them. During the start of Ramadan, I asked my teachers if the Muslims could sit out when we ran in the gym. He said that he is participating this Ramadan and fasting with us too, but he said that if we are tired, we could sit out, but we had to run in gym. I was kind of shocked when he said that because usually teachers would let us sit out the whole gym period, but I was kind of open to his reply because I thought he just wanted us to be active. Later, he found out that we can't drink water either, and he wasn't educated on that enough. I would like the TDSB to educate teachers as well as students about not only my religion, but others as well, so we don't make any mistakes like these. I had another incident where I would pray during recess. I asked the principal, and she said it was fine if I prayed in the conference room. It depends how long a person would pray, so I kind of prayed a little bit over the 15-minute mark for recess, and I was late to class. When I told my teacher I went to pray, she said she didn't understand why I had to go pray during school. After when they had a meeting about this situation, she let me go pray even during class time. But when we started praying as a group during Ramadan, it took longer, so it was like about 30 minutes. She didn't understand why it took longer, and she asked me if it usually takes this long. I told her that there was a misunderstanding of where we should pray because we were praying in such a big group, and it took longer to pray, and she just ignored my explanation and said, "Oh, I didn't know it takes you 30 minutes to pray." I also got asked if I was oppressed by a student once, and like she was walking down the hallway and she just stopped and told me, "Oh, I feel so bad for you. You probably are sweating and that. You probably feel so oppressed." I was so shocked when I heard that. I'm like, "Can you really say that?" I told her that the clothes I wear are really comfortable for me and I'm not oppressed. Rather, I'm more free than ever. I educated her about women in Islam and how we are treated so well and why we need to cover our body. She apologized, saying she didn't know about Islam and she found the information online. I hope many people educate themselves first rather than believing something they see online. If she hadn't asked me about being oppressed that day, she probably would have never have been educated and know how women actually are in Islam. My cousin also had an incident this year when someone pulled off her hijab not once but twice. She really felt uncomfortable, and the teachers didn't do much about that situation. My friend faced Islamophobia when she was playing a game online with her other friends. When she came across a person asking her what her religion was, she said that she's a Muslim, and the person told her to go bomb her school because that's what Muslims did. She really didn't mind that, but she was really upset. Another friend of mine also experienced Islamophobic behavior online when someone said that she was a terrorist. And they were talking about how Muslims ruined the world, not only online, but in schools too. Students call Muslims bombers and teachers don't do anything. I know we have acknowledged cyberbullying, but did we acknowledge that enough? When a Muslim educator came to our school, things got better, but do we really need an educator to make it better? Why couldn't it be better before? The school board should educate the teachers more about situations like these. We should all have the right to practice our religion. There are many harmful things happening to Muslims, not only in Canada, but around the globe. The TDSB should do something about this because it's not okay. Students shouldn't be scared of what others will say to them just because of their religion or how they prefer to look. Thank you.
Soda, thank you very much for sharing your experiences as a student. It's really important for us to hear that. I'm just looking around the room to see if any trustees have any questions of clarification. I'm not seeing any, but I am seeing one trustee clapping for you. So I know you may not be able to see her, but I want you to know that. Okay, thank you for coming, and we will move on to our next delegate.
Okay, thank you so much.
And I'm just double checking where we are with our delegates at this point.
So we called delegate number 18 and 23. They said they are coming, but I don't see them.
Okay, so what I'm going to propose to trustees is that we move on in the agenda. Breakfast is at 8:05, so I know it's probably a little bit of a push. We've been sitting a long time for those of us in the boardroom especially, but I think what we'll do is we'll move on with the agenda and then we'll take a break at 8:05 so that those who are observing Ramadan can have their breakfast and we can have a stretch and all of that. And so we'll break for a few minutes. But at this point, if the delegates come back, perhaps we could just be alerted and we'll find a time to fit them in. So with that in mind, we are going to move on to item number 6.2. Because as you will remember, we did change the order at the beginning tonight, and that is the program area review for Avondale Elementary School, Avondale Public School, Bayview Middle School, Crestview Public School, Elkhorn Public School, Finch Public School, Hollywood Public School, McKee Public School, and Woodbine Middle School. So over to staff to direct us as to who will be speaking to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Through you, System Planning Officer Andrew Gowdy will begin the presentation of this report.
Thank you, Director. Good evening, trustees, staff, and members of the public, through the chair. The report before you presents the recommendations coming out of the program area review for Avondale Public School, Avondale Elementary Alternative School, and the surrounding schools. This review was conducted to address the accommodation pressures at the Avondale site. The Avondale site is located at Yonge and Sheppard in one of the city's urban growth centers. We have implemented many changes over the past to accommodate the growth, such as boundary changes, program relocations, residential development redirections, and capital projects, and more changes will be required over the long term. The Avondale building accommodates 2 schools, Avondale Public School and Avondale Elementary Alternative School. Due to enrollment growth, 3 portables were allocated to Avondale Public School this past September. The portables were placed on the adjacent site, the Oakburn Maintenance Center, because there was no space on the Avondale site. Projections indicated that 13 portables could be required over time if nothing changes. The Oakburn site can only accommodate a maximum of 7 portables. A program area review team was formed to explore options. The program area review team was composed of parent representatives, principals, superintendents, and trustees for 9 schools in the area. They discussed 4 options shown in Appendix E of this report. The options were relocating Avondale Elementary Alternative School to Bayview Middle School, changing the grades of Avondale Public School from JK to 8 to JK to 5 and sending the grades 6 to 8 students to Bayview Middle School, and relocating Avondale Elementary Alternative School to 2 other facilities, such as the Oakburn Maintenance Center and Burnett Public School, which is a leased out facility. A component of the options explored was the returning of redirected residential developments from Woodbine Middle School to Bayview Middle School. The program area review team members did not have consensus on the preferred option. They were all in agreement that Avondale Elementary Alternative School should relocate and that the redirected residential development should be returned to Bayview Middle School. However, they were not in agreement on relocating Avondale Elementary Alternative School to Bayview Middle School. A vote took place and the majority were in support of moving the alternative school to Bayview. The final report of the program area review team is contained in Appendix F. The program area review team is recommending that Avondale Elementary Alternative School be relocated to Bayview Middle School for September 2024, that the redirected residential developments be returned to Bayview Middle School for September 2024, and that the students impacted by the return of the redirected developments be allowed to stay at Woodbine Middle School until they graduate. Staff is in support of these recommendations. Some of the advantages of these recommendations are, by moving Avondale Elementary Alternative School to Bayview Middle School, the enrollment pressure at Avondale Public School is reduced. The number of portables required over time decreases from 13 to 7. Avondale Elementary Alternative School is familiar with Bayview Middle School because the school was held there during the construction of the Avondale replacement facility. When it was used as a holding site, the Bayview building was renovated to have kindergarten classrooms. Bayview Middle School has the appropriate specialized spaces to support the grades 6 to 8 students who attend Avondale Elementary Alternative School. Bayview Middle School has sufficient space to accommodate Avondale Elementary Alternative School and the returned redirected developments. The surplus space at Bayview Middle School is reduced and the utilization rate is greatly improved. It increases from 52% to 86%. Co-locating an alternative school with another school is a common model in the TDSB. Of the 19 elementary alternative schools, 17 share a building with another school. By co-locating, efficiencies are achieved by sharing specialized spaces, caretaking, and administration. Avondale Elementary Alternative School will receive equivalent spaces at Bayview Middle School as they have at Avondale Public School, the same number of rooms. Appendix C contains a scope of work and cost estimate for the improvements that will be made at Bayview Middle School. The proposed improvements are to interior and exterior spaces to be used by Avondale Elementary Alternative School, as well as to the overall condition of the Bayview building. The improvements will be funded from existing budgets such as school condition improvement and renewal. Long-term planning for the Avondale area will continue as part of the long-term program and accommodation strategy annual cycle. The construction of additional space in the area is a solution to be explored. An important step in making a case to the ministry for funds to build more space is to fully utilize all existing space in the area. By using Bayview Middle School to receive Avondale Elementary Alternative School, we are meeting the ministry's expectation to use existing surplus space to address pressures before building more space. This concludes our presentation. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gowdy. We have a number of questions, so I'm going to start with those that were online first. So I have trustees Laskin, Rajagulasingham, Dawson, and Pei. so far in line. So we'll start with you, Trustee Laskin. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Gowdy. Was he able to hear the deputations tonight?
Through the chair, I heard the delegations.
Thank you very much. Then I'd like to follow up on a couple of the concerns that were raised, just to have your perspective. We know that Avondale itself is full, and we know that we planned for growth and then we had to replan. And there is a concern that we don't plan well for growth. I know the answer to this question, but I'm asking it to you publicly to give you a right to answer. Can you tell us again why, knowing that our schools will be full, we simply can't just rebuild larger schools, what the process is and what we have to go through? And then can you let us know how the long-term accommodation at Avondale School, once the alternative school is relocated, will be dealt with? That's my first question, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Through the chair, school boards in Ontario don't have autonomy when it comes to planning additional pupil places to manage growth. We work within a provincial funding system. We work within the parameters that the Ministry of Education provides to school boards. The way that school boards get the money is through the Capital Priorities Grant. The ministry defines the criteria for applying for the funds. The funds are very limited. School boards are competing against each other. There's 72 school boards. They're all submitting business cases for a fixed amount of money. The criteria that the ministry defines, they are looking to address the greatest accommodation pressures that school boards have. And once they receive those business cases, they're looking at them from the provincial lens. They're looking at all business cases received from all 72 school boards, and they're funding the greatest pressures that they receive. It's our experience that the business cases that get the most attention are when the accommodation pressures are existing rather than projected. So it's if the school board makes a case that there's a pressure 5 to 10 years off and it makes sense to build a new school now, that's unlikely to be considered a high priority from the province. The province is going to be looking for a pressure that exists, and it's got to be one of the greatest pressures in the province. There's other scenarios across the province where there's schools with 40 portables on site, and it's a situation like that that's going to get attention. When capital priorities funding is made available to the province, to all the school boards, we submit the maximum number of business cases that we're able to. We never get all 10 of the projects approved. We get 1, 2, 3, possibly even 6. That was the most successful we've been. But our accommodation pressures are lesser than many of the other growth school boards across the province. So it is a challenge to build in advance for pressures that we're projecting. Avondale was a pretty good example. We had an initial business case for quite a larger school, and the ministry did not approve the larger school. They pushed it down to a 2-story building, and then we had to go back with further business cases to argue for expansion, and by that time we were already under construction. That's how we got the 3rd story. But by delaying the approval for the additional dollars, we were restricted to building on the footprint of the building that had already been designed, basically putting a 3rd story on the 2nd story. It didn't allow us the ability to plan, an even larger building for the trends that we were projecting. So that's the challenge that school boards are in, to build in advance for pressures that they're forecasting.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair. I noticed that the relocation will happen for September of 2024, which gives some time, I'm assuming, for the receiving school, Bayview Middle School, to be renovated to accommodate the alternative school. We heard from parents consistently in the deputations that they were concerned about the facility itself when they would be relocated to Bayview Middle School, that they would not have the appropriate space to run their elementary alternative school program. So I was wondering if staff could comment on that. And then my second point, because I've been fortunate enough to have been in situations where schools have been relocated from other schools. We have been able to provide regular updates and communication and work with parents, whether they're the part representatives or additional school council reps, as we've moved forward with those transition projects. So I'm wondering if you could comment on, you mentioned that there'll be equivalent space, but I'd like you to elaborate on that, knowing the concerns that were expressed in the delegations. And also the second piece is, how will the community be involved along the way until those plans are finalized and construction has happened? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee. Through the chair, I'll begin with the second part, which is about how will the community be involved after the board makes a decision. In Appendix D, I believe it is, we outline the action plan. So Appendix D summarizes all the actions that are going to occur by school and by year. And for Avondale Public School and Avondale Elementary Alternative School, we indicate that right after the board's made a decision, a relocation implementation committee is going to be formed with parents, principal, superintendent, trustee, teacher reps. And that committee basically is going to address all the details that are required to make the transition to Bayview Middle School successful. So beginning to meet this spring and then continue throughout next school year. And communication is going to be part of communication to students, parents, and staff is going to be part of what an implementation committee would address. Your first question is about what can Avondale Elementary Alternative School expect at Bayview Middle School. And I mentioned that they're going to get the equivalent space that they have at Avondale Public School. So right now they occupy 5 classrooms. They have a kindergarten room and 5 regular classrooms, and they're going to get the same thing at Bayview Middle School. In Avondale Public School, those rooms are split across 2 floors. The kindergarten room is on the ground floor, and there's 5 classrooms on the second floor. At Bayview Middle School, they're going to have 5 classrooms on the ground floor, and then right above the stairwell, which is closest to the rooms, are going to be another classroom and also 2 resource rooms. In the dissenting report from the Avondale Elementary School parents, one of the delegates referenced Appendix C, which is their request list. And I can quickly go through that just to show the things that we can do and the things that we can't do. The things that we can't do are really because they're not consistent with board policy and procedure. So number 1 is their request for 1 kindergarten room and 5 regular classrooms in their own in the contained area of the building with their own designated entry. Yes, we can do that. Number 2 is a large common space for 150 persons exclusive to Avondale Elementary Alternative School. So that's something we can't provide. When we have multiple schools located within a building, they don't all have their own large group dedicated meeting areas. They share those large spaces within the building. That's the standard across the system. Number 3 is access to art, music, science, design, tech rooms, gym, field, and stage. Yes, those will be shared with Bayview Middle School, just as they are with Avondale Public School. Number 4 is staggered entry, different from Bayview Middle School students. That's an operational decision that principals make, and they can change over time to meet the needs of the community and the parents. Number 5 is a library with book collection suitable for JK to 5. Yes, that'll be provided. It's a shared library, just as they're using a shared library at Avondale Public School. Number 6 is outdoor primary play space and play structure. That is in the scope of work we've identified in our Appendix C. Number 7 is EDP or equivalent before and after care. We will follow board process, which is to do a survey of parents, and if there's sufficient interest in the program, will be provided. Number 8 is designated pickup and drop off areas and parking for JK to 5. Those are operational decisions that principals make, and those decisions can change year to year to address the needs of the parents and the community. Number 9 is busing for families living in Avondale Public School attendance area. We don't, by policy and procedure, provide busing to alternative school families. Number 10 is Bayview Middle School is 65 years old and in need of renovation, upgrades, maintenance, working, air conditioning, etc. So part of the scope of work in our Appendix C is renewal of the Bayview building. So that's been addressed. In terms of the request about air conditioning, unfortunately, we won't be providing air conditioning at Bayview Middle School. That's a need that many schools have across the system. It's in the order of hundreds of millions of dollars to address all those needs. So we're treating this situation similar to the others across the board. So that is, an overview of all their requests and the ones that we can make. And we're meeting all of them except for the ones that aren't consistent with board policy and procedure.
Thank you very much. I'll stop now as I'm sure my colleagues have additional questions.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Trustee Rajagula-Singham. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Gowdy, just a question. Reviewing the report, it says that there was no consensus among the PART members for the relocation of Avondale to Bayview. I'm just wondering if you can share what some concerns were from Bayview about the relocation. Like what were some concerns that they had with this?
Through the chair, I wasn't present at all of the meetings. We had planning staff supporting the review. I can't comment on all the different thoughts and concerns that were shared. I think one of the sentiments of the Bayview Middle School community is that it is another school coming into their school, and it's going to cause change and adaptation for them. And if there was another solution available, such as the alternative school going to another site, then that would better meet their needs.
Okay, and through the chair, there was no consensus of what was required. Are you aware if there was equal representation from all schools during this vote?
Yes, the voting was arranged so that the schools had the same voting ability. I believe it was 1 vote per school.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Okay, next up we have Trustee Dawson. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, actually, Trustee Laskin asked my questions.
Okay, Trustee Pay, you are up. And then followed by Trustee Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I have a question regarding the library. Because Baby Middle School, as I understand, is middle school. How can I have the books for JK to 5?
Through the chair, that will be worked out in the implementation. There will have to be resources provided to Avondale Elementary Alternative School to make the move. Some resources are going to come from Avondale Public School where they currently share, but there is furniture, equipment, and resources that Avondale Elementary School currently uses at Avondale, and some of those will be moving with them. But the implementation committee will be addressing those issues to make sure that Bayview Middle School is properly equipped.
Is there going to be a budget attached to this?
Through the chair, in terms of what is required for supporting the library, we don't have a budget estimate. It depends on how the collection of Avondale Public School can be managed with the alternative school.
So how do we know we're going to get enough books for alternative schools from current situation?
So at this time, it's a detail that hasn't been addressed, but like I said, it would be addressed through the implementation period.
So the implementation group is going to be, when it's going to be formed? Who is going to be in that team, by the way?
The implementation committee will be formed right after the board makes a decision on the relocation of the school to Bayview Middle School, and it would involve the local superintendents, principals, parent reps, teacher reps.
So does this team have authority to add more budget?
Through the chair, they'd be working through the budgets that are available to the school board to ensure that classrooms are adequately set up for the 2024 school year.
You mean for the new school or just additional fund for alternative school?
Through the chair, I don't have detailed answers to your question. I think it would be addressed through the implementation work. And as I said, it would be utilizing the existing board budgets that are available to matters such as setting up new classrooms in Bayview Middle School.
Just one moment. The director would like to add something. Please go ahead, Director.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, if there are insufficient library resources deemed to have transferred from Avondale Elementary School to the alternative school site, additional resources will be given to establish an appropriate library for Avondale Elementary Alternative School. Similar situations in the past where schools have had to relocate and perhaps lost resources, we have done our very best to ensure that children have access to resources. So please know that working closely with Executive Superintendent Shirley Chan, we will make determinations about the number of resources available to students and put in place a plan to ensure they have access to the appropriate resources in alignment with the number of students in the school.
Thank you, Madam Director, for the clarification. And my next question will be, through you, Madam Chair, how come as a multi-purpose common space is at Avondale Alternative School now, but it was eliminated at the new school?
Through the chair, trustee, do you mean the old Avondale Public School before it was rebuilt?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, current school setting, they have a multi-purpose common space for the 150 person staff office storage. But why is this common space was eliminated when they moved to a Bayview Middle School?
Okay, so thank you for the clarification. So it is not the case that they have a dedicated room for 150 people at Avondale Public School. They share space at Avondale Public School. When we design a new school that accommodates multiple schools, the ministry would not approve us building multiple large group meeting spaces like that to serve each user group within the building. So it's not the case that they have their own dedicated large group meeting room. They share space, and that would be the situation at Bayview Middle School as well.
So does the Bayview Middle School have such a space for alternative to share?
Through the chair, so elementary schools aren't built with a room called, meeting room for 150 people. Elementary schools have gymnasiums and libraries that are larger to accommodate large groups.
But this is not a regular elementary school, right? This is alternative school.
Through the chair, we organize elementary alternative schools to the same standard as regular program schools.
Okay. My next question will be the Parents Council asked for dedicated staff, including 0.5 AP and 1.0 office assistant. Does this implementation plan include this?
Through the chair, that would be addressed through the annual staff allocation process, where administration and support staff are assigned to school based upon enrollments and other formula factors.
So can I have the past implementation program for Mountain View Alternative School, for example, regarding staff allocation?
Through the chair, I don't have that at my fingertips to present, but Mount View would have gone through the exact same process where we have a staff allocation committee that manages the allocation of staff every year to schools across the system.
According to the school council, they went to Mountain View Alternative School. They learned the fact that they have 0.5 AP and 1.0 office assistant. Would that be possible for Avondale Alternative? Just to have the same treatment at the Mountain View?
Through the chair, I would defer this question to someone from Employee Services if they've got an answer as to how VPs and office assistants are allocated to situations like multiple schools in one building.
I'm going to turn it over to the Associate Director, Audley Salmon.
Thank you. And through the chair, with Mountain View, if I'm not mistaken, it's in with Running Mate Collegiate. And if that is the case, then it's based on the staffing, based on the secondary. And that's what allows that to take place as they share the same building. These two, it is when we go into middle school staffing for vice principals and secondary school staffing for vice principals are a little bit different.
Okay, thank you, Associate Director Solomon. I understand there's difference. How different, by the way, in terms of the number?
So through the chair, part of the model in most of our secondary schools, we've started with an allocation of 2.0 vice principals. And although that has changed over the years, and in some sites it actually has decreased to 1 in secondary schools, but the reality is that based on the combination of having an elementary and a secondary school in the actual same site, which is very unique across our system, the staffing would be more based on the secondary school effectively supporting / the elementary school, whereas that doesn't exist in the new location at Bayview.
So according to your policy, so basically for Avondale alternative, there's no possibility they're getting 0.5 AP or 1.0 office assistant. Is that the answer?
So through the chair, the 1.0 office assistants one, we would have to look at what the actual allocations in the staff allocation process would actually lead to. So we would not be able to speak to the office assistants at this point in time. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't get a clear answer for this. So basically, this item will be decided later.
So through the chair, no, this item wouldn't be decided later. This item, my understanding, has actually already been decided through the normal staff allocation process based on enrollment and the other factors that go into that calculation.
Okay, so based on their enrollment, which is 140 students, how many VP or office assistant they're getting?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, just as a point of clarification, the allocation hasn't yet been determined because it is not for the upcoming school year. It is for the next school year. So next February through April, the allocation process for the school would be determined at that time. At that time, the numbers would be considered in relationship to whether there is an increase in the VP allocation or an increase in the office clerical allocation.
Okay, thank you, Madam Director. My next question would be building and projector system smart board in every room as currently available at the 171 Avondale.
Through the chair, the scope of work includes improvements to the classrooms like the whiteboards. I don't have the answer about the smart devices. There will be a transfer of equipment from Avondale Public School with Avondale Elementary Alternative School to Bayview. So what equipment from their current classrooms goes with them is a detail that I don't have the answer to.
Thank you, Andrew. So I think you mentioned about the EDP program, that will be determined after consultation with the parents. So when that going to occur, by the way, regarding the consultation, when that decision can be made?
Through the chair, I believe the survey is done early in the calendar year.
Okay, thank you, Madam. I finished my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have Trustee Lee, followed by Trustee Earhart.
All right, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick question on the implementation. just because the budgeting that's being asked is in next year's budget, are there any potentialities that this expenditure may not be funded for when the school has to merge?
Through the chair, we're looking at improvements that can be supported through the existing budgets of school condition improvement and renewal. And by having it implemented in September 2024, we've given ourselves 2 summers to look at how to implement those improvements. So at this time, we're not seeing that we're unable to fulfill that scope of work that we have in Appendix C.
Thank you for that answer. However, all of this is still contingent upon board approval for the budget, correct, or no?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, so it is, then so it is not 100% funded, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify that. I just want to say that I do have concerns over this change, not all of it, because I think sections B, C, and D are going to be welcomed by the students. Because what's happening right now is grade 6 to 8 students who live in the condominiums south of Shepherd, in between Bayview and Leslie, they currently has to take the TTC for up to 50 minutes each way to get to school right now. And Bayview Middle School is actually within walking distance for most of them. So when those condos were built, Bayview didn't have the space. So now Bayview does have the space, and many of those parents are anxious to move the students back to where they should be going to school. I know the connections are going to be a little bit awkward because they're going to Crestview Public School, which is a redirection school, then back to their home school, and then going to another redirection school for high school. But right now we're concerned about a safety issue for those young kids who doesn't have school buses, but they're taking the TDC. They have to walk to a subway station, go down to the subway, take the subway, climb up, take a bus, and then cross the main road to actually go to school right now. So it's very unsafe for them. So B, C, D, in my opinion, are great, and we're also making allocations to make sure that if they choose to stay within their current path because they really like it, they can. But I'm telling you, from my experience and my knowledge of those schools, because those schools actually fall within my community, a very small number of those students actually choose to go to Woodbine because their parents are so concerned about safety that they actually actively move these kids to other schools before they have to go to middle schools right now. So the impacts are not going to be dramatic. Now, my concern is with A, because I actually have attended the PART meetings, and I think there are some misunderstandings that the parents may have. And by the way, I'll be asking for more time at the end. There are some concerns that the parents have regarding this entire change. And also I met a couple members of the Avondale parent community outside in the hallway who are talking to Trustee Pei. And what they've expressed to me was that they completely didn't understand what they actually voted on. They thought they voted yes, or some of them, not all of them voted yes, by the way. Bayview Middle School voted no. The feeder schools to Bayview Middle School voted no, because they felt like the entire plan wasn't complete enough to make sure that the students can properly integrate and to make sure that the Bayview Middle School can properly welcome and accept all of these new students. Now, the parents from Avondale, what they expressed to me in the hallway is that they thought they voted yes based on a condition that their list of requests are going to be adhered to before they moved, right? So I understand some of their requests may or may not be in line with policy, but what they thought was they were going to have a chance to provide their requests, and the board is going to satisfy those requests before the move happens. So that is why I think the decision made by the parents during the part, I know that staff members did their best to make sure everything comes out properly, but I think there was a misinterpretation or something got lost in translation, that the parents didn't quite understand what they actually were committing themselves to. So that's why, for number one, I worry about what's being reflected here in this report to be accurately representing what the parents have concerns over. Number two being, as the budget is not 100% committed, there is a chance that these students are moving into the lower level. People call it basement, but I'm not going to call it a basement, but it is absolutely in part underground. they're moving into a part of the school that hasn't been used for many, many years. And if you walk through it, it is in need of a big renovation, and that $2.4 million price tag supports, what I just said. If we run out of money sometime in the next year, because we don't know what's going to happen in budget season, these kids are going into a school that hasn't been maintained or renovated and have sat empty for the past couple decades. I don't know how long exactly. And so that's not going to be good for these students. So I think I will only be comfortable if the budget is committed. I am out of time. Can I put myself back onto the list?
So actually, I'm going to ask the committee's indulgence because 2 delegates that we missed have returned. So I would ask for a mover, I need a mover and a seconder, to lay this on the table so that we can do those 2 delegations quickly before break fast. So I see Trustee Hassan and Trustee McLean. Thank you. All those in favor? Show of hands. Any opposed?
Yeah.
Not hearing any. Okay, we are going to move right away to the delegations, and we're going to welcome Ismail Ulgar, who's an imam. I'm hoping you are still on. No? My apologies. Sorry. We're going to go to Mustafa Adnan, who's from SATEC at W.A. Porter Collegiate Institute. Good evening, Mustafa. Are you still with us? Please
Good
press
evening.
*6.
Yes, I'm here.
Great. So the way this works is you have 5 minutes, and at your 5-minute mark, I will let you know that your time is up. After that, there may be questions of clarification from trustees. Please go ahead.
Sounds good. Thank you. Hello and assalamu alaikum. My name is Mustafa Adnan, and I'm a student studying at SATEC. As a proud Muslim, as a Pakistani Canadian Muslim, a student of the TDSB, today, I would like to express to you my stance on the unfortunate, upsetting reality of Islamophobia and the significant impact it has on students on a daily basis. Many Muslim students, myself included, have faced or continue to face discrimination, harassment, and violence based just on faith. It is disheartening that in this day and age, students in Toronto still face discrimination and fear due to their religious customs and identity. My friends who choose to grow their beards as a sunnah, an expression of their deen, religion, should feel proud and not ashamed. Female students who choose to wear the hijab should be able to do so comfortably without any fear of what other students would say. But why? Do we have to hear stories of students saying that they have to shave so that they don't become a target of racism? Why are girls afraid to commute to school just because they wear a hijab? Why do Muslim students get laughed at for praying at school? Our mosques are being vandalized. Our imams are being targeted during prayers. After all this, what will be the mental status of our students? This issue of Islamophobia urgently needs to be worked upon. With over a 71% increase in hate crimes against Muslims, how can we believe that only 3.1% of hate incidents in the TDSB are Islamophobic? This is a crisis, and there is no longer time to delay action towards combating Islamophobia. I sincerely request, on behalf of the Muslim community to the TDSB, to make a concrete stance to combat Islamophobia by implementing strong policies, creating awareness, educating and training staff and students on the issue, and by identifying and diminishing systematic barriers that contribute to Islamophobia. We must also take a proactive approach to dismantle harmful stereotypes, biases, and misconceptions about Islam and Muslims through education and awareness campaigns. It's time our students feel protected from the devastating effects of Islamophobia and uphold our equitable values of support, understanding, and acceptance within our TDSB schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mustafa, for that impassioned delegation and for your patience this evening in us getting to you. Are there any questions from trustees? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your time tonight. I'm just double checking.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Okay, good night. Just checking to see if we have our last delegate. No. Okay. So can I have a mover and a seconder to bring this back off the table? I see Trustee DeVitis and Trustee Ghost. Thank you. And I believe Trustee Lee, you wanted to be added back on the list. Trustee Pay, I see your hand as well, but we actually have 2 trustees before you. So I'm going to go to Trustee Earhart and then Trustee McLean. And I would just note that we are going to break very shortly at 8 o'clock. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, I wanted to ask, I believe I heard staff mention extended day, and that I wanted to speak about daycare availability for Avondale Elementary Alternative School if relocated to Bayview Middle School. And so I've just been looking online, and Avondale Elementary Alternative has around 60 students, as said online, between junior kindergarten and grade 3, which is, in my view, a very small number to build up what we would call sufficient demand. And just a quick search of what childcare is available, there doesn't seem to be childcare available within 800 meters of the school, which as a parent of a grade 2 child tells me that this would be a place I would be very nervous to apply to without private assistance to do drop-offs and pickups. So I worry that it may be a barrier to entry. So I'm just wondering if childcare will be determined in the fall of 2024 based on sufficient demand, just what the thinking is on that. And it's simply because it's an elementary school going into a middle school in an area that looks to be childcare scarce. Recognize that these are high LOI schools, but I wouldn't want it to be a barrier to entry. Thank you.
Through the chair, is there anyone from our early years department who's able to respond?
Test. So through the chair, we would have to have our childcare staff look more into that particular data and as we move forward with this. So we wouldn't be able to provide that for you at this time. Thank you.
Okay, I hear it. And just through the, do we know if this, I saw that there was a delegation where it's written, do we know if this was significantly discussed with Avondale Elementary Alternative, if it was felt to be a significant barrier? Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Next up, we have Trustee McLean. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. Did I understand correctly that after the transition, the Avondale Alternative School goes out, they will be able to use 7 portables, which is the max that is that the site will allow. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. The portable need will be reduced to 7, and that's the maximum that can be accommodated on the Oakburn site.
Okay. Is there any concern that that some of the Avondale Alternative School students won't make the transition because for whatever reasons, their families and challenges that they may not deem it appropriate for them or in their best interest, and they stay, or there's additional growth in the area beyond that which is projected will create the need, will create more students for, additional needs for additional portables, which the site can't support. So the school will, in essence, have to go through this process again. Is that a realistic concern, or is that, are we prepared to do that, or can we learn what we learned through this process? And if, because there were multiple things discussed, and if the move of the alternative school only deals with the majority of the problem, would we be able to engage the second portion without making a whole new part? Or how does that go if this doesn't totally alleviate the concern?
Through the chair, as I indicated in my presentation, this is a part of the city where we've been very active in the past with solutions like boundary changes and program moves and development redirections and capital programs. And that work is going to be needed going into the future too. So we're not stopping our work on the Young Shepherd areas. We have some studies within the long-term program accommodation strategy, looking at potential capital projects. We've been trying to keep options open to us by keeping ownership of land in the area. We have a business case for the Canadian Tire Lands, which is located just to the east. Those are just examples of the ongoing work that needs to occur in this area. Boundary changes with adjacent schools is likely something to be examined in the midterm. We've got an active capital project at Hollywood Public School. Hollywood happens to decreased a little bit in enrollment, so we'll be monitoring to see if there's space in that new addition when it gets built to absorb a small boundary change with Avondale. So this isn't a part of the city where we won't be active. We will be continuing to explore solutions.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Trustee Lee. Oh, and I will just, perhaps it's 8 o'clock. I think we will, I will ask the committee's indulgence again to lay this on the table, and we will take a 20-minute recess to give everybody a break and to accommodate those who are observing break fast, okay? So could I have a mover and a seconder for that? I see Trustee Ghost, Trustee Hassan, and all in favor, show of hands, please. Any opposed? Okay, and so we will see those back here to continue item 6.2 at just after 8:20, maybe 8:25. and we were in the speakers list. I think we had Trustee Lee and then Trustee Pay going again, but Trustee Pay is not here, so we're going to start with you for sure, Trustee Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, just to continue on to the comments that I was making on the Avondale relocation prior. We talked about how the Avondale parents were not 100% clear or understanding of what they were signing up for, and they had a bunch of demands that were requests that they thought was going to be approved and supported by the board before the change happened, and that's not the case. Now, I want to move over to another, I guess, more objective view of the entire situation here. Actually, before I do that, I do want to talk about Bayview. Bayview Middle School right now does have some empty spaces, but Bayview also is hosting a temporary school, or was hosting a temporary school that should be moving back to their own location because that school had a plumbing problem that had to be fixed. What we saw was when 150, 160 students moved in, the middle school lost a lot of its spaces that, that really characterize a effective middle school education. Things like science labs, art studios, and other similar classrooms would then may have to be rededicated to just classrooms because the school becomes so full. So while moving this Avondale school, alternative school into Bayview Middle School solves the problem locally at Avondale, it creates a similar problem where in a way it might degrade the education of all students at Bayview Middle School. So we're really shifting one burden from one location to another. So that being said, I want to pull this back to a more objective perspective on why Avondale has to move to Bayview. And I know a lot of Avondale parents are going to find my comments probably, they're not going to be very happy about it. But I do want to approach this from the perspective of a trustee. We all know that alternative schools per policy have no catchment zone. Therefore, they can technically be located anywhere within the city, just because that's what the policy determines. And the students can access the school from anywhere within the city. When we were doing analysis of the PART process, my question is, why Bayview Middle School? Why not one of the many other schools that have spaces that are within, some of them are within my own ward, and I'm sure some other schools within Scarborough or the northwestern North York may have space as well. So I'll give you two examples. The first example is Crestview Public School. Crestview Public School is located around 4.5 kilometers, maybe 4 kilometers away from Bayview Middle School right now. And what's special about Crestview is that it currently hosts 200 students from Bayview's catchment zone for elementary school, because we tell those students that their local community do not have space, so they're bused 4.5 kilometers away to Crestview Public School. Some of those students could actually walk to Bayview because they're within the 1.6 kilometer walk range. When we move Avondale Alternative into Bayview, we're basically saying, you students who live within the neighborhood, you don't get priority over these other alternative school students that we want to move. And the reason why the staff mentioned that they want to move Avondale to Bayview is because they thought Bayview was the closest location and they didn't want the Avondale students to travel too far. Keep in mind, Avondale has no catchment zone. We're asking students who currently live within the catchment zone to be redirected to another school so that other students who attend another school that doesn't have a catchment zone can attend this school. Okay, so Bayview Middle School used to be a middle school. It wasn't a K-5 school at all, but we're making Bayview Middle School a K-5 school with this move. So my question was, why can't we, in the redirection to Crestview Public School, and move those kids back first? The answer is, well, then where does Avondale go? Okay, Avondale can go to Crestview because Crestview currently is hosting 200 elementary school age kids from the Bayview catchment zone. So that's one alternative. We've also done another study on another school within my ward. I'm sorry, I only talk about my ward because I know those schools, and we asked the PART team to very graciously do those studies. Another school is called Ernest Public School. It has 450 pupil places, currently has 35% attendance rate, so it's 2/3 empty. And it's located in in the area near Victoria Park Avenue and Finch Avenue, so it's right next to Scarborough, with a lot of community-supported housing, next to it. The school is fully air-conditioned, and a new influx of students will really give it much more needed resources, such as support.
Your time just.
I'll put myself back onto the list. I'll let someone else go first.
Thank you. I think the Associate Director, Zucker, wanted to say something before we go to the next speaker.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, I just wanted to make a comment about the budget, and I'm going back to sort of prior discussions about not being assured that the work would happen. So because this work is under the capital budget and it would be funded mostly through SCI, and staff puts together the projects that would be included, that would be funded. So the intention would be, and I can provide assurance that the work would happen and would be part of that budget.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next is Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a new trustee. A lot of the numbers regarding renovating a Bayview Middle School to accommodate Avondale Alternative School. I have quite a few questions to ask the staff. Maybe could help me understand the numbers a little bit better. If you look at Appendix C, item number 1, address deteriorated sloped asphalt, paving, and the grading issues in main play area. So that's going to cost us $350,000. Why so high? What's the area we're replacing? What's the square footage? What's this like cost per square footage?
Director, would you like to respond to that, or?
I wish I could answer that question. Through you, Vice Chair, I would ask System Planning Officer Andrew Gowdy or Executive Officer Maya Puccetti to answer the question.
Through the chair, I'll begin with a process that we went through to identify the scope of work and the cost estimates. Maybe Executive Officer Puccetti can speak to some of the details, like the costs associated with the square foot and things like that. But these cost estimates have come from a team that has inspected the site, the interior and the exterior, and it's involved architects as well as landscape architects. So these staff are very familiar with TDSB sites and with the standards that we build to, and they use that lens to identify the improvements that are required at Bayview Middle School. These improvements are based upon their very real experience with similar projects.
So Andrew, do you really have a number for that? I'm just curious, how much per square footage in terms of replacing asphalt paving?
Through the chair, the scope of work that we have isn't at that granular level, like where I can speak to the exact square footage and the cost per square foot.
So for this kind of project, do we have a internal construction team to do that, or is it we had to hire from outside? And then it's going to be outside, is bidding process going to be involved?
Through the chair, I'd refer to Executive Officer Puccetti to respond.
Thank you. And through the chair to Trustee Pei, we have internal staff, but we also have the option of going external to external contractors. It always depends on the scope of work and the volume of work. So for example, if the site work involves a fair amount of asphalt removal and excavation, we may tender some of that work external and then do the finishing work with our own internal crews.
Okay, thank you very much. Then my next question, I try to understand the design services. We're using consultant, the geotechnical permit. That's going to cost us $30,000. To me, that's huge.
Thank you, and through the chair. So first, to assure you that when we develop the scope of work, which will be developed in consultation with the parents, we would go out and tender the work to consultants and award the work to the consultants based on the lowest fee, similar to what we do with contractors. The consultant, in this case, the landscape architect, will need to do things like geotechnical survey to understand what's in the soil. They'll need to do topographical surveys to understand how the grading works and then how the water will flow, and then they'll do the design. So it's, it has many aspects to the design that are both technical as well as from a landscape point of view. We tend to work with landscape architects that have a lot of experience designing spaces for children, age-appropriate spaces for children. Safety is taken into consideration, access to the playground from a barrier-free point of view or for safety access from the school. All of those things will be taken into account by the landscape architects.
Thank you much, Maya. I have another question. That is regarding replacing existing breakers, lighting panels, revamp the existing LED fixtures, all the new work, paint the wall. It's going to be cost like $125,000. Could you explain to me that is how that numbers arrived?
Again, I would say that these are cost estimates based on our previous experience renovating schools of this age and this condition. We take into account when we create these preliminary cost estimates, an allowance for removing asbestos as we do the work, because with the age of the building, there is most likely asbestos. We probably have built in a small contingency allowance because, sometimes you find things that you weren't expecting behind the walls. But the work that is described here is not only going to provide better electrical service in the rooms, but with the LED lighting, it is certainly going to brighten the lighting in those rooms.
Okay, thank you. In terms of install signage, how many signage are we installed there for $30,000?
So that is, again, an allowance that may be brought down to a more specific number, but the signage would include new exterior ground mount sign at the front of the school that incorporates both Avondale Alternative School name as well as Bayview School name. It may involve new signage on the building, and that would also cover any additional new signage in the building, because we do want to differentiate between the Avondale portion of the building and the Bayview portion of the building and provide signage appropriate to both those schools in that building.
So basically, as an alternative school, going to have a different entrance from the Bayview Middle School, right?
Well, that is something that we're certainly going to look at, and it's one of the things that the parents identified as being important. So when we first meet with them, subject to the board's decision here, that's one of the things we'll start to look at is what can we do to address drop-off and pickup and safety and where the kids would gather prior to going into the building. All of that will be part of the preliminary design exercises that we undertake in consultation with the school.
So that's great. Okay, my next question is, in terms of renew the interior doors and hardwares, how many doors we renew here? How many hardware we replace here for $425,000?
I know, trustees, it's always surprising when you see what the estimated cost is for interior doors. And there is a unit cost for doing interior doors. One of the things that, again, impacts that cost is whether there is asbestos in the walls and also if we have to change the opening or size of the doors. But I'm not sure what the number of doors that were calculated in that amount. I can get that information for you. But as I said, again, these are cost estimates that are based on higher level unit rates based on our experience renovating similar spaces.
Okay, I think is your answer probably similar to the exterior wall and the windows. Okay, I have no further questions. I just want to know the numbers. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I know Trustee Lee, you want to go back on the list, but I'm going to ask the committee's indulgence because some of our trustees need to go back to mosque this evening for prayers. So I'm going to ask that we lay this on the table. We will come back to it later, and then we're actually going to move to the motion because there's a window of time that people are free. And so my request is that we lay this. Do I have to do two separate motions, Ms. Joseph Towers? Okay, so first a motion to lay this on the table. Mover and a seconder, please. Trustee McLean, Trustee Hassan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Next, I'm going to ask that we move ahead to go straight to 7.1. Can I have a mover and a seconder to do that? No, I don't. I can just do that? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to move to item number 7.1, which is the written notice of motion for consideration addressing Islamophobia. And can I have a mover and a seconder for this? No, I don't need it. It's already right. It's already on there. Trustee Hassan and Shen. Would the movers like to speak to this motion?
Sorry, Madam Chair, when we approved the agenda, wasn't the HR report supposed to be next after the part?
Trustee Laskin, it was. There's been I asked the committee's indulgence because there is an about 50-minute window or 40-minute window where all the trustees who are observing prayers this evening need to go back to mosque. So we wanted to get them while they were available. So we've made a decision to do item number 7.1 first. I know it is not what we intended at the beginning of the evening, but I'm asking the committee's indulgence, please. Okay, so I'm going to turn the floor over to Trustee Hassan, who would like to speak. Please go ahead.
Through the chair, thank you, and good evening, everyone. So today, I'm honored to bring forward a motion that asks for the Toronto District School Board to commit to developing and implementing a system-wide comprehensive strategy to address Islamophobia. I want to start by thanking the many, many community members and agencies who have expressed their deep support for this motion. Thank you for the emails. Thank you for the phone calls, the text, and the casual conversations on the street. I'm bringing this motion forward on your behalf. I also want to thank the staff at TDSB. This motion is in no way a judgment of their work. Our staff is to be congratulated for the excellent work that they have done over many years to make TDSB leaders in the work of equity and human rights, as I'm grateful to them for that. This motion is being brought forward in a timely manner, as we are witnessing an increase of Islamophobia throughout the GTA and Canada. We're all aware of the previous attacks against Muslims, including the one that took place in a Quebec mosque and in London, Ontario, which have resulted in the loss of precious lives. More recently, there have been consistent attacks on mosques throughout the Greater Toronto Area, including 2 recent attacks in Markham and a local mosque that I frequently attend in York Southwestern, Tawfiq Islamic Center off of Weston Road. These incidents are not new. They are only being exacerbated during the holy month of Ramadan. Once again, I would like to acknowledge the hard work and dedication put forth by the Human Rights Office, the equity team, and everyone who's worked on the current broader anti-hate strategy. However, in order for us to effectively tackle Islamophobia, it needs to have its own space, and we must name it and address it in a separate strategy that can heighten accountability on the current broader strategy. We're all well aware of the data behind Islamophobia in the TDSB, and we have that data again right here in the Human Rights Report being presented today. In addition, the Muslim communities of Toronto continue to ask for accountability and more measures of commitment. And that's why Trustee Shan and I are bringing this new strategy forward. I am a trustee who identifies as Muslim. And everywhere I go, I continuously hear the need for this separate strategy. I am representing those Muslim voices, voices from people who have been absent from this table. And the best people to speak to their oppression are people who hold those identities and lived experiences. The Muslim community is telling me loud and clear that this is a strategy that will bring focus to this concern, heighten accountability, and respond to what I am being asked for at the local level in York South-Weston and Toronto at large. I also want to reiterate that this strategy is by no means meant to diminish the current work by staff or by taking away from others in any capacity. It's about adding and building on what we already have. So as I bring this motion forward, I also do so with a deep understanding and respect for staff workload. Once again, this motion is not intended to make staff work even harder than they are now, but perhaps it's time for us to work differently. We know the importance of naming and specifically identifying the things we want to improve. We have examples of that right here in this boardroom. A number of years ago in this boardroom, many of us watched the work of a task force to address the achievement of Somali students at a time when results for Somali students were at an all-time low, and young men were dying violent deaths, what seemed like daily. Today, those results have improved to the point where Somali-speaking students achieve close to the highest levels in the board. The work of that group is part of the reason why I stand here today as the first ever trustee of Somali descent. Because we identified a problem and made a specific plan to address it with accountability built in it. It was focused, it was intentional, and it included communities. Today, that is what we are asking for with students who identify as Muslim. A plan to address issues of serious concern with accountability built into it. A plan that includes deeper data collection and community engagement. A plan which recognizes that our communities are incredibly diverse in and of themselves. A plan which addresses Islamophobia in creative ways that include student voice, like we heard tonight. A plan which addresses the fact that students who identify as Muslim have increasingly and disturbingly been victims of community violence. A plan which acknowledges that there are as many Muslim young men in prison today as there has ever been. A plan which will make a community feel as though we see them and value them in the face of the discrimination that they face every day. A plan which highlights and learns from the brilliance that Muslim students and staff contribute to TDSB and the broader community every single day. The specific focus which will come from this motion will facilitate this work in a clear and focused way. And lastly, to other communities, I do not want you to feel that this work will be done at your expense. I do not want to contribute to a competition between marginalized groups. I believe all communities should have a specific plan which addresses the needs that are specific to them. Again, not to do more work, but to do work differently. We've worked in certain ways for a long time. I believe this motion is a call for us to work differently based on community and student voice. And I'm asking you, my fellow trustees, to support this motion tonight as demonstration of our commitment to name and address Islamophobia in a manner which our community feels would be the most beneficial. Thank you.
Trustee Vice Chair Shen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to also start off by thanking all the delegates living through traumatic incidents and the courage you showed during the time you're fasting and being here and speaking up. Many young people who spoke out, thank you for leading the way. I also want to make sure that the staff that work on equity within the school board are appreciated at the forefront. In fact, as somebody who works in equity-related work, you're never a winner. You know, people who want equity are always asking for more, and people who are opposed to equity want to blame the work that's being done. So this is not necessarily a reflection of the staff that are working hard. The failure of this school board over decades is not reflective of the people who have started doing some of this work. But it's important to recognize the failure that has happened over time, as you saw from the deputants. From the time I started talking about these motions, number of young people, number of educators, TDSP teachers, TDSP vice principals, community organizations, past students have reached out. If you were to put these delegations over and over again, there would be days of delegations of people speaking about the issue. What we've seen in this board and many boards is denial first. Islamophobia, A, doesn't exist, or it's not a big problem. But we saw how big of an issue it is for multiple reasons. And then the deflection after denial that, what would other communities want? When would we stop? There's already things happening. And these are common tactics. This is not just particular to the school board. That's what we face when we want to confront issues that are not being dealt with at the scale that's necessary. And the third tactic is delay. And we've seen that in this school board, many school boards. The amount of time it takes to move on things while we see people falling through the cracks because of systemic discrimination. So my ask is very simple. Instead of saying we're already doing this, let's listen to the people who debuted today. 20% of the population or more now identify as Muslim. Have we done enough on this issue over the last 2 decades? Let's think about it. I was a trustee 7 years ago when a white nationalist terrorist went into Quebec Mosque and killed people. At that time, there was a new director, there was commitments given out verbally that this board would be addressing Islamophobia. 7 years later, I came back to this board because I've seen it from outside. I've heard the stories. And pretty tired because we have to do much better. We might be leading in multiple ways across the board, but we have, as a leader, an added responsibility to keep championing equity and anti-Islamophobia, anti-racism, anti-Black racism strategies, confronting anti-Black racism strategies. So my ask here is very simple. There is intersectionalities. We saw that. Number of women who spoke out are also being targeted because they are women and Muslim, and many times Black women who are Muslim. But having said that, a dedicated strategy is needed to be placed within the broader strategy or framework of dealing with anti-hate and anti-racism. We have very limited data on this. We don't have the data. Like one woman went through 3 incidents. One teacher outlined 5, 6 incidents. Imagine the magnitude of issues. And I have had teachers who come and tell me that they are uncomfortable coming and speaking about their experience, and the white teacher had to come and do that. Let's think about how big this issue is. And I'm going to get back on the list because I need to ask many questions. But I want to ask you that inadequate systemic response leads to inadequate action is inaction in many schools. And that's what we heard today. So instead of saying we are doing this already, let's think back. We have a teachers association that has not been consulted or met with yet. We look around the room and look at how many Muslim identified senior administrators, senior leaders we have in the system. I have one of the largest population at Scarborough Center, and I look around the schools, not seeing many teachers, not seeing many administrators. If the pool needs to be created, what has the board done to systematically look at those gaps? There are so many things like this. Students don't feel, for the first time, many schools are having iftar. City council, when I was there, council 6 years ago, had it inside the city hall. But the schools have been so reluctant to touch this. There's a fear, systemic fear about engaging Muslim communities. And that is Islamophobia, not just name calling. And we have to start addressing this. And I hope I can get some answers to some of the questions. And I hope the trustees will support a motion to have a dedicated strategy to confront Islamophobia.
Okay, we have a speakers list developing. I have Trustee Laskin followed by Trustee King. Please go ahead, Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I want to make it very, very clear to the movers of the motion that I absolutely support a unique strategy to address Islamophobia. And I'd like to hear from staff because I actually thought that the update from March 1st of this year that went to Planning and Priorities Committee spoke to the fact that a unique strategy is going to be developed over the next 2 years. And it includes the 6 pillars that many of the community spoke to that had to be there. including the affirmation of identities, the school climate and culture, employment equity, student learning strategy, professional learning, and school community relationships. So again, I completely agree that over the past decades, we have done very little work, that this work is just beginning in earnest in terms of identifying the separate strategies. So I just really like clarification from staff if there is already plans to develop a unique strategy to address Islamophobia, and if that work hasn't started yet, when will that work be starting? And are there aspects in this motion that are not yet covered by that work? If I can ask Madam Chair to go to staff for a response, appreciate it.
Please go ahead, Director.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, first let me begin by thanking the students, families, community members, and organizations who took their time this evening during Ramadan to show your support for this motion, and perhaps more importantly, to remind us that we need to do more to end Islamophobia. We heard the multiple impacts of Islamophobia on students, community members, and staff, and they were both enraging and saddening. I apologize for the experiences of Muslim students in our schools and reaffirm the need to make these acts of discrimination end. Generations of Muslim community members must be able to tell different stories of their experiences and lives in Canada, Toronto, and in TDSB schools. To answer the question specifically, yes, there was the intention in the March report entitled Update on the Toronto District School Board's Anti-Hate and Anti-Racism Strategy to have a specific set of strategies developed with community to address Islamophobia and to affirm Muslim identities in our schools. We have, as you heard trustees speak to and staff in this boardroom over the past year, started this work in many different ways with students, with professional learning for our staff, and with families. We've not done a very good job of publicizing what has been done to the broader community, and that was evident through many of the deputations this evening. The commitments to a specific strategy with actions to address the different ways in which Islamophobia manifests itself and is impacting students and families is certainly our intention, and that work has started, and I would turn it over to Systems Superintendent Karen Murray to speak to specific actions that have happened. But please note that was a month ago that staff put forward this particular report, and so we are at the beginning stages and very open to ensuring that the work we do represents what the community feels needs to happen and reflects the intersectional identities of Muslim students, families, and staff.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you. And I, too, want to just say thanks to all those who came and shared their stories and their narratives of their experiences. I wanted to just follow up on what our director just spoke about. So in response, Trustee Laskin, when we brought the report to board, we came to PPC on March 1st, and then it was received on March 8th. The entire design was for these distinct plans. These customized 2-year comprehensive plans that would be created in collaboration with community. It was designed for us to work with some of our committees within the district, as, for example, our heritage committees, and for us would have been our Islamic Heritage Committee being one. The other group we connected with was our Muslim educators, teacher associations, to be another. And then, of course, we've been doing a lot of productive work with NCCM over the last few years, and they were also included in the reach out for us to start. So to answer, we have started. The invitation for our first meeting went out a few weeks ago, and we had a date, which we've now just revised for within the next upcoming weeks to begin the actions tied to the 6 pillars that you identified.
So, Madam Chair, if I can then follow up, please. And I was also remiss not to thank all the people that took the time to tell us how important it is that the board addresses Islamophobia in ways that are co-created by the various Muslim communities, and they see us doing that work. So I do appreciate staff's comment, because I already thought this work had started. So I guess that's why, to my colleagues, it's not that I don't support this work. It's that I supported the notion in your motion that A for me reads as if this work hasn't started, and we will only start this work based upon this motion, and when this motion gets approved by board. That was the point that I wanted to make, and I completely agree with the director, and she'll know this because I keep pushing. I do not believe we proactively communicate enough about the work that is ongoing. I am somewhat frustrated that the website on combating hate and racism still has a report from March of 2022 on it, and has not been updated with the work that has been done, the thinking work and the planning work that's now represented in the March 1st, 2023 update report, which specifically speaks to the unique strategies that need to be developed. So then my next question to staff would be, if we go to section A of this recommendation, where it says that the Toronto District School Board develop and implement a system-wide comprehensive strategy to address Islamophobia, is it my understanding that staff would be continuing and building on this work? Because the question that wasn't answered by staff that I'd just like to remind them of through you, Madam Chair, is there are very specific details included in these recommendations. Can I get confirmation from staff that these particular details that are being asked for in this recommended strategy that I understand has been worked on with members of the community? So I completely agree with the sentiment, nothing about us without us. So there's no question that Muslims must be involved in creating their own strategy. That's a given in my mind. But is there anything that's in this in these recommendations that is not currently been considered? If I can ask that through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, my answer is twofold. There may be, but that's part of doing the work with community and shaping the strategy with community. So we're open to hearing what community is telling us and adjusting as appropriate. So I could say easily that the items listed could fit under the 6 areas in the report, but we are also open to having missed something. That's part of engaging genuinely with community, and that is the commitment that we as staff have made.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair, back to staff then. So when it says A, that the Toronto District School Board develop and implement a system-wide comprehensive strategy to address Islamophobia, can I have confirmation from staff that that is the work that has been started?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please put me back on the list.
Okay, but you can speak at the end. Okay, thank you, Trustee Laskin. Next up, we have Trustee King, followed by Trustee Dawson.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you to the trustees that brought this motion forward and to everybody that we heard from. I really just want an opportunity to share some of what I've heard and what I've observed through consideration of this motion. I don't think anybody can argue that there is still continued work to do in terms of naming and disrupting Islamophobia. We heard, many very troublesome, very inexcusable examples of behavior from adults and from the adults in our buildings and from the adults that we entrust our children, our students with. I've also heard across my ward of schools that have scheduled, sorry, I shouldn't say schools, singular, it's a school that scheduled and communicated graduation ceremony on Eid, despite memos regarding the duty to accommodate going out to staff through our system. I've heard of parents who share identity of Muslim and Black explain that if they need to express a concern, they're going to do it under the banner of being Black, not Muslim, because they feel like that's where it's going to get heard and taken seriously and have recourse. I've seen examples of lateral harm, of Islamophobia being weaponized and used against other cultural groups. So these are just examples, from my ward, which I would say doesn't have an obviously very visible and large Muslim community, although there certainly are many that do identify. I did sit with Muslim educators. They approached me and wanted time to be heard as well. And I heard very similar to what we heard staff share today, feelings of being isolated, feeling unsupported, and really feeling barriers to their own professional development and opportunities for promotion. And we heard students and parents also speak about wanting to see more representation at senior levels, at system levels within our board. I think it's interesting that we're hearing from partners that we're already engaged with. NCCM has done incredible work with us. They've been seconded to lead professional development. They've led workshops for over 5,000 students in 30 schools, and they too say there's more to be done in this work. So it's happening, and just like the other trustees, I really do acknowledge our Human Rights Office, our Equity Department, for all the work that they have done. But I think what we're hearing is a real urgency to go further and go deeper and to be able to see the efficacy of this work, to see the accountability, to have the measurement, and to be able to really change lived experiences through the strategy and through the action plans. There's a couple of things that I thought were really key that were identified within the motion. Staff have already spoken to them. Really important to have an audit of the work that we've done to date, and also the engagement of that steering committee to inform the future work. I think we've seen other examples where stakeholder voice is so valued, and it is much more useful when we bring it into the planning stage versus sharing our plans and then having them engage with them. So that co-design that the director just spoke to. The two observances that I just wanted to share are around communications and around framework. I think that part of the challenge that we're dealing with is in how we package and present the work that we do. I suspect that some folks are really struggling to see the work to date and all of that's been done in one place. So if you were to ask the question, what are we doing to address Islamophobia, I think it's challenging for the community to find a comprehensive description and to see our strategies and our actions in one place. It's really hard to know in that way what we're doing and where the gaps are, and I think that's a lot of what we're hearing. I think the appeal that people see as well when they look at the appeal strategy is that that's what you have. You have a document where you can clearly see all of that together. Secondly, it's just in the framing. You know, I think that part of what we're talking about here is really the opportunity to look at how we frame and approach the work. This might sound subtle and it might sound like semantics, but I think what we're talking about to a degree is the difference of starting with a goal to address hate and racism and then looking at all the forms within it versus a goal to consider each form of hate and racism and then compilate it into a comprehensive strategy. So I think that's what we're talking about now, but it's really about the validity to the individual experiences as well as the commonalities and then bringing them together. And I know my time is up. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Trustee King. Trustee Dawson, go ahead.
Thank you. And, you know, first and foremost, I would like to echo my colleagues in thanking all of the delegates tonight, and in particular, the students and parents who spoke so passionately to their experiences. And I also want to just say, on behalf of the board, I'm sorry to those people who had to endure reliving trauma in order to convince us of the value of this work. I apologize deeply for your having to go through that. I want to thank the movers of this motion for bringing it forward. I'm in full support. And just to echo some of what Trustee, or expand on what Trustee King has said around communication and the way that we package our work. I think, you know, a motion like this, and there's been a lot of conversation behind the scenes between trustees, and I think we've refined it to a point of compromise. But for me, this is really sends a strong message to the community that we are doing something, that we are listening, and that we validate and hear the concerns and experiences that families and students are having and educators are having in our system. And you know, it's not so much, are we doing this already? Maybe we are, and people don't know, but that is a problem. People need to know. So going forward, that is something that we do need to think about, is how do we convey and communicate the fact that we are doing something, and how do we relay back publicly, not just in this setting, you know, our successes around key performance indicators. That is going to be critical with this work. But I do think it's so important, and I encourage my colleagues to support this motion. The community needs it. They need to feel validated and heard. They need to have their experiences honored, and I hope that we can do that tonight. I have one question to staff. You know, we've heard that the work is happening, or you know, there are plans to have it happen, and the report on March 1st was an excellent starting point. You know, there isn't a budget attached to this motion in particular, my understanding. Is there anything captured within it that you think is sort of beyond the scope of our current budget, or I guess staffing allocation in the department that would be responsible?
Excuse me, thank you very much. Through the chair, at this time, we do not have any resource concerns. I will say to the Board of Trustees that even through this very difficult budget process that you are going through and staff is going through in preparing a balanced budget for you to consider, we have had discussions around what it is we need in order to be able to fulfill our specific actions outlined in the March report. And I do believe we will be coming forward with a proposal around dedicated additional staffing. And the associate director to my left will not kick me under the table, but in order to be able to actually deliver on our commitments in this report. And I trust, as this motion moves through the process this evening, to fulfill our commitments to Muslim identifying communities.
Okay, thank you so much. That's very helpful. And just in closing, I think amongst ourselves, we've been bogged, and I am fully guilty of this, just so y'all know, become bogged down in the semantics of language. And I think really at the end of the day, what this is about is sending a message to the community that we're serious about this work and that we do believe what's going on in our schools, and we need to urgently respond to it appropriately and fulsomely. So I hope that my colleagues will support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Dawson. Up next, we have Trustee Rajakulasingam, followed by Trustee McLean.
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to thank the many members of our public that came in today and for their courage. I know it takes a lot to kind of relive their experiences, especially when they haven't found the solutions or the comfort that they need. So I want to thank you for coming in. Over the years, I've had many opportunities to get to know many different people that identify as Muslim. And I think they're some of the most intelligent, compassionate, and kind people. And I just wanted to say that as we speak, just so that we don't pass biases of them as a group that isn't able to advocate or stand up for themselves. They've showed so much resilience and courage amidst all that they've experienced. I have such a significant Muslim population in my ward, and oftentimes I've heard of instances of Islamophobia through the grapevine many weeks after the incident has occurred. These incidents are often unreported, and then when I ask the families why they haven't, they share that they're afraid of retaliation or because they haven't built that relationship where they feel that they can disclose these incidents and a solution will be found. They often tell me as a FYI, but they're not looking for a solution because unfortunately they've normalized these experiences. I've heard of instances of hijabs of Muslim students being pulled off, children being bullied and referred to as a bomber, even homes getting prank calls about bomb threats. I'm reflecting on the intersecting identities of Muslim students across race, religion, class, and gender, and how easy it is to identify Muslim by what they are wearing, and how this makes members more vulnerable to discrimination. I know our staff has been doing a lot of work addressing Islamophobia. There's been many work around partnerships with there's been work around partnerships with the Muslim community, as System Superintendent Murray referred to. I've heard the director talk about her commitment to fighting and dismantling Islamophobia. I think what's missing is the measures in place and how to report it. And I think that's what I got from today, that there is a gap in awareness on how to report. And I think it also helps to review our community-specific approach. And it also speaks to how are we going to engage with these communities? As trustees, we get emails every day. And just reflecting on who's emailing us daily, it shows which voices are louder and which voices we don't hear from. So when we do hear from those voices like we did today, it's important we acknowledge what they're telling us. How do we ensure that they know that they can report in a way that is safe to them? A lot of them are from refugee communities, immigrant communities that left behind traumatic experiences. And unfortunately, they've normalized them and most oftentimes won't come forward to report something. So while it's important we have the measures in place, I think at this point, it's also about ensuring Muslim students feel seen and Muslim students and staff feel seen. I'm happy to see that we are adjusting today's meeting to accommodate Ramadan and the need for colleagues and public to break fast. But this should only be happening when a motion on Islamophobia is on the agenda, but it's something that we always practice. And I'm trying to reflect on the past 5 years when we've made that accommodation, and I don't remember. So I think it's important not just to have an action in place to respond to these incidents,
review what preventive measures we are taking. Like, how are we empowering this community? How are we engaging with this community? Oftentimes around conversations with community engagement, I mentioned that the expectation shouldn't be that something is on our website or something is here, but how are we entering these communities? How are we engaging with them? What type of culturally relevant supports do we have to offer to them to ensure they feel safe to disclose with us and build that relationship? So I want to thank the movers for this motion, and particularly Trustee Hassan. It was really powerful to hear your narrative today and what your representation means on this board to your community. I always think that we are bigger than ourselves as individuals. We represent our ancestors, and I'm sure they're incredibly proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rajagulasingham. Next up on the list, we have Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair, like everyone else, I was moved by the voice of lived experience that was shared with us today. And it was saddened, it was, but it was important to hear. So I thank everyone who came forward and made the presentation. I also thank the movers. I thank the movers for bringing this forward, and the flexibility, the willingness to reach out, speak with colleagues over the last, 7 to 10 days and to be flexible and tweak it here and there so that it stands as it does before us today. I had the pleasure of going to 2 iftar dinners in my ward, and that was a unique experience for me, and it was great. I really enjoyed the evenings, and on both occasions, I had people come up to me and talk to and share their perspective as it pertained to the motion, and shared a reluctance within the Muslim community to come forward and share for reasons of that have been described, the fear of retribution and the sense that this is something that they should have to endure. So I'm excited that this work will include, reaching out and involving the community. And I hope, this is a very aspirational piece, and there's lots of really cool things in here that we're trying to accomplish, but I hope that part of what we try to do is we try to, through our interaction and through what is produced, that we make it clear that we want to know when these situations are occurring, and that the victims of this type of racism and hatred feel comfortable that they will be supported when they come forward, and then that we live up to that trust, and that we follow through, and that we actually produce change. Because once you start knocking down those dominoes and you win that, and you win the hearts and minds of the community, that they have faith in that we didn't just draft a really clever document that we can put on our website, that we that we mean what we say, and that we put it into action, and we try to create change, and we do it at every opportunity that we can, and that the community, all our communities, feel supported. But we know that this community particularly, for a long time has had a sense that they've had to endure and not felt comfortable. And that was shared with us many times today. So I hope a lot of things will come out of that, but I really hope that there's a greater, I hope they're encouraged that we're moving in this direction with them, and hope that they're more comfortable coming forward and as a system allowing us to prove that we mean what we say, and that we really will reach out and support and disrupt and actively create the change that they so desperately need and we all desperately want. So thank you, and congratulations again to the movers.
Thank you very much, Trustee McLean. Next up, we have Trustee Patel. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank all the trustees, staff, for accommodating us today for breaking our fast. As you know that you can hear Azan is going on at the back and I'm at the mosque. But I would like to thank Trustee Hassan, Trustee Shan for bringing this motion today. It's a very important motion and it reflects what as the multicultural trustees at the boards are looking for, the direction where we are heading in future. But before that, I would like to thank the staff for working so hard in the past couple of years. The work had already been done or begun. I can say it has been begun. But by bringing this motion, we can now safely say that we will definitely reach to its conclusion. What I heard today from staff, from the delegates, from trustees, that we do lack lots of things. Yes, the work has been started, but it has not reached where it's supposed to reach. When I heard a delegate who was a teacher, and when she says that, I hear my colleague, the teacher, how they behave when they see a Muslim student. And I have received numerous complaints. In the month of Ramadan, a student has been told to do push-up while the student is, fasting, and that's early morning. It's sad to see that even we started the work and it's still happening. So motion like this will make sure that what the delegates has faced will not happen anymore. And it will strengthen the real Islamophobia which is happening today. In conclusion, I would also like to request Madam Director to carefully look into the recommendation regarding staffing, which Trustee Shan has highlighted. I have been asking about this since 2021. And did we make any progress? I'm not sure. So I would really ask Madam Director, to look into this. It's very important. 23%, I think it's the population. It's no longer 20%. It's probably 23% of the population is a Muslim population at TDSB. We need those teachers. It's very important. The other thing I want to emphasize on communication, Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair. Again and again and again, trustees are asking about communication. We have done so much work since 2021 on hate and all sorts of hate. You can call it Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, anti-Black, anti-Asian. The work has been started. But people out there don't know that what the work has been started. So the communication is very important piece in this too, Madam Chair. In short, Madam Chair, I would request all my fellow trustees to vote in favor of this motion. It's a very important motion. Before I conclude, I would like to thank my trustees who were on the board, the previous trustees. They worked so hard on this. I would especially like to thank our outgoing chair, Alexander Brown, Chris Mammo, Parthi Kandiwal. They all worked so hard on hate, equality, equities. Again, thank you, staff. I know it's not a double work. It's the work which we started. We have to finish this. Thank you for all your hard work. I appreciate this. Thank you, Trustee Hassan, Trustee Shan, for bringing this motion. I will be voting in favor of this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Trustee Patel. Next up, we have Trustee Pei. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you, the movers, Trustee Hassan and Trustee Shan for moving this motion. I learned a lot tonight by hearing all the delegation story. Islamophobia does exist. So there's no ground for any hate or racism should really exist as TDSB. So I want to vote in favor for this motion. Thank you, Trustee Hassan and Shan, for bringing this forward. And also, I want to appreciate all the staff for the previous work you have done. But also, I appreciate other trustees be saying there got to be proper communication channels. Let the parents, students, staff know that we care about them and we know their concern. We can continue address their concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Next up, we have, actually, I'm not sure if we have anybody else on the speaker list. Can I pass the chair to you? Laskin has removed her name. Can I pass this?
Yes, I can take over the chair role. Go ahead, Chair Chancellor.
I just wanted to thank staff for all the work they've done over the last few years. I want to thank the many, many delegates who came out tonight, who spoke eloquently, passionately, emotionally, and I think it confirmed some of the things we already knew, but gave us insight into the work that will be done in the future, because we got to hear some of the particular experiences and ideas from community. I, as a trustee who represents an area that has a very large Muslim population in Thorncliffe Park, had the experience of, like my colleague, Trustee McLean, going to an iftar this year. This was the first time I'd ever been to an iftar. I really didn't know what an iftar was, not something I had ever experienced. And I had trouble when I was there keeping my emotions in check, because and I know there are different types of iftars because I've now been to two, but this one was a bit like a prom. It was run by students, entirely run by students. The food was prepared by students. The entire program was done by students. And the students were so proud of the work that they had done, and they were so comfortable in their identities and so comfortable in their school, in their identities. I remembered what it was like to be in high school and not feel comfortable in my identity. So that whole evening, I kept looking around the room and thinking how wonderful it is that we have places and schools where kids feel comfortable. I'm not sure they always feel comfortable. We heard a lot from kids tonight about how they don't always feel comfortable, and from parents who told us stories and from staff who told us stories. But at that moment, there was definitely a level of comfort. And so my hope through this work being done is we'll get to a place where kids always have that, where they always feel safe and secure in their schools, because every child should feel safe and secure in their school community, and every parent should feel safe and secure when they drop their kids at school or when they send them off to school when they're old enough to go on their own. So I would like to thank the movers for this motion. I would like to thank my colleagues for this motion. There's been a lot of discussion behind the scenes over the last few days. That discussion has been really productive. The conversations have been really good with trustees. And I think one of the things I've really learned is it's important to pick up the phone. We don't always see each other in person all the time. And we're not always in the same room, although many of us are in the same room tonight, and many are online. But the conversations I had with my colleagues were excellent. And I know that the more we are informed by what they're hearing in their communities and what we're hearing in our communities, the work will be even stronger. So I will be quiet now, and I will look forward to voting in favor, and I hope that everyone will as well.
Thank you, Chair Stanislaw. We have Trustee Ghosh now wanting to speak.
Okay, please go ahead, Trustee Ghosh.
Hello, through the chair, I just want to say thank you, Trustee Shan and Trustee Hassan, for bringing forward this motion. I also want to thank all the people that spoke today. I hear you guys because I'm a Muslim too in the system. You guys all know I just graduated high school like 4 years ago. So I know how hard it is to be a Muslim woman in school and feeling unsafe to not wear your hijab or be scared to pray in public. So Islamophobia is happening, and honestly, a lot has changed in the school system since I was in school. I've attended, I think, 4 iftars this Ramadan, which I was so happy about because I never had that opportunity when I was in high school. So I do see that there is work being done, but I still see that there needs to be more done as well. So thank you all for supporting this, and I hope everyone else can support this as well.
Okay, I am not seeing any other speakers on the list. I would just ask the movers if...
Madam Chair,
Yes, Trustee Patel.
can we have a recorded vote?
We are in committee, so we don't do recorded vote in committee. When we get to board, we can do that, which is next Wednesday.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay, so we're just going to fix a little technicality with eScribe. Just give us one moment.
What's being projected?
Thank you for alerting us. We need like music that could play in the interlude when, yeah, like the Jeopardy. That's right, like Trustee Lee could sing. Little crooning. Okay, so we're hoping that it has been corrected at this point. I'm going to pull it up on my screen. That looks right, doesn't it? I think it looks correct now.
It's just not on my. Yeah. It's not. We're gonna put these on the screen. Right.
Can we pull up the action items? Is it possible to just scroll up?
So if, as long as we're okay that we're approving this and not what's on eScribe.
Are we able to scroll up so that we can see the action items?
This one's right.
Just so that we see A to...
And what was circulated today? Don't worry, I have.
Trustee Earhart?
Motion that is on the screen in front of us, above the chair and vice chair. Thank you.
Should we do the closing?
Oh, can I just ask that we scroll up the screen if possible, just so trustees see what they're voting on? Just to make sure. Thank you. All right. So we're going to open the vote. You are voting what we're seeing on the screens here. And oh, you do want to close. Oh, okay. I didn't know you wanted to close. Okay. So would either of the movers like to close?
We both like to say something in closing as well. I just wanted to reiterate something about that wasn't spoken about today. We heard a lot about what children and parents and teachers go through at school, but we are also responsible to support them for what they go through outside school, what the media speaks about, what they experience with policing, how they experience travel, how legislations have been passed that are Islamophobic or discriminatory. So it's important to also contextualize that, we have had Islamophobia across the country at multiple levels. So it is a large enough issue. And one of the things that I heard constantly people talk about is that we are doing enough, but the community may not know. In fact, a lot of the deputants are very closely associated with the school board. Like some of them have worked as Heritage Month coordinators, some of them are teachers in the system, and many of them have been students for 15 years and parents and so on. So it's important to not diminish their knowledge as to people who deputed were people who didn't know that we are doing great things. In fact, we may be doing great things, but the scale is what we should be looking at. 25% or 20% of the population means that's the scale we need to have. So I want to say, as somebody who's a non-Muslim, I take my responsibility as an ally to push this further. I was involved in the Peel District School Board, and I will continue to push this until provincial government mandates it across all school boards. But it's important for others to also reflect and let voices from the Muslim community speak, but there's also a role that others can play to advocate against Islamophobia. So if we were to assume this project, the reason I want to push for a strategy is that, like I said, last 20 years, we don't have much to show. But with this and with the staff that are committed today and what we see, we will be able to show something significant 5 to 10 years from now. And it's not just about a better communication to our communities, but also real results to the communities to see in 5 to 10 years. Meaningful engagement with parents, where parent voices are heard at all issues, not just Islamophobia-related issues. Partnerships, I went through the partnerships portal and checked for words like Muslim, Arab, Islam, in the description even, not just the title, maybe handful, 3, 4, 5 out of 584 partners. So there are a lot of work to be done. MSAs across the thing, they're just starting. How do we support them so young people feel included? Accommodation should not be an issue in schools with high population of Muslim students, but that is still the case. So imagine what it would be in smaller schools. How do we take learnings from Mark Ganu and David and Mary Thompson and other schools to share? So there's promising practices that are being shared other places. Reflective hiring. If an Islamophobic incident happened, who is a senior leader who has lived experience that the director or the associate directors can go to? Trustees are reflective. In fact, it quadrupled in this election, but we still have that major gap. Reflective curriculum. And then finally, the fear has to be removed. The fact that very active, very vocal educators came to me and said, I really want to come here and speak, but I'm fearful to come and speak, was the biggest learning for me. So let's create that, remove that fear. The final thing I want to say before I close up is that this is about creating a next generation of non-Muslims that don't continue the cycle of Islamophobia. It's not just about supporting Muslim students. It's supporting a learning where non-Muslim students break the cycle of Islamophobia that get fed in the media, that get fed in their homes, so that they can grow up to challenge this together. And that is going to be our biggest role out of this strategy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee. Okay, and so we have no more questions, no more comments from trustees. So I would ask that we open the vote, please. And just a reminder, we're voting for what's on the screen, and that would be the same for those who are voting virtually. It's what's on the computer screen on Zoom.
Trustee Patel in favor, Madam Chair.
Sriskandaraj in favor.
Trustee
Rajwani in favor.
Trustee Ghost in favor.
Trustee Rajagul Singh, I'm in favor.
Laskin in favor.
Chernis Lynn in favor. Hastings is in favor.
Earhart in favor.
Trustee Arts in
Trustee
favor.
King in favor.
Trustee Wong in favor.
If there's no one else, Trustee Lee in favor.
Is there anyone who's against? That has carried. Okay. Can I have a motion to remove item number, oh, I got to go back in my brain. We're going back to what was on the table. It's been on the table, off the table, on the table, off the table tonight. So we are going to go back at this point, where am I in my notes, to Avondale. To item number 6.2, this is the program area review. Can I have a mover and a seconder to bring this off the table? Trustee Lee.
Sriskandarajah.
Thank you, Trustee Sriskandarajah. Okay, so I believe we were at Trustee Lee. Thank you, Trustee Lee. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. When my time ran out last time, I was talking about whether or not we have alternatives within the community or without to move Avondale, just because there could be better fits for the school that has no catchment zone. Just within my own community, there is a 450 pupil places school, fully air conditioned, that only has 190 students right now. It is located at Finch and Victoria Park Avenue, next to a lot of Toronto community housing units and lots of students who absolutely deserve a chance to attend a alternative education school. I know in many other wards, just to add, that school was actually studied as a part of the PART process, and we found that that school is suitable. The only thing that is not suitable of that school is the PART recognized that the school is around 9 kilometers away from the current location. But keep in mind, the school does not have a catchment zone. And there are many other alternatives in the city. For example, areas to the northwest of the city currently do not have any alternative schools. And those students are very equity deserving, and they also deserve a chance to attend a alternative school. I know this is the third or fourth time that I spoke on this, so I don't want to do it again. So I will conclude, and thank you very much for everyone for listening. I would just say that I would like to, one, ask the chair for your indulgence to split up the items. I think item A would be better voted independently, and item B, C, and D in itself. I do think B, C, and D are great moves for our school community because it sends our kids back to their home school so that they can not take the TTC and be redirected to a school that's further away when their home school has spaces. I do not support item A on this PART report. And I would just like to point out that neither do the parents of the schools that are being moved, nor the parents of the schools that Avondale is being moved to, nor the feeder schools of Bayview Middle School supports this move. I also want to say that because of the situations and the reality at hand, if we move Avondale to Bayview, we would be moving a poor educational experience for the students currently at Avondale to a different location to create a poor educational experience for students in Bayview Middle School. The location is not suitable for this purpose. It is not currently built for this purpose. And if we do it, Bayview will lose lots of the middle school amenities that they currently have, such as science labs and arts studios. Also, when we do move Avondale to Bayview, we are voting to continue the relocation of the current elementary school age kids who are being redirected 4.5 kilometers away. We're basically saying, no, you cannot attend your home school because we need to put another school that doesn't have a school boundary zone in the same location. Also, when we move Avondale to Bayview, we also ignore the fact that there are many other schools within the system that are better fits for this alternative school. There are spaces available. By the way, when I said Ernest is a good location, Ernest is air conditioned, just like, which meets one of the requests from the current Avondale parents. And Ernest, with the influx of students will absolutely be able to support, in my opinion, a before or after school program, just like the parents requested. So there are other better suitable locations that we can choose. Also, we would be going against our current alternative school policy, which says alternative schools have no catchment. We will be inherently legislating a preferential location for this alternative school by trying to move it as close to its current location as possible, even though the receiving school is not the most suitable place. And lastly, we would not be upholding our equity goal by denying other communities the chances of receiving alternative education and an alternative school. So I do not support A. I do support B, C, and D, and I'd like to ask the chair to vote on those individually. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. When we do get to the vote, we can do them as seriatim. We're actually going to stop using eScribe, I think, because we're having some glitches with it tonight. Before we go to the next speakers on the list, I believe System Manager Gowdy would like to speak to answer some of the questions that were raised. I'm so sorry, Mr. Gowdy. I think my brain is getting tired. I turn into a pumpkin at 10 o'clock. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and through the chair. The local feasibility team did explore multiple sites to receive Avondale Elementary Alternative School. Many of the sites that Trustee Lee has mentioned were discussed. Those sites lie much further distance from where the Avondale Elementary Alternative parents reside. The Avondale Elementary Alternative families are mostly between Bayview and Young. Ernest, that Trustee Lee has mentioned, is 9 kilometers away from Young and Shepherd. Crestview is 7 kilometers away from Young and Shepherd, and these schools are lying further to the east from where the density of the Avondale alternative population resides. Bayview Middle School is 3.1 kilometers from Young and Shepherd. In the discussion at the local feasibility team, it was really the view of all the staff present, the principals and central staff and superintendents, that the parents of Avondale Elementary Alternative School are less likely to follow the school to a distance, to a site that's a great distance from where they currently reside between Bayview and Young. If they don't follow the school, then they are going to end up attending schools in the Young quarter and the Shepherd quarter, where we're experiencing all these pressures. So we did want to find a solution that allows the current parents to stay with the school, and the closest site that offers that opportunity is a Bayview Middle School. In terms of Bayview Middle School being impacted by the relocation of the alternative school, Bayview has been used to accommodate a junior program before. As we've already mentioned, it accommodated Avondale Public School and Avondale Elementary Alternative School during the replacement of the Avondale building. Most recently, it's been used to accommodate Wilmington Elementary School since last spring as a result of the flooding that occurred in that building. Wilmington's a JK-3 school. So the building has been used to accommodate primary and junior students. In terms of the school losing specialized spaces, that's not going to happen. The spaces that have been used by Avondale schools in the past and Wilmington Elementary School, they've been regular classrooms. The rooms that have been identified to receive the alternative school in this relocation, they're regular classrooms too. They're not science labs. So the tech spaces, the science labs, cafetorium, gym, they're all going to continue to be spaces as they operate now. I think I'll stop there and see if there's any more questions to answer.
Okay, we have 2 more speakers on the list. I have Trustee DeVitis and Trustee McLean, and I'm building a longer speakers list as well.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. Through the chair, a question for staff. Just for me to understand process, let's say as we go through this, we decide that we need a bit more consultation on the first item on the list. What would be the process for that? What would happen and what timelines are we looking at? I realize that there's a significant amount of work that goes into the consultation process. So I would just want to understand what the options are and whether or not there's enough runway to take a second look at and listen to some of the feedback that we heard from today and see if there's a better resolution. What would be the process, please?
Through the chair, it would be continuing to stay in the program area review team process. So we would keep this committee of 9 schools when their representatives together, the 34 members would continue to meet. They continue to discuss options. I'm not sure what other options can be discussed that are better than Bayview Middle School. If a decision isn't made to move the alternative school in this spring, basically, we are just adding to the pressure that Avondale Public School is going to encounter. We'll be adding more portables than the 7 that we're trying to limit the school to. There'll be, go from 7 in 24 to 9 in 25, and then additional ones thereafter up to 13 in 28. And there is no space for those portables on the Oakburn site. So Avondale site itself cannot accommodate any portables. They're at the neighboring site, which is a construction yard. And the way that construction yard is configured, the maximum that it can accommodate is 7. Sticking portables 8 and 9 on it, not sure where they'd go. Now we'd be into 2 rows of portables, further distance for kids to walk to Avondale Public School. Now we're really creating a huge operational challenge for all the occupants of the Avondale building, Avondale Public School and Avondale Elementary Alternative School. I think we're putting, a large number of students into, a situation that they shouldn't be in when there's another solution available, which is to use existing space. Bayview, 3.1 kilometers away, it's 50% utilized. This is a site that staff like the ministry would say is there to solve accommodation pressures, and we should be utilizing it.
Okay, and just a quick follow-up through the chair. The option of going further out to another school that may not have some of the issues that were brought up, that's not on the table, or was that discussed with parents? Just for me to understand what the conversation was.
Before we get into the program area review team process, we explore a wide range of options internally with staff, with principals, superintendents, trustees, other central staff. And it's to really understand the problem and to scope it out, to find out what are the reasonable range of solutions. So schools further afield were considered, but it was determined that it's not going to solve the problem at Avondale Public School because parents are more likely to stay in the area. So we're not really helping to reduce the accommodation pressure there. Another point I just want to make about some of the underutilized schools that lie further afield, many of them are junior schools. So they're built for junior kindergarten to grade 5 students, and they just have regular classrooms available to provide programming. Avondale Elementary Alternative School is a JK to 8 school. Like, it really benefits from being in a school that has specialized spaces available to support the intermediate program, like larger gyms, science rooms, art and music, etc.
Thank you.
One moment, just 1 second. I believe Associate Director Zucker just wanted to make a comment, and then we will go to you, Trustee McLean.
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair, I just acknowledging what Andrew is talking about and the process that we go through. It is a process that we go through in a pretty extensive process that first, again, staff works with internal staff, trustees, and others to determine how to move forward. Then there's an extensive process that happens through this consultation. And so what you're seeing here is the best recommendation of staff who have been very involved in this and had a consultation with 9 different schools, 34 members, and is bringing back their best thinking. And so I think it's important to honor the process or look at the process if we're not happy with it, because this is just moving of an alternative school, and I don't mean just, but we are going to get into many consolidations, school closures that are going to be very, very contentious moving forward, possibly. And so I just want to make sure that we're honoring the process that we have in place and that we have put through policy and procedure. So thank you.
Okay, Trustee McLean, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. And I do want to, that's not lost on me, that, you know, we went through a process and lots of people were consulted, lots of meetings were held, they had a vote, and, but this is a little disconcerting to me to have, you know, when Trustee Lee shares with us that the schools that weren't directly affected seem to vote in favor, but the schools that were directly affected seem not to be as excited. So I guess I'm interested in the course of what you learned, did the Avondale Alternative School, since they weren't in favor of going to Bayview, was there somewhere else after they accepted that moving was, you know, necessary? Was there somewhere else they wanted to go?
Through the chair, just want to point out in the vote that both Avondale schools voted in support of relocation to Bayview. I think the elementary alternative school was really concerned about Bayview being fit up appropriately to receive them, and they had a list of needs, and we've discussed those leads tonight, and Associate Director Zucker spoke to the commitment to, you know, make sure that the improvements are made there. There was another site that, well, there's two other sites that they did express interest in, but they are really not feasible. So one is the Oakburn Maintenance Center itself, which is directly adjacent to the Avondale Public School, but that's an operating construction yard. That's a building used by facility services, and it's not built as a school, it's built as an administration center. We would have to vacate the administration center or a portion of it. We'd have to apply to the Ministry of Education for capital dollars to retrofit it into school space. You know, that application process requires them opening up the capital priorities window. We stick it on as one of the 10 business cases. We go through that whole process. That's a multi-year process with no predictability associated with it. Unlikely that the ministry would approve it because you've got Bayview sitting there 3 kilometers away that's underutilized. And that is a common response we get from the ministry on our business cases when there's existing surplus space available nearby. You know, they say that's the solution rather than applying for capital dollars to expand your space. So Oakburn, logistically, problematic. Going through the ministry's process, relocating administrators, fit up of other admin sites to receive them, et cetera. No predictability, and can't put a year as to when we could have a solution for Avondale. The other site is Burnett Public School, which lies due west of Avondale, so about 2.2 kilometers away. And it's a school in the Toronto Lands Corporation's portfolio. It's a very small building, 9 classrooms leased out to a private school. It is in very poor condition. It is the worst condition building in Toronto Lands Corporation portfolio. It's 130% FCI. FCI being Facility Condition Index, and Facility Condition Index is the estimated repairs to the building divided by the building's value. So when you have the estimated repairs going over 65% of the building's value, that's when conversation gravitates to the building really should be demolished and replaced. This is well beyond the 65% threshold. This is 130% threshold. The building, we do have to have conversations with the Toronto Lands Corporation about what the future of that building is. Is it find a tenant who's prepared to invest capital dollars in it to keep it going, or is it actually terminate leases and demolish it and keep the land? And the land is in the Yonge corridor. We want to ensure that we have opportunities in the Yonge corridor, so we don't want to give up Burnett Public School, but because the land is going to help us over the long term. But for those reasons, Burnett Public School isn't feasible. It would also be putting the alternative school into a standalone building. It would be, have the TDSB operating another small standalone site of 150 kids, and there'd be all the additional costs associated with that. It'd be adding a caretaker to a new site that's opened up. It'd be providing probably additional administration supplement, because now it's a separate site. It's not sharing spaces with another school. Burnett's built as a junior public school, so it doesn't have those spaces for the grades 6 to 8 students. So we also thought that Burnett wasn't a possibility for those reasons.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee McLean. Next up, we have Trustee Suskandaraja.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I just want to speak on one of the points that Trustee Lee made. I think, it's an interesting proposition, and sort of, I can understand the desire of relocating alternative schools to parts of the city that, are underserved in this aspect, and from an equity lens, and for all of the, the reasons you've addressed, and that there's other parts of the city that don't have any, and they would be happy to receive them, and that it would benefit those schools. But I just want to address a point that, though that sounds great in theory, I think in the reality, that's just not how our alternative school programs have unfolded. So our board, from my understanding, have attempted to do things like that, but we've called them elementary alternative academies, if I'm getting the name correctly. And it was sort of, an attempt to remedy this, at least from my understanding. And they were placed in these underserved areas. And what has happened is that over time, these schools have either have had no enrollment, very low enrollment, and basically the programs are sort of defunct, and I know they're up for review for trustees shortly. And I bring this up because the reality of these alternative elementary schools is that they really require an active parent base that are committed to these small programs. And so I completely understand staff's rationale for wanting to keep it in a school that is relatively close to the original site, because the further they go from that school, there's increased chance that there will be low enrollment, and then the program closing. So I understand that there's reservations about this site. I think the argument of moving it to a further site, in the end, I don't think it would actually serve the purpose of maintaining the program. So I just wanted to share that experience for trustees who might not be aware of the issues we have around our elementary academies. And if staff want to add anything to that, I will welcome that as well. But that's just a point I wanted to share. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have Trustee Pei. I think it's the last speaker on the list that I'm seeing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know everybody's tired.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question to ask the staff through you, Madam Chair. So when is the baby middle school being built?
Sorry, Trustee Pei, could you clarify, please? When will it be renovated?
No. I'm asking the history of a baby middle school. When was it initially built? Which year? Is it 1960 or 1970?
1958.
1958. So that's how many years?
65 years.
65 years. Okay. So what's the year of Avondale School being built?
2019 it opened.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about the condition of these two schools?
Through the chair, well, Avondale Public School being a replacement facility opening in 2019, it's in very good condition. Bayview Middle School is older, 65 years as we've mentioned. So Bayview Middle School will have many of the characteristics and attributes of other schools built in that area. We have many schools that were built post-World War II for the baby boom. Bayview Middle School is a school like many others that we maintain on an ongoing basis using school condition improvement and renewal funds.
Okay, so I just want my colleagues to take this picture. One is a straight art building, only 4 years old. And then another building, 65 years old, almost in the rundown condition. The renovating that part of that school is going to cost us $3.5 million. So my question is, if you're the parent, you're the student, do you want to move into that building? So that's a dilemma the parents and students facing for Avondale Alternative School. I do appreciate the fact that Avondale School overcrowded. I visited that school twice. I meet a school council. There's 2 school council, one alternative, another public, separately. They all have one concern. The school is so crowded. They don't have space. So my challenge is here. We move Avondale Alternative School, but we're still facing the same challenge for the Avondale Public School. Maybe a few years down the road, we need a long-term planning here. I really appreciate, Andrew, you have set a meeting with me for all your team. We came together, we're talking about it. The one issue really bugged me down, that because our schools, especially my school in my ward, due to the low number of AOI, I will never get a priority to build new schools, no matter how congested those schools are. This is really mind-boggling. I really hope the team can think really hard for the long term to solve the problem. I'm not a big fan of portable. So we have this meeting, five-part team meeting, 1 public consultation. I have a 2 school visit, 2 school council meeting. Then we come to the conclusion that even the alternative school have to be moved. I do appreciate that parents were the concern. I think we received more than 50 emails from even the alternative schools. The parents don't want to move. So I think it's very important. We need to do a survey to say how many students want to stay in the alternative program, how many don't want to stay in the alternative program. So that would help us to figure out what the projection for the Avondale Public and Avondale Alternative when they move next year. This is so important. We need to hear from the parents. Also, the parents need to know that information so they can plan properly, know whether they want to stay in the public school, stay in the neighborhood, or they move to Avondale Alternative at the Bayview. Also, I want to let all the team know that we're a team. We need to make sure we address parents and student concern. Their concern is real. For me as trustees to make a decision, it's just so difficult. I would never want to move those students, to be honest. But unfortunately, we're facing such a big challenge. So let's make sure when we implement the renovation of the alternative school, at the Bayview Middle School, we have to have the parents involved. We had to make sure their voice heard. We had to make sure they're part of a decision making. Thank you.
Okay, we have Trustee Lee, followed by Trustee Suskandaraja.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I just want 15 seconds to clarify something I said, and Trustee McLean had asked. When I mentioned that when the schools involved voted no, Bayview Middle School voted no. The feeder schools in my area that feeds into Bayview Middle School voted no. And the parents of the Avondale Alternative School voted yes on the condition. So they thought they voted yes if the board implemented the list of asks that they had. They were the ones who are here delegating today. They stopped me in the hallway as I was walking out to take a little break. They said, James, what's being implemented here is nothing like what we asked. This is not what we agreed to. So they're no longer in agreement. I just want to clarify that. I apologize if I caused any confusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Next up, Trustee Suskandaraja.
Thank you. I just have a question for staff because I would like this clarification of a comment that Trustee Pei made, that our clarification that our school renovations are based on LOI.
Through the chair, I'm going to refer that to Executive Officer Puccetti, who probably has more information about how SCI funding is allocated throughout the system.
Thank you. And through the chair, school condition improvement grant and renewal funding is very much undertaken, sorry, a bit tired tonight, undertaken and prioritized based on the critical renewal needs of the building. If you recall, we did bring a report forward for some of the discretionary funding that is available to undertake some outdoor school improvement grant projects and some interior retrofit projects. Those are part of that revitalization program that we brought forward to trustees, where we did say we were going to prioritize projects within a framework of LOI. However, we always address health and safety issues first, and the majority of our school renewal funding and our school condition grant funding is to address critical building renewal needs. So, major renewal upgrades, roofs, windows, heating systems, HVAC systems, site work, all of that is flowed through what are critical renewal needs for components that have reached the end of their life cycle, regardless of the building's and LOI.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for that clarification. That's what I thought. I just wanted confirmation. I worry that LOI sometimes gets weaponized, and this idea that we are, not looking out for the success of all our students, especially as you mentioned, health and safety. And just to make clear that in the times where we do account for LOI, that was an attempt to rectify historical underservice of certain schools, but that is by no means how we how we inform or solely inform the way that we choose which projects get prioritized. So I just wanted to make that clear because I don't want the parents who are listening to this think that's the rationale for these decisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Suskandaraja. Trustee Earhart.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I just wanted to ask again about childcare around Avondale Elementary Alternative School. So just to be clear, we are required by regulation where there is sufficient demand to offer before and after school programming. In this circumstance, there may be a challenge to assess sufficient demand. And so I'd like to hear how we are thinking of doing that in the lead up to 2024 so that new applicants can have comfort that childcare may be available prior to making their determinations. I worry, my reason for asking this is that I worry that it won't achieve the goals based on the delegations that I've seen if those applying don't feel childcare will be available at this facility or that childcare will not be available nearby. They'll stay at the place where there's a city-run childcare center. And so it will not achieve the aims over the years if there is not childcare available for those first years. Thank you.
Okay, seeing did staff want to comment or are we?
Through the chair, I had a question in there, which was how we are going to look at the childcare question between now and 2024. Thank
Okay,
you.
we'll ask staff to comment on that.
Thank you very much through the chair. The process in the past has been to survey parents prior to the start of the school year where childcare services would be delivered. Based on the survey responses and the available providers in the area, a decision would be made as to whether or not there was sufficient demand. I don't recall, I don't think we have the specific numbers with regards to what demand would look like, but there is a limit that has been established or a criteria that has been established working with Toronto Children's Services to determine the number of families that would need to confirm through a deposit that they need childcare for the upcoming school year. Through you, Chair, the concerns expressed by the trustee are legitimate, particularly given the size of the school. However, again, we would need to talk with parents and provide them with the information about the services that would be available so that they make an informed choice on the survey.
Okay, thank you very much. Through the chair, I appreciate the response, and I received a confirmation that questions about childcare will be explored prior to the start of the year that the children start, which is very important. Thank you.
Trustee Pei, please go ahead.
Okay. One thing I want everybody to understand here that even the alternative school, the parents and students, they made a big sacrifice by agreeing to moving to the baby middle school. So I commend our implementation team. Please make your promise be a reality. Make sure the parents and student voice being heard. Make sure they've been part of decision-making for building their new home. That's so important. It's our children's education. It's our country's future. Please, thank you.
Okay, so I'm not seeing any further questions, so we're going to open the vote on this. We're going to vote ad seriatim on these. So can I have a mover and a seconder for item A?
Laskin.
Okay. All those in favor, we're going to go by, this is part A. I'm going to read it out just to make it, because it's not on the, that Avondale Elementary Alternative School be relocated to Bayview Middle School effective September 1st. So that's all in favor, say aye or raise your hand so that we can see you.
Chris Kandaraj in favor.
Turnus Lynn in favor. Hastings in favor. Can we have clear show of hands? Just keep it up to make sure we get everybody. Pay in favor.
Trustee Arts,
Earhart.
Arts vote.
Trustee Arts, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you.
Trustee
DeVitis is in favor. Shen is in favor. Dawson in favor.
Trustee Williams.
Trustee Williams, Trustee Wong, how do you vote?
Wong in favor. Trustee Williams in favor.
Trustee Rajwani, Trustee Rajakulasingham.
Trustee Rajakulasingham, Trustee Rajwani.
In favor.
Okay, that was Rajakulasingham was in favor.
Trustee Patel, Trustee Nunziata.
Trustee Nunziata in favor?
Trustee McLean.
He was in favor.
Trustee Lee.
Against.
Trustee King.
In favor.
Trustee Hassan.
I think Trustee Patel has left.
Trustee Gauss.
Pardon?
Trustee
I don't
Earhart.
think he's on. I think Trustee Earhart was in favor. Yes.
Trustee Gauss and Trustee.
Trustee Ghost is not here. She's left the meeting. I think we've got everybody. Okay. We have one against. Okay, that has carried. We're now moving on to B. Parts B to D. And Denise, if you wouldn't mind, can I just see your, thank you, sorry. So it's parts B to D. We don't have them on the screen. Do trustees have them in front of them, or would you like me to read them?
They're on the screen, Madam Chair.
Okay, good. Oh, okay, there they are. Thank you. That's better. All right, so we're voting on B to D. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Okay, I have
Trustee
DeVitis
Raja?
and Lee. All those in favor, please say aye or state your name and raise your hand so that we can see it.
Trustee Raja in favor.
Laskin in favor.
Arts in favor.
Wong in favor. Trustee Williams in favor.
Ooh, that was Williams in favor. Okay. Keep your hands up just for a minute. Just so we make sure we get them. We're doing this manually. I'm sorry, everybody. Do you want me to just ask if anybody's against? Is there anybody against? Okay, not hearing any against. That is unanimous. Okay, moving on. We are now moving to item 6.1, which is the Human Rights Annual Report 2021-2022. And I'm going to turn the microphone over to the director to introduce this report.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, with respect to the time, I will turn it directly over to System Lead Mahejabeen Ibrahim. Thank you.
Good evening, and through the chair, I'm happy to present to the trustees the report on the Human Rights Office and the work that was done in the last reporting period for 2021-2022. And if I could please have the slides, slide one is great. Thank you so much for that. As you know, the TDSB strives to uphold and promote human rights. We want to create safe, respectful, equitable, accessible, and inclusive learning and working environments that benefit our students, staff, and communities. The Human Rights Office has been established. The Human Rights Office has been established to support this work, and the report details the work of the Human Rights Office during this reporting period. If I could please have the next slide. Upholding human rights remains important. As you know, approximately 60 years ago in Ontario, the Ontario Human Rights Code was established as legislation to address human rights or basic human rights for all individuals, and specifically to include historically disadvantaged groups. That remains a priority. The TDSB is committed to upholding human rights, both in the provision of education as a service to the community, as well as in the provision of employment. We do this work in a fast-changing environment where both technological and environmental changes, as well as various social, political, and economic pressures, and the most impactful event in our lives, of course, is the pandemic. While these changes are happening, we're also very mindful of the demographic shift that is happening in Canada. This affects, of course, who we serve and who we employ at the Toronto District School Board. This demographic shift points us towards a more diverse population. More specifically, we notice in the data that we are seeing more Indigenous people, and they are younger. More Indigenous families with younger Indigenous families, therefore more Indigenous students in a public education system. We're seeing more diversity in racialized groups. We're seeing very many diverse creeds and religions, including Indigenous spirituality, being reflected in the population at Toronto District School Board. And of course, we also serve the needs of two-spirit, gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, and queer communities. Also, increasingly, we're seeing larger number of persons with disabilities, both amongst students and staff, as this is an area where we're starting to see more destigmatization and therefore more identification happening. Toronto is a very diverse city, as you know, and the largest racialized groups are represented as South Asian at 13%, Chinese at 11%, and Black identifying individuals at 9%. Religious diversity in Toronto is also transforming. And while Christian remains the largest group, it is fast followed by other groups like Muslim, Hindu, Jewish, Buddhist, Sikh, and of course, Indigenous spirituality as well. If I could please have the next slide. In this changing context, how are we working at TDSB? In TDSB, we are guided by the multi-year strategic plan, our commitment to truth and reconciliation, and various strategic priorities that include transforming student learning and a culture for well-being, as well as equity of access and learning opportunities for all students. Most importantly, at Toronto District School Board, we are concerned and we put considerable effort in raising awareness about experiences that students, staff, and communities are having. This means identifying and addressing discrimination, including discrimination experienced by various communities. And this is signified through acts of anti-Indigenous racism, anti-Black racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-Asian racism, homophobia, transphobia, and ableism. If I could have the next slide, please. In meeting our human rights obligations, the primary purpose, of course, is to protect, promote, and advance human rights for all TDSB members so that they can learn, function, and work in an environment that is conducive to the success of each and every individual student and staff. We are guided in this work by the TDSB's own human rights policy, as well, which is in accordance with the provincial human rights legislation that I referred to earlier, which is the Ontario Human Rights Code. And also, not only in terms of redress do we have procedures to address violations or allegations of human rights violations, we certainly also have procedures and policy in place to proactively advance human rights, to identify and address individual and systemic discrimination. All of this work is undergirded by policy, so policy P031, human rights policy, other related policies like safe and caring schools, equity policy, accessibility policy, and so on. We also have the multi-year strategic plan and also the TDSB's commitment to the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, as well as the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. If I could please have the next slide. Thank you. The following is a snapshot, a very high level of the data that you see in the report that has been provided to you. During this reporting period, staff supported 613 consultations, 613 times or incidences of making sure that human rights are properly being addressed in a proactive, preventative way. During this time, staff addressed 210 human rights complaints, and the complaints are distributed on the grounds listed in that slide. So the highest number of complaints are identified on race and race-related grounds at 61% of all complaints, 19% were creed-based, 16% disability. Complaints affecting members of 2S LGBTQ communities are about 19%, so gender identity, gender expression, as well as sexual orientation together would be roughly 19% there. And then complaints directed based on family and marital status at about 9%. The highest number of complaints in this area were filed by staff who identify as members of ATFO and QP. These are our two largest employee groups. So not surprisingly, the largest number of complaints come from the two largest employee groups. If I could please have the next slide. The following is a snapshot of the racism, bias, and hate portal data. As you know, the racism, bias, and hate portal was created as a way to identify, track, and address in a comprehensive manner incidents of racism, bias, and hatred that occur in the system that involve students or affect the lives of students. So this really reflects what's happening at the school level. We're seeing consistently a higher number of reporting happening, number of incidents being reported here and being tracked and followed up on. In real time, superintendents and principals and so on can see what's happening on each file. Racism remains a serious concern. Anti-Black racism, the highest incidents are on anti-Black racism, 56%, followed by anti-Asian, and where the race has not been listed at 5%. Incidents targeting members of 2S LGBTQ communities are identified at about 25% of the incidents. Creed-based incidents at anti-Semitism and Islamophobia at 7% and 3% approximately, followed by disability-related incidents at 2%. And in terms of the kinds of incidents, we're seeing the largest number of incidents occurring in the form of slurs and comments. So behaviors that are putting people down, and these are occurring in the classroom and schoolyard, which seems to indicate then that there are people who are taking note of these behaviors, reporting them, and they're being followed up appropriately. So definitely could be meaning that both staff and student are playing a role in identifying these issues. If I could please have the next slide. And finally, in terms of the work of the Human Rights Office and how we proceed forward, the proactive and preventative work is critical, fostering a culture that respects the human rights of every person. That is one part of the work. Another part is to address current and emerging human rights issues, to ensure that there is a staff capacity, both internal in the Human Rights Office and across the system, to identify and address human rights complaints, but also to establish that culture that's spoken about in the first instance. Part of the work is about creating a faster way to identify and address complaints, so intervening early, as well as more processes to deal with complaints, because investigations can be lengthy. And finally, about communication. What is human rights? What are the values we hold? Why is it so important? Whose human rights are we protecting and how we are protecting? And some of this work is done through guides and resources that are shared. Some of the examples of those kinds of resources are the guides of how to deal with incidents when the N-word's being used, the duty to accommodate holy days, expected practices guides, and so on. Those are some of the kinds of resources that are shared system-wide to help people, particularly administrators, fulfill their responsibility in upholding human rights. Of course, The remedy and restore work is very important where there has been a violation. So ideally, it's a culture in which there are very few violations, but if a violation happens, the restoration work is very important. And that work is done in collaboration with the Equity Department and with the Urban Indigenous Education Center. And finally, I want to refer you to some of the efforts that are captured in the TDSP's anti-hate and anti-racism strategy. So I'm not going to reference those. I hope that gives you a good overview, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a speakers list that has begun. I will add you to the speakers list. Did you want to be added to it as well, Trustee McLean? No? Okay, I thought you were motioning. So we have Trustee Rajakulasingam, followed by Trustee Laskin, followed by Vice Chair Shen. Please go ahead, Trustee Rajakulasingam, and I will add 2 more to the list.
Thank you through the chair. First off, thank you to our system lead for the Human Rights Office, Ms. Ibrahim, for bringing this forward today. There's a lot of people I'm not jealous of at the TDSB, and the folks that work at the Human Rights Office, you're definitely one of them. You do incredible work in providing that information that leads a lot of important policies and procedures, and backing up, giving us kind of that demographic data to help us make informed decisions. So thank you so much for your work. I just have one question that I've always kind of had trouble understanding when it comes to recording kind of complaints. And that's when it comes to kind of intersecting identities. So based off of what you shared when it comes with race, religion, and other forms of identities. So if we had a student or a staff member that was a Black queer person that was Muslim, how would they, if they came forward with a complaint, how would they be recorded in our system? How are we recording intersecting identities? That's my first question.
And through the chair, thank you for that excellent question, Trustee, and for that through the chair. So in terms of human rights grounds, we have the identified grounds listed in our policy. So in terms of Black, that would be racial group. In terms of queer, we are looking at both gender identity, sexual orientation grounds. And I think the last category you identified was Muslim, so that would be creed. So basically, we're checking off 3 or more of the prohibited human rights grounds. So there's a couple of things. So the individual is able to identify all of those grounds. So we would check them all. And that's one of the reasons why if we look at the grounds list, which is one of the tables we provided, you'll see that they don't always add up. The reason is because one person can check more than one ground, because more than one ground is operating to create that unique experience of discrimination that they're experiencing. So we look at it 2 ways. We allow the system we've created allows people to identify all their grounds, right? And then having identified all their grounds, we can understand their experience in that intersectional way. So what is the experience of a Black, queer, Muslim person, as opposed to, Black separated from queer separated? So while the grounds are all checked off separately, we're looking at what the combined experience of those grounds, what is their unique experience of discrimination, and what is the best way to address. So we're trying to find out if there's a violation happening. If there's a violation happening, that's sort of, yes, their human rights were violated, and it was violated on based on those various identities. So we can use that intersectional lens and the analysis and the understanding, which will help in terms of remediating the wrong. So where a complaint is substantiated, in this case of a Black, queer, Muslim, and the experience they've had, then the action plan that will emerge once it's been substantiated and provided to the appropriate level authority will have to consider those elements of identity and remedying the situation for the individual, as well as remedying the situation so it doesn't happen again. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Through the chair, I just have one more question. How do we kind of raise awareness? Earlier today we heard from community members that weren't aware of how to report something. So how do we raise awareness that there is a human rights office at the board,
and kind of what their roles are and their responsibilities are? How do we get that to different communities?
And through the chair, in terms of raising awareness, we have various. It depends on which group. So if it's an employee complaint, or is it a student complaint, or is it a parent on behalf of their child? So basically, what happens is we use that trusted adult model for students. So it could come through anybody at the school, a teacher, so on. But the goal is to bring it at least to the principal, and the principal will know to bring it to us. That's one way. Another way, of course, for employees, we put the policies out there as well. We put guides out there, which we're just about to update, is our expected practices guide, which parents have found particularly useful to sort of make sure that communities are aware. In terms of the racism portal as well, those incidents go through the principal into the system, because you need to have that trusting adults making sure that the next steps are taken and the remediations also put in place, not just simply documenting something's happened, but what's going to come out of it. So all of those pieces are important, and also through ongoing work and communication and collaboration through the website, through the resources, through the guides, through the work of the equity department, through the work of the Urban Indigenous Education Center, through the work of the Center for Black Excellence, so on and so forth. So there's a lot done, but I think clearly what we heard today is we can do more and we can do better. So certainly there's some room there in terms of improving communications around what supports and resources are available. Some of the work also is done by I forgot to mention Safe and Caring, which is also coming up as a report. So say incidents of students bullying and so on would go through Safe and Caring. And again, there's a whole system there in terms of sharing information and making sure that people know what processes to bring forward their concerns. So those are some of the ways in which we raise awareness and address issues.
Thank you so much. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you very much, Trustee Rajagulasingham. Up next, we have Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and great appreciation to staff for these reports. But I think I need some clarification. And Ms. Medjabin, I know you weren't here at the time, but I'm going to ask through you, Madam Chair, to the Director. When we first made the motion in June of 2019 about the race-based and hate portal, we asked that the Director present an annual report documenting the incidents and actions with regard to dealing with racism and hate in schools and how students learned from such. So we did that in when we made the original motion. And then in December of 2021, when the Combating Hate strategy was born, we asked that these statistics be reported 3 times a year, including the HR report. So I guess my first question through you, Madam Chair, to staff is putting the statistics out as percentages without actually the context, and I think many of the delegates raised this today, like what does 3% actually mean? If you do 3% of all creed-based complaints, when and I'm sorry, I forget the percentage, but then you have to put that in context to the percentage of the communities that represents, in the context of the percentage of all the students, in the context of the percentage of the total complaints. So I think we need to do more work in actually understanding what the percentages mean, because 50%, if you're only 2% of the population, is very different for 50% if you're 50% of the population. So the numbers by themselves, I think, need more context. So through you, Madam Chair, and maybe this is just something for staff to consider, I've yet to see, since we made the motion in June of 2019, a report that actually meets the meets what the motion was intended, and that is to provide the data back, but provide it with the context of what it actually means and the educational component and the learnings from it. And I know staff has tremendous amount of work on their hands. So I'm also not clear about reporting 3 times a year and the annual human rights report, where that then gets reported, if it even belongs in the human rights report, or if it now is going to belong in the anti-hate and racism strategy. Like I'm just a little bit confused about the reporting, because all reporting is good. It's part of our accountability to our public, but it has to, just from my perspective, and I've, you know, obviously been involved in this since the motion was moved. I'm not sure these reports are ever communicated appropriately to really get the impact of why we collect the data in the first place, which is not to punish perpetrators, but to actually support those that have been victimized and educate everyone against, you know, hate. Stopping as much hate as we can with very proactive measures. So I know they all get, you know, intertwined with each other, and I know I'm rambling and I know it's very late. But I just wondered if at some point there would be clarity about how it's going to be reported and communicated in a way that puts the data in the context of the bigger picture, which is the educational component and the whole reason for collecting the data. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. I'll have the director respond to that.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, firstly, to Trustee Laskin, staff is not able to turn over the data 3 times per year. We are still in what I would say a very early system with regards to data generation and the data cleaning that needs to happen with the RBH portal data. So we endeavor twice per year. The 2 places that we enclose the data as described by Trustee Laskin will be in the anti-hate and anti-racism strategy. This year, for the first time, you will see a connection between the data in this report and the data that was presented in Figure 1 in the anti-hate and anti-racism strategy. And then on subsequent pages, you will see the learning that has occurred. It is sometimes difficult to separate the learning that occurs after an event of racism or hate or any other form of oppression or discrimination, and the ongoing learning that was happening in the school. So we're still working out how best to do that in a succinct way that I think was the intention of the motion. We recognize that the human rights report does not have the follow-up in it. We continue to, as you can see, refine the human rights report, and we'll continue to reflect on how to meet the spirit of the motion and to be clear in our communication.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to staff. I do appreciate we are just beginning to do this, but I really would appreciate in the next report if there could be more attention paid, and I'm not speaking specifically about this one since you're telling me that the actual data from the RBH is going to be linked in this report, but will be more spelled out in the other reports that will come twice a year. I just really think it's important, especially, I mean, the more we talk about the data and how we're using it, the more chances there are that people will see that we actually are doing something about it, and therefore will increase the reporting. This is one area where we want these numbers to increase it on the one hand, because we want people to trust us enough to report these incidents because they know we're going to be taking them seriously. So the context about the percentages that they relate to the actual numbers, I think would be really helpful. And on this report, I thank staff very much. It looks like the number of complaints are maybe going up, but dealing with them quicker and is so much better for staff. Thank you.
Pass the chair back to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And just in time because Vice Chair Shen, you are next on the list.
Do we need a motion to extend, Madam Chair?
I have a mover, I have a seconder. All in favor? Thank you, Trustee Laskin, for reminding us of that. Any opposed? We'll let the record show there's one opposed. Sorry, Patrick. Okay, on to Vice Chair Shen, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff, for the report. I have and thanks for all the work. I know report is just captures quite a bit of hard work, and one slide is probably hundreds of hours of work that went behind resolving those concerns and issues. But I do agree with Trustee Laskin that sometimes half the distance is kind of confusing because we can't really draw too much out of it. We might draw the unnecessary conclusion and start interpreting it in ways that may not be productive. So I have some questions. First question is around the reporting timeline. So I see this is for 2021, 2022. Is this the kind of timeline? I know the staff turnover has happened, but when would the 2022, 2023 report come? Would it be in the April of 2024 or would it be earlier? Through you, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair. So yes, this will keep to the same school year timeline, but certainly move up in terms of bringing that report faster. So the year would end for the next report on the 31st of August. So we would need the fall to prepare it, not necessarily the following semester. And given where we are at in terms of recruiting and building more staff capacity, I'm optimistic about that timeline. So as the report timeline will end 20 August, we'll aim to get that faster. I hope that answers that. And in terms of the context, definitely have made notes about needing more context as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And my next question is around comparison. Do we have similar data from 2020, 2021 that we could share when we do reports for next year to kind of see how the numbers have shifted, number of complaints, so did we have 2020, 2021 data collected the previous year to this report? And when we get the next report, would that also show the comparison?
Thank you. And through the chair, if I may, just maybe I'm not getting the question right, but we have put the data. So for example, if you look at page 7 of the report, and if you look at table 3 or table 4, you'll see that the previous year's data are lined up there as well. So for example, let's just look at the total complaints in 2021, 2022. In table 4, there's 195 complaints, but in 2020, 2021, it was 105, and then 2019 to 2020, and so on. So we have lined up all the data that we had from before in every table as we could to make sure that that is, you can see what the year-over-year trends are in terms of the changes. Both, so in table 4, you're looking at the human rights ground analysis by each ground. So you've race and race-related grounds. So for example, it's been 49%, then went up to 54%, then went up to 63%, and now we're at 61% of race-related complaints that have been filed with the office in this reporting period. So you can compare. Sorry, I'm hoping I've got to the trustee's question, and we've done the similar thing with other tables. Does that answer the question, or have I missed the point?
That's helpful. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So there were 2 sets of data that were presented. One talked about the portal, which predominantly is filled by the principal, and it's mostly student-to-student interaction, I heard. And then the other one is the human rights complaints, that is mostly staff, mostly teachers to their supervisors, administrators, I'm assuming. Where does parent-student complaint around human rights get captured, is there a separate data that captures those kind of information? Some of them might come directly to you, some of them might come through trustees. Where does that get captured?
And through the chair, thank you for that excellent question, Trustee Shan. So if you look at table number 5 on page 8 of the report, you will see that some parent-student, where the parent brings a forward complaint about their child, are also coming to our office. And the reason that number is particularly low is because there are other processes through which parent complaints or student complaints are processed. If those fail, then certainly we would deal with them under our human rights policy. And that's why that number is low. But better data on what's happening there would be through Safe and Caring, which I believe is next. So Executive Superintendent Spiropoulos will shed more light on that. So just to reference back, the ones that are around parent-student human rights complaints is in table 5. And so again, year over year, seeing a small number. That means that, for example, the parent concern protocol was unable to be, a satisfactory resolution was not reached through that, or any other of the student-oriented policies like the abuse and neglect policy, and so on. So if none of those processes are successful in achieving a resolution and a complaint remains outstanding, or particularly outstanding against an administrator, then you will start to see that come to the HRO. So that's why those numbers are low. I hope that helps.
So is there a way to capture those, even though if they get resolved in the portal? Because those might be also race-related things that get... So I'm just asking, how would we capture that? Not about how it gets resolved, but also how do we get that number captured into the human rights framework? Because that informs quite a bit of things that happens on the field.
Okay, and through the chair. So if you're looking at the portal data, then we're going to page 10. So if you go to page 10 of the report, then that's all the student interaction data. So those are captured, and you can see in that section 3.3.1, there were 2,248 incidents captured. So we are recording those that are captured. The ones that are not captured are the ones not by our report here is the Safe and Caring and Abuse and Neglect policy reports. But the human rights policy reports and the RBH portal reports are both in this report. And so if you look on page 10, you'll find that number, 2,248 incidents were reported at the school level across all our schools.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the incidents, the complaints from human rights complaints, the 210 complaints, race accounts for 61% of the complaints. Do we know disaggregation of that data as to how many of those race-related complaints would be particularly, say, anti-Black racism-related complaint? And is there a way to kind of start registering some of those things to make sure that our interventions are more targeted, public education, or not public, I guess, staff capacity building and education are targeted?
Thank you for that question, and through the chair. The race and race-related ground questions can be broken out further without the kinds of systems that are needed to track data at that granular level. What we're reporting to you in this report is at a higher level. And this is consistent with the kind of reporting that the Human Rights Tribunal does and so on. That is to report by a human rights ground. But you're right in the sense that absolutely at a more granular level, we'll be able to see which specific racial groups are being targeted and so on. And that's something that we would look to in terms of creating, having a more systems approach to tracking that kind of data. Any of these specific complaints refer to numerous interactions in trying to assist and resolve and capture the resolution and so on. So at this point in time, you're absolutely right. We have not reported to that level of granularity, but the response in terms of both remedy and restore in a human rights complaint or a portal complaint is at that level of granularity that you're talking about, except it's not reflected in this report. So I just wanted to clarify that. And perhaps that's something we'll take away in terms of how we can have perhaps a better system to start to capture that so we can readily report. Most of our systems, if you will, are, it's difficult to capture data from, and they can be acquired. They're quite expensive, actually. So we can get to granular level very easily. Even the portal data, even though we have captured it at granular level, going to 2,248 reports to get what we need can be quite a task. But we've done that nonetheless on the student side. We haven't broken it out here. So that's my roundabout way of saying that we definitely could use some systems improvements to try to be able to capture and readily report, especially if you're looking at more than one report a year at that level of granularity. And that's a challenge system-wide across our sector to be able to capture that level of data. So thank you for the question.
I have two more questions through you, Madam Chair. One is around timing of resolution of these matters. Is there, I know, you're short-staffed and more data to collect means more work and more staff time. But is there attempt or already being tracked how much time it takes to resolve the human rights complaint on an average, and what type of complaints are taking longer as opposed to what type are being resolved soon?
And through the chair, I can shed some light on that. Absolutely. We do have timelines that we want to observe. We have made progress with the timelines. In fact, we have a couple of compliments coming, a few compliments coming to us from unions and so on, saying that we're noticing the files are moving faster and we're noticing we're getting to resolution faster. So that's a good thing. Ideally, we want to keep to very tight timelines. There are several factors that affects how fast we can proceed through a complaint. That one of them, of course, is our own cycle. There are times when we are away from work, or periods when the board is employees are on vacation, folks are on vacation, and we're not able to reach them at that time. So that takes away a big chunk of time. If an employee is on leave, that'll affect. The timeline is hard to, while we track, as best as we do track the timelines, it's hard to sort of say how long a report would take because of how many people are involved. So we can have a complaint where you have 2 to 4 parties that need to be interviewed. You might have a complaint where we have 6 to 8 parties involved. We might have a complaint that has 10 to 15 parties involved, people that need to be interviewed. So that's complainants, respondents, and witnesses when I'm talking about the number of people that need to be interviewed to resolve the matter. So the timelines can be affected by various factors, including how many people need to be involved in that complaints resolution process, and their schedules. And their availability. And if it's parents, then it's parents' availability and students' availability and so on. And then, of course, the school cycle and then the process. But to that end, some good news to share is that we're looking at early intervention processes and processes that are faster than an investigatory process to expedite some of that so we can bring to resolution much faster. So we'll track timelines as one way to make sure that we're keeping on track, but also to have other processes that are shorter processes that can bring us to resolution faster.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think the concern mainly, if you talk to folks and ask them around the situation, and if you recommend that, why don't you go through a human rights process, it's usually either cost or time, or the lack of trust that anything substantially different would be done by the system that protects itself, right? So at least there are a couple of things that could be addressed. My last question is, I know this has come up a few times, and we've heard that there is a staffing issue around capacity on some of the data-related stuff. Through you, Madam Chair, is there a possibility to collaborate with a post-secondary institution or something where we can enhance the kind of data-related work that we do as an institution around human rights to, become a bit more nuanced and a bit more, as a believer of open data and as much data as a math person, and then also the qualitative aspect that takes a lot more time around the context setting. Is it something that we have explored around post-secondary partnerships with, graduate studies or something like that? Or is that something out of the picture because of collective bargaining or any of those things? I'm just asking if that's something that we've explored as a possibility around this.
So through the chair, in terms of the data related work, we have, and this report has the support from IT folks who help us on the systems issue, and the wonderful research team through David Cameron, who has kindly stepped in, I can see in the meeting as well. So we do have some in-house expertise and folks who help us with putting together, but some of these are systems issues, less so in terms of wanting to collect the data as opposed to collecting the data and having the resources as you correctly have identified. And certainly having partnerships, and I've worked in various sectors, so it's nice to definitely include more and qualitative and quantitative analyses, and more research can be done. But at the moment, I would say we're definitely open to that. I just say that at the moment, it is really important for the HRO, the Human Rights Office, to make sure that we have a full staff complement that is working at full capacity, and certainly looking at resources internally and externally to bring the kind of context and nuance that you're looking for. Certainly that would be something we'd be looking at as well. But a lot of work and effort has gone, because the systems that we designed were for very specific purposes, not really the data collection and data measurement and the KPI piece that we would like to see done. So those are things we need to build in the future. And David, I'm wondering if through the chair, if I may request if you would comment more about how we collect and manage and use data.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Mahajibeen. Through the chair, good to see everybody tonight. We have plenty of capacity to do all kinds of different things around constructing either key performance indicators, as Mahajibeen has mentioned, or looking at contextual work. I know Trustee Laskin has brought that forward too as an important part of the issue. Part of what you're going to hear in the Caring and Safe Schools, and I know Executive Officer Spropoulos has delivered that report many times around suspension information, or indeed in this instance with the portal, is that these are secondary data collection points. So they're not necessarily designed for they're not designed for actually the kind of measurement of context that you would like to see alongside of it. So it gets a little bit more complex. It has to be built around, we have to, for example, the reliability around how a principal might record a human rights issue, whether that is from multiple perspectives or intersectional pieces of identity, or whether that's just one particular incident around racism. These things aren't necessarily reliable in the sense that the principals aren't working together in the construct at the same time. They use the portal in different ways for different purposes, and they often they're highly subjective. So on a research perspective, you would have to build in a lot more reliability into the thing to actually say, yeah, we're actually measuring the same thing each and every time. So you heard that with the delegates talking about, is this particular thing underreported? And the chances that it is underreported, just like the chances that we have more Indigenous students that want to identify in our system are probably pretty high. So often with secondary data collection like this, we have to work around, as Mahajibeen has said, work around ways to construct context and ways to construct more reliable ways to really get at some of the things. So you can say it on a term that's consistent or valid or reliable, in the sense that these tools are often used to act on things as opposed to actually be our research specific or evaluative specific tools. I hope that helps clarify.
Trustee Shan, are you?
Yes, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Next up, we have Trustee King.
Thank you, through the chair. Just have a few questions to help understand some of the information in the report, I think for Ms. Ibrahim. And I'm just moving through the pages kind of in order with my questions. Under resource implications, I'm curious to know whether the ministry funding that we receive for human rights work is consistent year to year, and whether we would anticipate any changes in the upcoming 23-24 budget.
And through the chair, not to my knowledge, across the sector, we are expecting to have that number to hold. Also, it will continue to fund a small portion of the HRO resources.
Thank you. And then under the advice and consultations, so there's been about a 60% jump in the consultations that the office has provided over the last 1 year period. I completely understand how increased confidence in the office would lead to increased requests. I'm just wondering what's meant when you talk about complexity here as one of the reasons that would drive that increase as well.
And through the chair, the complexity in terms of the kinds of human rights issues we're dealing with, and intersectional. I think one of the trustees has asked questions about, how do we deal with intersectional issues? So those are the kinds of things that people would consult the HRO about. What do you do if there's all these various aspects of identity that are being affected, or having disadvantaging a person? Those are things that are new, and the sad thing about human rights, in terms of violations, human rights is a beautiful thing, but in terms of violations is that every day there are very different and very new scenarios that often administrators may not have the necessary experience to deal with. So in some ways more complex, and there's backlash, and there's resistance to human rights and upholding human rights. So all of those add to how a person would navigate those issues in a way to uphold the rights of the individual, as well as then restore and remedy the environment in which they must go back in, whether it's a student or whether it's an employee. So there's those elements as well. So more and more we're seeing people saying, when you say remedy and restore, we made the situation okay for the individual. What else are you thinking should be done? Those kinds of things. So I think Trustee Laskin was talking about, what are the educational, what are the environmental and other effects, other things that we do. So complexity is to do with the nature of the human rights issues, the nature of the emerging issues, the level of backlash in our communities, sadly, that we're facing when we're addressing human rights issues. It's positioned as us and them. If you uphold their rights, then you're denying me my rights, or it's reverse discrimination. Those kinds of complexity come forward. And people feeling aggrieved when they don't have a human rights issue and somebody else's human rights issue is being dealt with. So it's different in doing this work. And personally, my practice is more than 25 years now doing this work. I can tell you that definitely is evolving. So the complexity of the issues we deal with, no two issues are the same. Every day you're dealing with something new. More and more legislation in that environment. I could go on. Lots of factors affecting what the issues are, how they're coming forward, sometimes even more adversarial than ever before, where people are perhaps unwilling to sit down and, let's try to work this out. Let's find a resolution that makes everything right. So lots of resistance can happen, and that definitely affects why someone might want to bring the issue to the Human Rights Office and get some expertise and help and support in handling a particular issue. I hope that helps.
It does help, thank you. And I have just a few more. I'm looking at the complainant affiliation. Mm-hmm. So if we look at FO, with the 36% of our complement makes up 40% of the complaints. And then you also see similar numbers with QP, like it seems pretty consistent, 37% of the complement, 32% of complaints. But it looks a little different with OSSTF, with 16% of the complement, but only 9% of the complaints. It just looks like, I'm curious just your insights on if there's something different happening at the secondary level in terms of complaints versus what we're seeing at elementary.
Through the chair, in terms of the complaints, why we are seeing, in terms of proportionality, fewer, if you will, or increasing. In a minute, 9 to 16. Actually, I'm going to ask you to restate your question, if you don't mind, through the chair, please.
I'm just wondering if there are any insights on anything different happening at the secondary level versus the elementary. When I look at the percentage of our staff that grouping consists of versus the amount of complaints.
I think that's definitely worth looking at through the chair, looking at further, but I can't. I think the kinds of the nature of violations, if you look at, for example, they seem, in terms of informed and dealing with the issues, they seem to be doing better. But no, I'd have to look deeper into the data for that. Sorry, I don't have further information on that one.
So I believe the director or associate director would like to speak as well, to chime in.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
So through the chair, one of the things that we do notice when we look at employee groups is with respect to things, I'll go to grievance arbitration. We tend to get higher levels with certain staff than others, and so it's actually reflected a similar type of representation in the numbers that are articulated here in the human rights with respect to the number of complaints. So I think part of it becomes at times the nature of the challenges that different employee groups perceive that they are dealing with on a regular basis. And as such, you also, when you notice the concerns that are raised by principals and vice principals is significantly different than those from QP staff. And so that's articulated also in the way that structures for arbitrations also. So I suspect it goes to the nature of the actual roles that individuals have, and also the sense of control over work environment. At times, that's also a challenge. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for bearing with me. I just have a couple more. Cost of investigations, the contracted services, is this the portion that would be covered by ministry, or is this completely our administrative costs?
And through the chair, that is completely our administrative cost at the TESB.
And then would those be contracted full-time positions?
No. Through the chair, those are specific consultants that the HRO hires as needed, depending on the specific issues and caseloads at that particular time, really trying to get to the timeliness issue and also the level of how egregious it is and how quickly it needs to be dealt with. So they're contracted services, purely contracted by the HRO to make sure that we're moving through the cases at a decent pace.
Okay, last two. Location of incidents reported through the portal. Majority are in the classroom or in the yard, and I think that makes sense, where there's supervision and where the kids spend the majority of their time. But I'm curious to know whether those classroom incidents are largely student to student or if they involve staff.
Through the chair, I don't have that information here. No, I don't have that information right now, but certainly something we can pull to look at. If I go anecdotally, I would say majority are student to student and comments of students directed at. So I'm just remembering particular entries in the portal because we do check them regularly. I would say without looking at the actual numbers, I would say majority are mostly student to student interactions.
Excuse me, thank you very much. Through the chair, I believe based on past discussions of the data, we can confirm that in the past, Mahajabeen has reported that it is student to student.
Thank you. And then very last one, I'm looking at the training data. There's certainly a lot of education and training the department or the office has been providing. It looks like it has largely been around use of the portal and education around incident response. And if I look at something like naming discrimination, implementing human rights, there's a lot less training there. So again, I'm just wondering a little bit around the some insights. Is this the timing of the strategy that we're just focused more on the reporting right now? Something that comes to mind for me is if we're doing less work educating people on how to name discrimination, then how equipped are they for proper reporting?
Mm-hmm. And through the chair, though that's a fair comment, I think that we need to distribute in all, definitely pay attention to all areas. Some of the naming of the discrimination does get covered in the other areas as well, but that's very specific training only around naming discrimination. But naming discrimination would necessarily be integrated into the other components as well. But I think your point is well made in terms of how we deal with the practicalities of addressing human rights and so on. So a lot of this is helping people identify and address incidents that are happening, majority of them in the school level, quickly be responsive. And we can see that immediate effect in the numbers of incidents being reported, identified, and action being taken about. So that's sort of also where instead of more going to where the need has been. And the need has been to help people say, this is how you identify, and these are the steps you take to address them. So there's some overlapping in those categories, but your point is well made. We need to focus on that other capacity building pieces as well. But clearly we're doing a lot more work on the identification and putting things in and following up, but we need to do more in the other areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, just really appreciate all the work that goes into this very, very important data. And thank you for answering the questions.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Trustee Dawson, followed by Trustee Siskandaraja.
Thank you, and through the chair. First of all, thank you so much for this report. I know that it is very in-depth and very intensive in compiling, and I really do appreciate all of the effort that went into it. I do have a number of questions, and I will go through it page by page. I just, I did want to echo Trustee Laskin's mention of needing to see the data in terms of the percent to student population. That's really lacking in, in putting together the full picture for me. So if we could have that the next time, like you said, that would be amazing. Okay, so starting with complaints resolution on page 5, it says the HRO may self-initiate inquiries, including in the absence of a complaint. Can you describe what that looks like?
And through the chair, so I'm going to speak in a sort of general way, cannot speak about specific cases, but what that would look like is there is a case where a person is worried about coming forward to file a complaint, or there are several complainants. There's more than one person who has a complaint and nobody is yet comfortable being named as the complainant. So the HRO could start that process, but it would involve them hearing from the complainants, what are those incidents and so on. So that can happen. So it's kind of what we also call third-party complaints. So, we can take it on as something that needs further looking into if there isn't a complainant. Sometimes those fears arise around concerns of reprisal or retaliation in their current role. And this gives them the ability to participate in the process, be heard in the process, and the findings be made so that the appropriate remediation can be done. So the HRO can take carriage when necessary. And that's one example for a time when the HRO can take carriage if there's multiple complainants or multi-complainants who don't want to come forward. Perhaps a complainant doesn't want to come forward because of reprisal. Now, having said that, I will clarify that the policy and human rights policy does protect against reprisal, which means reprisal in and of itself is grounds for a formal human rights complaint. So if sometimes it's the fear, and if we're not able to deal with that piece, because we do deal with that as a procedural element, that people are advised about retaliation and not taking, not reprising against people. And if they will reprise, that itself will be grounds for another complaint. Sometimes that seems to allay people's fears, and then they move on and they become the complainant, or sometimes participating in a process makes people comfortable enough to switch into that mode, and it can be, through them, we might help start that process. The TDSB necessarily has to have that role where we can take carriage and we can start institute a proceeding where we feel that violations are happening but nobody wants to come forward, because we still have the duty to maintain an environment that is free from harassment and discrimination. That obligation doesn't go away even if no one wants to proceed to have a complaint in their name, as be named as a complainant. I hope that helps. So those are just a couple of examples.
Okay, that is helpful to know that you will identify that and follow up. Okay, so under systemic initiatives, outreach and engagement with school communities. We heard tonight a number of situations where it was evident that families would have benefited from the knowledge of the portal, for instance. And I'm just wondering what that outreach engagement currently looks like.
So through the chair, I will start by acknowledging that much more needs to be done in that area. There has been some outreach and engagement in terms of through school communities. So one of the things that is critical in this work is the relationships that we have. The relationship between a trusted adult and a student, the trusted adult and a peer, a trusted adult and a parent or a community member. So those relationships are what we use to make sure that there is that relationship, there is a basis and trust, so the person feels comfortable to come forward and say, look, something's happening, I need some help, please can you help me address this harassment, discrimination, bullying, whatever it is that's happening to me. So communication is key. But we really rely on, in terms of schools, we rely on the relationships that the principal and so on have with their school communities, and use that as a vehicle to get attention to these issues, as some of these processes are managed at that level. So there can be more work done around outreach and helping people understand through. And so one of the things that we know has been successful is the outreach through the principals, but also through our guides and resources. So for example, we're reworking our expected practices guide, which had a lot of traction. So it started off as a guide to help keep staff on track in terms of process steps, what to do if there's a complaint against an employee or employee complaint, and or what to do with a student complaint. So apparently lots of folks have found that useful. So those are the sort of the two main things. The website can help as well, and then real timely guidance that goes out helps as well. So those are sort of some ways in which we rely on in terms of doing outreach. I will be very frank in saying that the majority of staff effort goes to addressing students, families, and through the portal work, and then employees in distress. Sadly, there are people who are experiencing harassment, discrimination that we need to help. And so that's sort of where the attention of staff goes more. But we can do more in terms of outreach. Thank you for that question.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, regarding, 3.2 complaints resolution. So if students complain to the principal directly, and that is done successfully, it does not get to you, is my understanding. It's addressed through the appropriate policy procedure, parent concern protocol. What happens if it is deemed to be still a violation of human rights or an incident of racism, bias, and hate? Is it still irrespective of how it's resolved? Like, so I guess to rephrase this, I'm concerned that things are being resolved at school level and not captured in the portal. How are we ensuring that that's not happening?
Okay, and through the chair, I want to clarify. So when things are resolved at the school level and the portal, it's reported in the portal, we have record of that. We also know what follow-up steps are taken, and we have a role to support and assist the principal. If the principal is following the parent concern protocol, they know to access us as a resource to help them resolve. And so for those processes also, we would have information, and we might record them depending on the level of involvement of the HRO as a consult, or we might record them as a complaint. So what would happen is that means we're working side by side with the principals to make sure that the procedures are properly followed and that the human rights are attended to. And if the principals put it in as they're required to do, put all incidents in the portal, then certainly we have the ability to guide that as well through two mechanisms. One is the organizational response team meeting, which is called by principals and superintendents to guide what actions are going to be taken. So we are involved, but they are the leads, if I can put it that way. So they would be the lead in terms of a parent concern protocol. They would be the lead in terms of putting it in the portal, but certainly the HRO is knowledgeable. And like I said, all the portal data we're tracking, and we're also able to see in real time what they're doing and where they might need help. And also we reach out through superintendents to make sure that people reach out and get help where needed. So through those mechanisms, certainly some of that, I would say a lot of that gets picked up by the HRO. And so we are aware of it, we are knowledgeable of it, and certainly we're in a position to assist. And there's many instances where we do assist, so side by side in terms of an investigation or whatever is needed. I hope that helps.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, if I may, through the chair, if I may ask Irit, is there something you'd like to add? This is Irit Kelman, our manager at the Human Rights Office, in terms of how we support the administrators.
Before we go to other staff to speak, I just wonder if I can have a motion to extend till midnight from.
Oh.
Pardon? I'm sorry, we're in the midst of a speaker. I know.
I'll motion to extend to just finish this item.
Okay, we've got a mover and a seconder. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Okay, Trustee Hastings is opposed. Let the record note. Please go ahead. I'm sorry for the interruption. I had just forgotten on the half-hour mark.
That's okay. Did anyone else want to elaborate? I think that was what. Okay, no.
I could just clarify that because I think Trustee Dawson, through the chair, question was, excuse me, if it's addressed at the school level, is it then not captured? But the idea that the portal is very different from a complaint. So the portal is simply capturing incidents. And on top of capturing the incident, it captures what the principal has done, how the incident has been addressed. Whereas the complaints, though, what we receive are so it's not just an incident, because we know that there's lots of incidents that can happen every day between people that are addressed at the local level and never need to come up to be formalized and reported through this mechanism. And so the data on the complaints are when someone actually files a formal complaint and it comes to our office. And one of the things we ask is, have you attempted other steps? What other steps have you taken? And so usually by the time someone has come to us, they have tried other things, or because of the nature of what they've experienced, there may be valid reasons why they're not comfortable attempting to resolve it locally first, and they may come straight to our office. So I just wanted to clarify and differentiate the portal from complaints. So definitely when administrators are resolving RBH incidents that impact or involve students, even though they're resolving it at the local level, it should also be captured in the portal.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, just a comment on that. Like if I'm looking at this report through the lens of, a parent or somebody who does not have that context, maybe it could be, we might consider laying it out differently so that that is obvious, that those separations or those distinctions are obvious. So that's just a comment. Okay, moving on. Table 5, complainant affiliation. The parent and student part. Okay, so I have a couple questions about that. Are those then complaints that were made solely about the administrators because they came to your office? Because those
Through
are
the
then
chair.
captured in the portal?
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, absolutely. They could be a complaint about an administrator, a failure of process at a local level. They could be a complaint about, I don't want to deal with the local level because of such and such issue. So we would look at those and we would determine if it was appropriate for us to move on. So parents, students do have the option to come directly to the HRO, but we're looking at contextually what happened before they got to. So they can file directly with the HRO, especially if they're saying that the administrator has failed to take any action or appropriate action in their case. Hope that helps.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I do, sorry, through the chair, just want to reiterate that that is the lack of knowledge around that, I think, is why a lot of incidents go underreported. And I wondered, so I noticed during the pandemic year, it's the highest. I mean, I know it's only 7%, but what do you think might be happening there? Why it was increased during the pandemic?
Through the chair. In terms of the pandemic, so without looking at the data and its detailed case files, I would say one of the trends we've seen through the pandemic, of course, was concerns that came around mask mandates and vaccine mandates. And those were often presented as human rights issues. And because mandates are something that are systemically created, like the board requires a masking policy or a vaccine policy and so in line with the guidance from health authorities or the direction from health authorities or the ministry and so on and so forth. Those are the kinds of things that people would directly bring to human rights offices. And we notice that across the sector. Those are the kinds of things. So I would not be surprised that at the time of a pandemic, we saw more, we heard more from parents, students, because those were sector-wide. We heard more from parents and students around masking and vaccines and those kinds of issues and concerns that their human rights were being affected by those mandates. So that's consistent. And I would dare say that's the same thing that's happening. And one of the ways I know that is when I looked at some of the detailed files in some of the other areas, that's the kind of thing I noticed is there were, quite a few complaints around mask mandates and vaccine mandates. I hope that helps.
Thank you. That's helpful. Through the chair, moving on to table 6, it says that it captures full-time employees only. Why?
Through the chair, that's the data we were able to secure in time of this report, because what we wanted to give you a sense of is the distribution in terms of the size of the employee population. Because if you look at the numbers in terms of whose complaints we're getting, just a little bit more to Trustee Laskin's point, the context is important. But this is the only data that we were able to secure in time for this report. Not sure more than that we did ask for the employee data, but this is the data they were able to provide us in time for this report, and even does give because sizable portion of our workforce is full-time. We thought that would be useful to put together. Beyond that, I have no information except that they were not able to provide us this data in a timely way for the report, much more nuanced than the full-time complement.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, just let me move to the next. What is the number of? Okay, so I had the same question as Trustee Chan about the and Trustee Laskin about the number breakdown, so I think that was covered there. What's the percent to total? The part about the backlog, so I'm noticing, so we have a significant year-over-year backlog. Do we expect that to be an annual issue?
Through the chair, having a full complement of staff with the regular capacity for trustees who are following this in the media, you would notice a similar issue arose at the Human Rights Tribunal as well, because both the knowledge and the skill to do this work is extremely important. It's a very competitive labor market. So yes, we're doing everything we can to have a fully trained, fully capable complement of staff. And I can also report that we're making progress in that direction. But there is a lot of churn happening in this area. It's a very high demand area and very competitive. So staff get pulled. It's also, not surprisingly, a high burnout area as well. So for all those and more factors, we're seeing a lot of churn, but we're doing our best to get geared up to be a full staff with a full complement, and making sure that we have the capacity to continue to accelerate the pace at which we do remedial work as well as proactive work.
Okay,
thank
you. How does intersectionality factor into all of this portal reporting data?
So in terms of the portal report, through the chair, in terms of the portal reporting data, that all of those grounds that we talk about on table 4, all of that can be captured in the portal reporting data, but we've also broken it down further in the portal so they can identify that. So in any given scenario, we're able to see on a case-by-case basis what are the various grounds that came into play and what was the specific incident or behavior that allegedly happened. What was that violation, or what was that harassment, or what was that bullying looking like? So it gives us a sense of the kinds of incidents that are happening, and that helps in terms of developing a strategy for, I think Trustee Laskin and some other trustees mentioned, what is the educational work, what is the remedial work that's being done. So in the portal data, and then we've broken it out by ground to show you from pages 10 onwards, but all of those dimensions of identity are able to be identified by the principal who's entering the data, and the Supervisory Officer for Education overlooks that piece of work. So we capture that intersectional dimension of the identities of the individual, and we also capture in great detail what the specific incidents are, what those behaviors are, and then the action plan. So yes, it's there, but when we report it per sort of dimension of identity. So for example, we reported racial groups separately from creed and so on, but these are often overlapping categories. And the best illustration is also there in table 12. 25% of all incidents are based on sexual orientation and gender identity. But if you look at it broken out, those percentages are much more, because more than one thing could be happening at the same time. So there is overlap in these categories, but we just, in terms of reporting, this is how human rights data is reported by ground. That's how we've reported it, but it doesn't properly capture the intersectional nature of the experience. So the context point is valid. I hope that helps.
Okay, so just a follow-up question to confirm that. So is it correct to say then that in any given case, there could be a recording captured in table 10, table 11, and table 12 and table 13? So somebody could have technically all of those boxes ticked, and how is that reflected in the data? Like, you have all the different cases captured, or do you go by the main intersection? How does it work?
So through the chair, I'm going to start to answer this question, and I'm going to ask if David Cameron's around to help us with this one as well. So when an incident is reported or put into the portal, all elements of identity that are at play in that incident are recorded as reported by the principal. So principal has the ability to put that information in and to cue them along in terms of what should go in here. All the grounds are listed, the questions are asked. So it's sort of, it's forms, you can fill them up. So all of that is captured. But when we report, you're absolutely right. I mean, it could be at the same time that the person is experiencing racism, that there's also homophobia. So it could be racist and homophobic because of the identity of that individual. The child could be identifying as gay, as well as one of the racial groups. So they would check both. So they would show up both in the table 10, in that example that I provided, and in table 12. There's often also an overlap between 10 and 11, where what they're experiencing is they're being targeted because of their race and sometimes because of their religion together. So you're absolutely right. You could be checking off more than one box and more than one category. But like I said, because we report based on human rights grounds, these are separated out so that you can see them as incidents of, where the targeting is by racial group and so on. David, if through the chair, if you're around, if you can help shed further light, if you're around, David.
Through the chair, yeah. I mean, we had this issue when we looked at it last year as well, in terms of trying to figure out how do we look at intersectional work and do contextual work again in an analysis, because we don't actually, this analysis has been treated by discrete utterances, as you might call it. In other words, how many incidences involved race versus creed versus gender and so on and so forth, as Mahajabeen has said. So the degrees to which those, the context around those, so the degrees to which there was an intersectional piece of the puzzle, that what was the context around that intersectionality? Was it, you were talking about Black and queer as an example, and how many instances did we have of both something like gender or sexual orientation and race? Those kinds of things. The portal itself is still kind of in development, I would say, and we're still trying to figure out ways to work it so that it can do those things in a way, in a much easier, simplistic way. So the portal is really, really new. Is the part I would argue too, when you look at how long it's been in our system and people kind of adapt to it and start getting better at stuff and get more comfortable with it as it goes along. So I think that's a really good question. We don't have, in this analysis, we don't have the ability to look at that and say, oh, there, 35% of these were intersectional, they involve 2 or more people. We can see that they don't add up to 100. And we know that oftentimes the principal is ticking off more than one has been reported throughout this particular report. But the degrees to which we can really start unpacking that is a very interesting question. Also, the degrees to which where they occur. If you were looking at this versus the suspension information, 40% of these happen. These happen. A lot of these particular instances in the portal happen in the classroom or in the playground, whereas that's the suspension information is the exact opposite. Almost the vast majority happen in places where educators tend not to be. So it's a very interesting puzzle piece to think through the context again. And I know that's coming up thematically here, and we can't actually offer more insight in this particular instance in this report, but hopefully that kind of work we can start eliciting and pulling more information from and thinking about it from those different perspectives. So it's a good question in relation to what we can offer in terms of these kinds of the surround sound or the context around these kinds of incidences as the portal is being used.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to do, we have one last person on the speakers list. It's almost 12 o'clock. So Trustee Sriskandarajah, do you have a lot of questions?
No.
No? Okay, so we'll go ahead and we'll try to get this voted on before midnight.
Okay, I don't know. Okay. Through you, Chair, I just have I think people have already mentioned the issue of the percentages and how helpful that would be. The concern I had was in terms of the non-unionized workers, and that their reporting percentages was really low. So I would like to know what the percentage of our workforce is non-unionized, and whether the fact that they're non-unionized, they're more afraid perhaps to report these incidences, and what are we doing as a system to sort of address that concern? Because of course, being unionized, you have much more protections than perhaps our non-unionized workers.
Through the chair, and just I'm looking at table 6 for the affiliation data. In terms of, we have most of the unionized, and then of course principals and vice principals belong together as well. In terms of the other non-union, the numbers are very low in terms of non-union staff. In terms of what percentage people are coming forward, we can't speak to that. But what I will say is that in all cases, how we encourage managers and so on to take these things seriously is linked to the professional development piece. So there are ways in which we can create a climate of trust and people can feel comfortable to come forward. But you're right. I mean, in terms of vulnerabilities and making sure that people know that they can come forward and have their concerns or complaints addressed is important for all groups. Thank you. I hope that helps.
Thank you. I mean, it does, but I guess just put that on our radar on how we proceed with those employees. My next question is, it seems like the portal is really great at capturing things like slurs and graffiti and sort of very overt examples of racism. But how do we address systemic racism, like where, somebody gets packed over for a promotion, right? So how does the Human Rights Office function or capture that data? Or do you get those kinds of, I'm sure you do, and how do you capture that data and how do you work through that where it's not as obvious as perhaps, graffiti or a slur?
Through the chair. So there is established ways to assess and understand and identify systemic discrimination. Systemic discrimination can be identified in a single individual complaint that comes forward because of the knowledge and expertise that we have in the office. We're able to see that this can have an impact on the same identities if a person had that same set of identities. And so we can track it that way and we identify them that way. We also identify systemic discrimination by looking at the kinds of things that are emerging in the portal. But there's certainly more work that can be done on the systemic discrimination side. There is a process of using quantitative and qualitative analysis to identify systemic discrimination and address it. And some of that work is done through established processes and programs. For example, employment equity is a way to identify systemic discrimination in that hiring, retention, promotion. There's a methodology there that can be used. So there are methodologies to identify systemic discrimination, and data analysis also helps. So there are a number of ways to do that. Can we do more? And the answer is yes. Are we doing some of that? And the answer is yes to that as well. So it's a very well made point. What are we doing around systemic discrimination? Because we could be addressing single complaints, but if we don't get to the systemic issues, then we're going to continue to see them manifesting as single complaints. A very valid point, and certainly more work is needed in this area. Thank you.
And you mentioned you do some of this work. So in what category would you capture it? Like you have those categories, and I couldn't figure out where you would put it.
So in this report, the systemic discrimination work could be, for example, in the improper interpretation and application of a policy in a way that disadvantages somebody because of their protected human rights identity. And that systemic discrimination work would look like a revision of a policy a revision of a procedure. It could look like. In this report, no, we haven't very many examples of that. But actually, I'm going to go back to the appendix. Bear with me for a moment. My memory at this point in the night, I want to make sure that if there's something here that we haven't missed, sharing that. There you go. So there is an example. So if you look on page 17, item number 3. If you look at item number 3, how we allow transitioning students to reflect their gender identity properly, that's a systemic issue. So systemic discrimination is about identifying the gaps in the system or inadvertently causing disadvantage in the system and how we're going to address it. So that item 3 and page 17 or the appendix clearly talks about a gender identity records procedure, because one of the ways that students based on their gender identity are disadvantaged is if their proper names and their pronouns are not properly used. So how do we put a process in place to avoid that issue instead of each student coming forward and saying, I'm having problem, they're not using my name or they're not using my pronoun. We would standardize that through a procedure so that addresses proactively a systemic issue. That's some way. The data collection and analysis is part of identifying systemic patterns and how we're going to remediate those. That's another example. So
yeah,
those are two.
Yeah. No, I think the issue that I'm having is not how we address it sort of at a system level, because obviously everything we do is trying to aim at that. It's just how that gets reported to your office and how that gets captured in terms of, like I mentioned, getting passed over for promotion, right? We know that's an employment equity issue and that's policies, we have that in place, but just in terms of reporting it, I think I just felt the graphs didn't really capture that. I just have 2 short questions. So I'm really curious at what is happening in LC2. Why are their numbers that low compared to their other counterparts? I'm curious to hear about that. I worry, is there an issue of not being able to, navigate the system and be actually report incidences, as opposed to there just being no or fewer cases or incidences?
So through the chair, we exist in a macrocosm. The TDSB exists in a larger society in which we know there are incidents of harassment, discrimination, and human rights violations. So would that be happening at TDSB? It's absolutely reasonable to assume that. Based on that data alone, it's hard to say. Sometimes people get really good at addressing and nip it in the bud quickly, and maybe they're not entering. But there isn't enough information to say what's exactly happening at LC2. But one of the things we do well in the portal is that it has superintendents have direct access to that data and in real time can monitor what's happening in their learning center. And the other thing is that the HRO also does some monitoring. So we go in to make sure that our incidents being reported, if they are reported, are they properly dealt with, and so on. So there is some checks and balances there, but specifically to LC2, I'm afraid I don't have additional information on that.
Okay. So I think if we could just explore that a bit more. I do worry just because of the wards that are in that area, they do range. So we obviously have sort of the northwest parts of it, if I'm correct, right? Very underserved, and I don't know if that plays a role. And then I know there's other parts of it that English might not be their first language. So I think there's something happening there that we need to really examine, just to do justice. And my last question, just to wrap up, is I know a lot of the training focused mostly on administrators, but we know most of the cases are happening in the schoolyards and at the school level. So why are there plans for focusing more on teachers? Or I imagine we can't, are we just training administrators in hopes that they will then train teachers? Or is there plans to do sort of more concerted work with teachers?
Through the chair, Absolutely, there would be. So first of all, I want to recognize that there's already a human rights module that everyone has to take at all levels, which is part of our mandatory compliance related training. So people have to take that. In terms of time, resources, capacity to pull teachers. Certainly we are taking a train the trainer approach, which is if the superintendent is comfortable, fluid, they can certainly help principals, and then the principals can help the teachers. But beyond that, I guess we're going to be looking for time and resources and opportunities. And I'm wondering how best to get to the teachers might be something we put into our planning going forward. We have considered what you're correctly pointing out is how do we build systems capacity across the system at the granular level so that incidents are properly identified, dealt with, and in fact, a proactive climate is created. So it's a very valid point. I'm wondering in terms of opportunities to work with teachers, if any of the associate directors or director might have some insights into how we might access more time with our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the human rights report, please? Trustee Laskin. Sorry, who is that online?
Laskin.
Okay, we'll go with Sriskandaraja and Laskin. I think there was a tie. All in favor, can we do a show of hands, please?
In favor, Laskin.
Thank you.
Sriskandaraja in favor.
Thank you. Any opposed? Okay, so we still have a few outstanding items, and we will be in touch tomorrow with details on how we're going to proceed with those and a strategy for that. All right. If I could have a mover and a seconder for adjournment. What did you ask me to do?
Is it recess, Madam Chair,
Did you ask me?
as opposed to adjournment?
Oh, can I do that? Okay, before we do that, can I just ask, because of there's a bit of a timing thing with the CBSA award. I'm not asking anybody to do anything tonight. We're not going to discuss it tonight. But could I ask for someone to refer item number 6.5? 6.5 to board without recommendations, and we'll deal with it at board. Thank you.
We'll move that.
I don't know who said that online. Could we hear who said that online?
Okay, Trustee Arts.
D. DeVitis and Dawson. Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And now we are at adjournment. A mover and a seconder.
Sorry, I think Trustee Laskin brought up a point of, are we going into adjournment or a recess?
We are adjourning.
I think we should talk about it.
Thank you.
Unless, yes, as Trustee McLean has noted, unless we'd all like to have a discussion about adjournment. Are there all in favor? Any opposed? That has carried.
If we don't, bye, Nathan.
Bye, Nathan. Congratulations.